먹으러 와봤습니다.
아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
做一个评级，来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个 godlike，
跟颜色的颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗？OK， Alpha
Alpha 7吧。
Alpha
评个
7，
B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。
我没说话，刚才说的。
今年是今年，去年是
刚人说的，不知道我跟谁。
好，下一位 IDA Esports
D，
D，
这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧，
上届冠军
给个 S 吧。
GK，
C，
下一个
这个 F，
这个 F 很配啊，这个
好 UF，
给个 B 吧，
给个 B 吧，
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人，
给个 S 吧。
这个 S 啊，
好 S 已经有2位了，
40，
这个不是很猛吗？
对啊，
那直接给到 F
A 跟 S 中间呗。
我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么
还有这么多呢，
没事啊
别急啊，
下面也很
就凭人家是冠军，
行，
RQ
给他 B。
OK， 这个放哪儿？
F，
这个放到一把高那个 S 突击1等就行了，压他一头够了啊
只。需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到夯吧，
好，
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个
来排个第一。
这个 A 吧 A 吧 A， 这个
小蜜蜂，
来 B 跟 A 的中间呗
B 加
B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在，
马上就来了
EA 来了
A
必须得 A 啊。
因为它对比在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
S 加，必须是压那个偶尔那个黑豹一头啊，稍微挪一下。
萝卜一边
这样子吗
对
哦，懂你意思，懂你意思。
这个更别说了。
这个呢，龙溪
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊
NGX，
给个 A 吧，
，A 吧，
接下来 Hora，
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有，
对，我觉得贴很完美。
很完美
很。完美，没有要变的了。
没有。
是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
それが俺の人道だ 雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
What's up, everybody? It's Jukes. We're about to do the Aramco tier list, and I'm here with Nigma Galaxy. Y'all guys are gonna be the first to decide where these guys go. Let's get right into it, and let's decide the first QXZZ.
I think current B.
Yeah, I think so also.
B?
B. Okay.
All right, we're gonna put him over at B. Next, why don't we get this guy out the way?
Oh no, man.
Oh.
Roof.
S.
That's for sure.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like overall like gun skill, IGL.
If it's overall, go for A.
A? All right. QZZ from Tianba.
Wait, this guy is crazy,
Yeah,
bro. I
he's
saw
really
some of
good.
his highlights, bro. He's insane. S, bro.
Okay, good. I was
Like,
about
he
to
can
say.
shoot.
What about this guy? Falak.
For me, S, of course.
Yeah, he deserves it, to be honest.
All right.
Ayala?
Between A and B.
Between A and B, we'll go high B tier. All right, how's that sound? Next, Rebel.
Currently A, overall it says it's obvious.
Yeah, obvious S tier from history, but recently, I guess we'll put him here for A, right?
Yep.
Sound good?
Yes.
Mormon.
B.
B tier?
Yeah.
B.
Okay. Well, one guy I know you guys know for sure, right?
Of course.
On top from Aurora.
Definitely. No need to speak
Is there anything
about
above us?
Anything above us?
Yeah, we just put him up there, man. He's the GOAT.
All right, we'll put him right there. How's that
Yeah,
sound?
live there, boy. Yeah, that's it.
How about this one? Well, Razak.
I think B.
I'll go for a B, yeah.
He's playing great.
Okay. Gen Foss.
I don't know. For me, I think it's C.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? He'll be the first one in C tier.
Who's gonna be F? Ragnarok. Put him
No.
B.
Okay, we'll put him at B. Put him right there in the middle. How about AJ?
Well, let's put him in C. We don't
C?
put much, yeah.
How about we go with Soul K next?
B for me.
B, going up one. Now B is getting pretty full here.
Yep.
All right. Goat Team Force.
D. You could put him D.
D. Okay. Aaron here.
Yeah.
Sky.
Sky's great, bro.
If B wasn't full, he should be in B.
He's A then.
No,
Put him
I don't
instead
think
of
so.
Ragnarok.
Okay, how about that? Yeah, you want to swap somebody?
Switch.
Okay, so we're gonna switch Ragnarok out. Sound good?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. XZY.
I'm scared from him, you know, outside the game, in game, everywhere, bro.
Yeah, he deserves
That's
it.
a big
S
dude
tier,
too.
yeah,
I
S
saw
tier,
him at
bro.
breakfast. I was
I'm
like,
not gonna
who's
talk
this guy?
bad about him.
And Mino.
Put him next to Raul.
Put him right here.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay. Next we got Smile.
Global champion.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
good. He's really good.
But what happened after? I don't
That's
know.
the question.
We will give him the chance. We put him A.
Being a global champion, he deserves to be at
Yeah.
least A.
Yeah,
like
he's
minimum,
good.
like.
A tier. All right. And then Apgarito once
My
again.
friend, I'll put him at C.
C tier?
Yeah, C.
All right.
Can remove that guy from D. I feel bad, man. Like,
Yeah, he's the only one down in D tier. Put him at C. Okay, all right. No bad teams coming over here. All right, guys. Hey, thank y'all guys so much for joining me,
Thank
and
you.
good luck here in the Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kalaris here with my main man Hot Jukes to talk for the STC Rewind to get you up to speed with everything that happened yesterday. A very serious and potentially somber move for some of these teams coming into day number 2 of the survival stage. That's right, because at the end of today, we'll be losing 10 teams. Their keys will be gone, Hot Jukes.
Brutal. I mean, it's not just 40 players, right? There's a whole lot more involved. You got substitutes, coaches, so many people going home tomorrow. I actually got to talk to some of these guys, right? And they're like, hey, yeah, our hotel is booked for as long as we are here in the game. So literally, the teams that are in bottom 10 tomorrow are going home.
I think one team for sure that is going to be completely safe is Tiamba, right? Starting yesterday with a back-to-back win on Rondo into Erangel as well. You saw the emotion and the elation in their face at the end of that Erangel as well. QZZ high-fived his teammates so hard. In the interview, I saw that he had a mark on his hand. That's how happy they were about that. So they know that they're pretty much through unless something insane happens today.
Yeah, I was like, QZZ, hey, settle down, okay? I know you're excited, but don't go that hard, right? But still, I mean, it makes sense why. Literally, their first chicken dinner, you like you mentioned, you saw their faces of just, straight relief. And it's about time because they shouldn't have even been here, in my opinion. They're that good. So it's good to see them finally true to form when it comes to at least day 1 of survival stage. And yeah, day 2 should be a breeze for them.
Nongshim Red Force, and then obviously Geeky was able to follow up with some victories as well, kind of keeping them in the race. But what's interesting about some of those mid wins that we saw yesterday is that now the mid pack in general is almost every single team, apart from maybe KRX in a little bit of a slumber at the moment. But any win, a single win alone, will push you straight up into that top 6. It's going to be brutal today.
Oh, it's going to be insane. And it's going to be insane right off the rip because we got to talk about the importance of Rondo going into today, right? I mean, we've seen in the past E-Arena bust out 39 points. They're here. They honestly need that. They should have waited for that today, right? KRX, they are going to have to go. They need a miracle at this point. They need that kind of performance and even a little bit more, right? If we want to see that. But for everybody else, you're right. It's going to be a tight race just because of how things lined up yesterday.
No, absolutely. To finish off yesterday as well, you had AGAL, one of the teams that's really in contention for the club championships, right? They're at number 1 in the club championships, above Falcons right now. So that win really granted them a bit more of a lifeline to be able to keep themselves rolling, not only here in PMWC, but also in the club championships as well. So that's very exciting for them, considering they're at number 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team that I kept on hearing about, like, hey, their club really needs to perform here, and to be able to win in a Los Leones finish too, right?
It was crazy.
You were talking about it, just like, I mean, you have been watching PUBG mobile gameplay for so long, and those rotations were insane.
You were playing it since the beginning. I remember us back in the day, but of course, the fact that they were able to play that urban finish so well was spectacular. But hey, I think that overall, we have got a lot here that is going to be happening today. Of course, 10 keys will be crushed, and for our defending champions, Yangon Galacticos, they could be on the chopping block here today and may go the way of the dinosaurs. That's the STC Rewind.
That's absolutely right, boys. Tiamba with those back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday was impressive, and they were just soaking up a bunch of points. But ladies and gentlemen, today is all about survival as we are on the survival stage of PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I can't wait to see which teams are going to be joining the rest of the squads that are currently in the finals. I'm joined by Maxman and Neptura. Neptura, how are we feeling? It feels good outside too.
It feels a bit sticky. It's a bit sweaty, much like, don't laugh at me, much like the teams are feeling very sweaty here. They better be because we're losing 10 of them, Max. They have to be now or never, or they go home.
The teams are feeling sticky, you say?
Very sticky and sweaty.
Interesting. Well, I hope they'll stick to the top 6 right now because that's where you want to be at the end of the survival stage.
Because everything is just so close right now from some of these squads. But for everybody currently watching at home, if you're not feeling sticky, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And don't forget to do the EWC play app so you can put in your predictions. Neptura, who are your top 6?
Oh, my top 6? It's got to be Tiamba, Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, A7, let's just put them in there. Yangon Galacticos, I believe in them. I'm also thinking maybe a little bit, did I say Nongshim already? I already did, didn't I? EA, let's put EA in there. You know, we can't escape the Rondo that they had. How many is that?
I didn't count.
What? We were supposed to be keeping count.
AGAL. There we go. There's the sixth one.
Solid six. Honestly, that was good. Hey, look at you. For everybody, don't forget that we are going to be having 16 teams playing throughout the day. Only the top 6 will actually move on to the finals. The rest of the squad, Max, all of them, those keys are crushed.
Yeah, and actually, we're not even going to use the crush. It's just going to be my raw hands crushing them into absolute dust. That's why I wish I was that strong. Got to hit the gym a little bit more. But no, it's going to be unfortunate. There's no second chances. It's the survival stage. And if you don't make it, unfortunately, you will go right home, sent away from Paris.
As we're taking a look at the overall here, the sponge points from Tiamba were absolutely insane. They end up finishing with 75 points. But then we had the Brazilian squads end up showing up, Natura, because Furia in second place, Alpha 7 in third place.
I can't believe I forgot.
We come to the stream. Hello Crytex, hello Devansh, hello Kirito, hello Babu Fa. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. स्वागत है stream पे. कैसे Crytex मियां, क्या हाल है? How are you?
Kind of fair.
Igor, you looking especially at that Miramar that was.
How are you, Crytex miyaं? How are you?
Yeah. So many teams pushed him one by one, and Igor is like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" So that's going to be easy points. So really happy to see Furia do well. But not going to lie, even though Furia and Alpha 7 are in second and third place respectively, Natura, I would say for them to become the champions. I need to see more surviving the survival stage. I want to see promises made today as to what they can offer this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with that, Seven. We got to see at least one win from each of the teams going through to the top 6. That's got to be bottom line base level standard.
एक तो मेरे को चैट थोड़ा डिले दिख रहा है.
We want to see those chicken dinners from those squads that are going to be in the top 6, and then when we're looking
अरे अभी मस्त रहो, मरने को नहीं कह रहा मैं. मस्त रहो, मस्त.
You have Alula, you have Yangon, the defending
खुश रहो,
champions of
मस्त
PMWC in the
रहो.
second page as well.
Yeah, you do.
I've
always liked Yangon. I've liked how they've been playing so far. I just want to see a little bit more. It's a good start. There's a lot of presence. Yesterday was back to being what I was hoping for in day 2 of their group stage, right, Max? Where you were looking at a team that had a lot of presence, that they were decent rotations, had a lot of proactivity in them in their strategy, but they kind of fell over, fell out. And I'd like to see that just continue today.
That's how they won PMWC last year, right? In Saudi Arabia. It was really sick gameplay from them, but very passive. And we saw a glimmer of aggression in the group stage. And since then, well, Yangon has been really scared of taking fights just like KRX. So Yangon, they can do it, but it's just not there just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it.
Hello.
What up, Dukes?
I made it. Oh, gosh.
You made it just in time, baby, for Sony's story of the day, because it is top 6, Dukes. Or where are they going to be going?
Home.
That's right. Their squads will end up going home if they don't end up in the top 6. By the way, just a quick little recap too from the overall for some of their squads. 3rd place to 15th place are only separated by just 14 points. So for some of their squads, they need to make sure they start a lot, because you could end up just jumping up from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way up. But we do have to talk about performance was absolutely insane, Neptura.
We love to see domination from any sort of team, and this time it was Tiamba. Here you are going to see the head-to-head, just going over 4 Thrives' win in their group stage over both days versus Tiamba just yesterday, and those stats are looking pretty darn similar. I mean, the elims are exactly 44 each, so you're looking at very, very equal gameplay. They do have different ways of going about it, though, and so in some ways, as much as I'm a 4 Thrives fan, I do feel like Tiamba has the edge over this one because they are patient. Tiamba, very, very patient, very quiet. You don't hear anything from them, but they go from 0 to 100. We saw that win in Erangel where they just came out swinging, whereas 4 Thrives, they rely on momentum so much more than Tiamba do that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them.
Guys, thank you so much for 10 like, 10 like के लिए बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. Let's go for 20.
Maybe too passive at times. No, especially on those 2 wins, they drop on the opposite side of the map, go and find their way into the play zone, and they just start obliterating people. QZZ putting up numbers, but I know you in particular, Hot Jukes, you were casting that melee 1v4. He was showing up massively on that opening day.
Oh, it was about time, man. And, you know, I was talking to James a little earlier about, like, just look at their faces when they got that win. You know, they're high-fiving just a little too hard, because I saw QZZ kind of was like, in his hand, like, what just happened? But that's what it's all about. about right here. Milu has been crushing it in the day one of the survival stage. He had 18 eliminations, 3,400 damage.
Hot damn.
That is insane. And then you got QZZ on the other hand, 15 eliminations, but 4,000 damage. So he's putting down those shots range. I like what you said, Niptura, right, about the difference between Four Thrives and them. You know, there is a difference between Group A versus survival stage.
स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पर जय श्री कृष्ण हाउ आर यू कैसे हो अजय भाई हाउ आर यू अजय भाई गाइस लाइक कर दो नहीं जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ चुके हो मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड द सब्सक्राइब बटन ये समझे कि नहीं बढ़िया भाई आप बताओ कैसे हो मैं एकदम बढ़िया अजय भाई मैं एकदम बढ़िया और एकदम बढ़िया
They've shown absolute promise in their past tournaments, especially looking at all gamers. PMWC had a big step up, and Ulf, man, PMGC last year, and especially PMWC this year, they were looking very impressive. But Ulf annoys me, can even see in the replay.
ये मेरे बाल भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई ना तो पीछे जा रहे ना आगे जा रहे हैं.
But they don't have these strong holds on those positions whatsoever. They get surrounded, lose that foothold, and then just get completely swept under the rug. I feel like Ulf is a team that has some of the best fragging power in the world, and they're just not making full use of it. And even the likes of All Gamers, you look at their placement points, they have 12 placement points total. One chicken dinner over the course of 5 matches then, that means they got 2 placement points. That is abysmal if you compare it to their Chinese counterpart of Tiamba.
Yeah, and when it comes to AGAL, this isn't just huge for them, it's also huge for their entire organization as a whole, because, you know, we got the Esports World Cup going on right now, and they are really pushing their PUBG Mobile team to pop off. So the fact that they did, especially here towards the end, was so crucial for their squad, right? And they continue that here today. They should be a lot for top 6, but it's so dang close in the middle. It's literally anybody's game.
Super close. Honestly, super close. Even if some of these teams don't end up getting a chicken dinner, if they're able to manage a top 5, especially in Rondo with what we have seen from some of the other squads where multiple squads are able to get 10 or more eliminations, that leaderboard is going to be shifting throughout today. And before we actually keep on talking about some of these teams, I know Lace back in the studio just feeling cool, calm, and collected. They want to talk about some other teams.
Yes, thank you so much, Seven, and welcome to the Cozy Corner, where we're about to spill the tea for you, joined by Kalaris and Jackie. Now, Kalaris, you had a nice little conversation with Yangon Galacticos. Spill the tea for us.
I'm kind of concerned for them, Lace, honestly, because coming into today here, last day of survival stage, they are the defending champions. However, when talking to Smile about how things maybe go from last year compared to this one, they want to try and mix in some kind of aggression in order to be able to keep up with this lobby. I don't think it's kind of mixed in just yet at all. I think they're going to have a very hard time mixing it in. When they won the previous year, so it's going to be difficult, I think, for a return championship performance.
I mean, I have to agree. And you know, a lot of the teams that have been kind of gifted zones, and I haven't seen really wide gifted opportunities. I must agree with you there. Oh, the now, Jackie, we have Arena. They were heavy hitters in the stages. They've kind of gone like that middle ground now. Spill the tea.
गंदे लग रहे हैं भाई छी
It's all over the floor.
कोई नहीं यार
especially if you're in the arena here in Paris.
अपने ये बाल क्या कर रहे हैं?
It's one of those where they are a good team, and obviously this was the Rondo game where it really opened our eyes to this event. We're thinking, oh my god, no one could even really contest them. I think all of the eliminations they got, if I'm not mistaken, none of them were respawns as well. Basically, right? So it was pretty much a clean run of just pure dominance.
और बताओ कैसे हो गाइस क्या हाल है? आज हमारे सब्सक्राइबर सब लोग कहाँ हैं? चैट वाले, चैट करने वाले, पढ़ने वाले. मेरे को और दिक्कत नहीं है भाई, स्मूथी हेयर है मेरे, बस बाइक चलाते टाइम दिक्कत होता है. ये मेरे थोड़े वो हैं भाई, बाइक पे थोड़ा वैसे हो जाते हैं स्प्रेड, एंड जैसे ही स्प्रेड हुए उसके बाद थोड़े से कर्ली हो जाएंगे. देखो नहा के आऊंगा तो ठीक रहेंगे, नहाने के बाद जब थोड़ा टाइम रहेगा कहीं बाहर जाऊंगा बंद करके आऊंगा, देन फिर एकदम कर्ली हो जाएंगे. कर्ली होने के बाद भी वो नहीं है, मतलब कर्ली होंगे, होने के बाद फिर बहुत अजीब से हो जाएंगे, कहीं नहीं जाएंगे फिर ये दिक्कत है.
Arena return to the aggressiveness, because the only other team really doing that, I believe, is Furia, where they're actually hunting down their plays. I think if Arena can adapt to that, they'll be the second kind of team doing that aggressiveness.
The main concern is that yes, right now they're currently in that top 5.
However,
the mid pack is so close. Anybody from those positions could quite easily jump up with just one game alone and knock them out of the top 5 instantly.
I think that is why it's so tumultuous right now, because obviously we've seen it's not that consistent from them, right? So how do you fix that in the space of one day? 6 games left to go. Fear starts to kick in when other teams are rising their skill level as well. It feels like everyone's getting a bit better the longer the competition's gone on, especially as far as our top squads out of the running. Yeah, it's just a bit hard out there.
Start almost.
And we can cut the
almost 420 पे होता है, I think 420 या फिर 420 पे कर देंगे. ऐसा ना करें कि 4:30 बजे करें, दिक्कत
because we're focusing on 2 teams today. We've got GK Esports, who are in the top 6 right now, finds themselves in survival and in 9th place. So not only are they not safe, they haven't guaranteed their place into finals. It's
और
very
बताओ
close.
अजीब
We have
हाँ
them at 32 points right now.
क्या लगता है कौन-कौन सी 6 टीम जा रही है, जी मैं बताऊं मेरे को. अपनी 6 टीम दो.
They are at 41.
अपनी 6 टीम दो मेरे को कि कौन-कौन सी जा रही है.
Are very important. We're going to be checking in all day long to see how they're doing, keep you up to date with all these storylines, and at the end of it all, we'll see how it plays out.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. Yeah, the CC update is gonna keep on getting even spicier, especially as we get closer and closer to the weekend. But something else that we actually need to start talking about, because you mentioned it earlier as well, Max, is just player performance. With what we have seen now multiple 1v2s, 1v4s. Jukes, Milu, great cast, by the way, yesterday. It's been all over Instagram using the hashtag EWC.
It was insane. I mean, that 1v4 was so wild to see, and it just really invigorated that whole squad. So these players are really going to have to start popping off here. Like I said, Milu, 18 eliminations, QZZ with 15. They have the top 2 performers so far. Going on down, you have Leparkin from RRQ with 12 eliminations. And surprisingly, right below him, Necessary from the Wolves, all right? So it's good to see the Wolves, you know, on the top of the leaderboards or something. Hopefully we can see them here at the end in the top 6, but they're going to have to do a little bit more work. But one team in particular that I got to look at is Alpha 7, okay? Looking at their player stats, you have Guizhou in 6th with 11, who's actually the top performer for A7 here, right? Where's Carrillo? Where is Rebel? They're down
अभी
to
A7 भी धीरे-धीरे फॉर्म में आ रहा है. हाँ, मतलब A7 भी आ सकती है. Furia भी हाय अजय. हेलो कृति, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसे हो कृति, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे. फ्यूरिया भी देखो, फ्यूरिया त्यान बातों मेरे को लगे थी कि बहुत इजी चले जाएंगे, बट अगर देखा जाए तो जिस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो अभी कंफर्म नहीं है यार. मतलब जो बॉटम टीम भी है ना, जो 7, 8, 9, 10 पर है, वो भी अच्छा खेलने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगी आज के गेम में. एंड मेरे को लगता है कि जो टारगेट किया जाएगा ना, वो फ्यूरिया और त्यानबा को किया जाएगा मिडिल ऑर्डर के द्वारा. आज ओपी करने का मौका नहीं दोगे. एंड एनएस का इतना बेस्ट मैचेस नहीं गए, बट उतना खराब भी नहीं गए, तो वो भी कम बैक करेंगे यार. वही ना, वही कह रहा हूँ मैं. आज जितना भी मिडिल ऑर्डर वाली टीम है ना, वो सब लोग अटैक करके खेलेंगे. सर्वाइवल में सर्वाइवल की तरह नहीं खेलेंगे, मतलब प्रमोशन मैच बहुत कम खेलेंगे लोग. ओपी करने का मौका मिलेगा आपको जल्दी ही. जस्ट अभी उठा हूँ मैं.
I think it's gonna be Furia.
KRX, come back.
KRX, all right. I'm going to go with none other than Alpha 7. But it's time we see who's actually going to be getting that first win. Put in your predictions in the chat. Use the hashtag EWC or EWC26 if you end up using social media. But it's time. We start the final day of Survival Stage. PMWC at EWC26. Here we go, baby.
पहला मैच रोंडो का स्टार्ट होने वाला है। नहीं हो रहा अभी तो यार 4:30 बजे करेंगे शायद से।
We began this journey with 32 teams, and after today, just 16 will remain in the fight for $3 million and the stunning PMWC trophy.
Yeah, but Bunny, remember, 10 team will see that he destroyed their hopes and dreams, falling straight into our crusher.
The tension in the air is palpable. The spice levels have been dialed from medium to hot, and the energy in the Qiddiya city grid, it's electric. And so, it's time to meet.
अबे ये क्या कर रहे हैं? ये चीज़ा नक्को करो रे ऐसा।
हर कोई बोलता है जेई।
मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई साहब, मेरे साथ अन्याय हो रहा है। ये क्या कर रहे रे? आगे ना, बस आगे ना। रोंडो में कौन सी टीम का डिनर होगा बताओ? मेरे को क्या लगता कि थोड़ा सा मैप वेप और वो देखने दो कि जोन कहाँ बन रहा है, उस हिसाब से थोड़ा बताता मैं कि कौन सी टीम क्या करेगी। सब टीम का माइंडसेट बहुत खतरनाक होगा कि रोंडो में बहुत अच्छी किल्स निकाल लें। ये क्या कर रहे हो? अरे पता नहीं यार, एकदम बैक हो गया सब कुछ। होम पेज पे चले गए, अन्याय हो गया। अच्छा कोई ना, ले लो टाइम अपना, मैं रेडी हूँ ओपी के लिए। ओपन कर दे दूसरों के चैनल। नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अपने आप हो गया। ई अरीना निकाल सकती है क्या इस बार? मतलब जैसा फर्स्ट डे में फर्स्ट मैच में किया था भाई, 39 पॉइंट सिंगल मैच में। ये क्या था भाई? इसने शुक्र है ये किया, उसने वो नहीं किया। मतलब समझ रहे हो, मतलब दूसरी उंगली नहीं उठाई। मुझे लगा था वो करने वाला है अभी ना, मतलब उंगली बंद करके बोल देगा अभी।
What it takes to claim the 6 places that remain. It's time to lock in and find out.
भाई ये कैसे डॉन सब कुछ लेके आ रहे हैं भाई? बच जा, पी पड़ी। अरे ओ भाई, एडिटिंग हो गया भाई। हाँ रेडी रहो।
Survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Bunny, anything can happen.
With a big chicken dinner and a sad dominance in the lobby, it's not going to be so easy.
Today, you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak.
Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
यार A7 का फैन बेस अच्छा है, मतलब जो उनकी मैनेजमेंट है ना, मस्त है भाई। टीम का ढोल वोल सब कुछ लेके भाई अच्छे तरीके से आ रखे हैं भाई वो लोग। यार चिकन भी अच्छा था तिरंगा का।
Chicken dinner. This is brilliant. There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
Carrillo.
By far the cleanest take we've seen of a
कल की वो दिखा रहे हैं, ये highlight 4:30 बजे ही करेंगे लगता है।
Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down, and now they're gone. DK said, it's done. Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner.
We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down, and RRQ are looking to
Guys, कौन stream पर आ गए हैं यार? Make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
And he's doing this all by himself. It's the squad wipe 1v4 from Milu.
Break किया जा रहा है।
A desperate
Oh my! Ajay 44.44 super chat. GG or what? Thank you so much Ajay for 44.44 super chat. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Milu made that one look incredibly easy.
ये कल मीलू का 1v4 अच्छा था भाई, मतलब हाँ अच्छा था यार, एडवांटेज सब कुछ बढ़िया था भाई वो क्लच का। डोनेट से फिर शॉटगन से दोनों। अजय ओपी फायर अजय, थैंक यू सो मच अजय भाई, थैंक यू so much.
Which is just disgusting at a whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Slightly different story here for E-Arena, John, making it fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from E-Arena.
Yeah, and I mean, those 2 minutes are pretty important as well.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the match, those 2 minutes,
7.77 super chat.
when you're getting
Thank you so much Ajay bhai for gifting. कितना हो गया?
Going those few minutes further, deeper into the game.
120 almost, है ना? 120 but Ajay bhai, thank you so much. Love you, big hug. Thank you.
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic for them, but it came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games, and I think for them, I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call. I hope they got back and they weren't happy with that top 6. That's what I'm hoping for right now for Alpha 7. I'm hoping they got
Ajay bhai,
back to
thank you so much यार। मतलब भाई टॉप सपोर्टर का प्लेस भाई मेरे को तो नहीं लगता भाई कोई और आ सकता है अजय भैया के अलावा ना। अजय भाई बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कैप्चर करके बैठे हैं टॉप सपोर्टर वाले।
But this year, it's just not.
Anyway,
let's drop in with some of our other teams. Wolves right now, it's just not working. It really is not working.
भाई ये मैनेजमेंट भाई, मतलब heads of ray, मतलब गोड लाइक वाले भी अगर ऐसे करेंगे फाइनल में तो भाई मजा ही ना आ जाएगा।
Some strong players on side. I mean, Elementrix really impressed me yesterday. Overall, I still think that this guy is one of the strongest players from that team, and is a really strong contender here at PMWC, at EWC. But the individualistic nature of teams just does not work anymore. Everyone needs to. That's the thing of the past.
66.66.
Absolutely, it's something we've been saying for the last probably few years now.
Thank you so much, bhai.
To make sure your engine's pushing as hard as it can, and it's potentially something for
almost
other teams to be considering.
Almost 187, मतलब हाँ, almost. फिर से OP अजय, आकृति OP कर रही है रे मेरे साथ। A7 का मैनेजमेंट अलग है भाई सबसे। हाँ यार मतलब वही ना, मतलब बहुत अच्छे तरीके से म्यूजिक सिस्टम लेके चल रहे हैं भाई, ड्रम एंड तुम्हारा वो झुंझुना और मतलब काफी अलग अलग तरह की चीजें मतलब अगर गॉड लाइक भी भाई थोड़ा सा ऐसे लेके जाएगी तो मजा नहीं आएगा भाई यार फिर से ओपी फायर इमोजी अजय पहला राउंड स्टार्ट हो गया रे ये इसका हवा नहीं आ रहा रे हाँ अब भाई इतनी देर में इसका हवा है मेरे पे मतलब फेस पे हवा ही नहीं पड़ रहा था ध्यान बा मतलब भाई देख रहे हो 26 पॉइंट आगे है बहुत हम्बल लोग हैं A7 की सभी लोग ऐसे ही है हाँ सब लोग अच्छे हैं यार A7 भी जानी चाहिए ये फाइनल मजा आएगा मजा आएगा मजा आएगा स्टेडियम उतरेंगे लोग बाग फाइट लेने के लिए या फिर यहाँ पे जाएंगे जाओ इधर है ना नहीं एक्स फैक्ट्री तो इधर तो प्लेन पाती दिए हैं इसमें का 2 बारी भी बनता है ना कभी कभी 2 प्लेन पाथ बनते हैं ना पहले इसके मैप में गॉड लाइक में कोई नहीं है ऐसा करने वाले मतलब मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना मतलब अगर गॉड जी ऐसा कर रहा होगा कैसे लगेगा ये जी गोल्ड ऐसे कर रहा होगा जी गोल्ड हो गया डायनम हो गया ये लोग ऐसे करते हैं भाई खतरनाक मजा नहीं आएगा मतलब यार 5th प्लेयर मतलब बैठा हुआ है मतलब गोल्ड से भी बैठे हुए हैं ठीक है एंड जी गोल्ड भी है डायनम भी है और भाई जी गोल्ड क्यों तोड़ा भाई मैं तोड़ा नहीं मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई वो भी तो मैनेजमेंट का हिस्सा है ना मतलब भाई हो गए मीजो वीजो ये सब हो गए भाई शार्क और सब भाई वहाँ पे भाई मतलब ढोल वोल बजा रहे हैं चल रहे भाई जैसे ही गोल्ड लाइक ने चिकन निकाला या कोई क्लच कर दिया खतरनाक नहीं मजा आएगा ये वुल्फ ने 3 प्लेसेस निकाल दिए भाई गॉड्स को भी तोड़ा है लाइक यार नहीं भाई देखो भाई दिल से बोल रहा हूँ गॉड जी बहुत अच्छा बंदा है भाई मतलब बहुत फनी है भाई वो बंदा ठीक है अच्छा लगता है भाई मतलब नहीं तो लोग होते हैं भाई 5th प्लेयर भाई कि भाई मुझे नहीं खिला रही है वो मतलब मेरे को भी खिलाओ वो बढ़िया बंदा है भाई चिल है भाई वो उसको खिलाया तो तोड़ेगा नहीं खिलाया तो भी और बढ़िया वो बहुत सही इंसान है रे जैसे कियो है ना अपना टैग में कियो है कियो भी मस्त है भाई मतलब फनी गाय है वो भी एंड वो भी भाई बहुत सही है भाई दोनों बंदे ना जी गॉड जी एंड कियो दोनों मस्त इंसान है भाई अंदर से अच्छे लोग हैं यार वो बट भाई कुछ भी कहो अजय भाई मतलब बच्चों के लिए एक्साइटेड हूँ ना भाई मतलब इतना कुछ नहीं है भाई मेरे को ग्रैंड फाइनल देखना है भाई इंडिया की 2 टीम भेंडी भाई दोनों टीम ग्राइंड करते हैं नेक्स्ट लेवल की बहुत फनी बंदा है पता है भाई फुल चिल एंड फुल टाइम ग्राइंड हाँ भाई बहुत अच्छे से ग्राइंड करते हैं वो दोनों लोग और मजे भी फुल करते भाई ऐसा नहीं है उनके अंदर कि भाई मुझे नहीं या तो 4 में या क्या सीन है वो बंदे खुद मस्त है भाई 18 आवर्स ग्राइंड करता है एक दिन गॉड जी भाई वही ना दोनों बहुत बढ़िया चिल बनते हैं भाई गॉड जी भी कियो भी मतलब अच्छे बंदे हैं यार बट भाई मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ रे भाई ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए ना लिटरली भाई मतलब एक तो ये मेरी फर्स्ट वॉच पार्टी है मतलब मेरे को पहली बार परमिशन मिली है देन मेरे पास सब कुछ है और ये मेरी फर्स्ट है उसके बाद फर्स्ट वॉच पार्टी में ही इंडिया की दोनों टीम ग्रुप स्टेज में ही फाइनल डायरेक्ट, मतलब सीधा फाइनल में है। मतलब तुम देख रहे हो, मतलब भाई बस शब्द नहीं है भाई, मैं कितना खुश हूँ। मतलब यार क्या रहा है SUGOI वर्सेस GS9। आकृति चैट में है तो आकृति भी अभी सुपर चैट करना चाहिए। अरे सही बात है, बिल्कुल सही बात है, करना तो चाहिए। आकृति करो रे सुपर चैट, मतलब अगर यार मेंबरशिप ही ले लो तुम तो। RRQ ने नॉक किया। अरे यार वो तो घुसना नहीं था भाई। आपने अपने लौंडे बहुत ग्राइंड किए हैं, रिजल्ट दिखा दिया है वही ना भाई। मतलब यार आप खुद ही देखो, मतलब भाई दोनों टीम फर्स्ट टाइम ग्लोबल स्टेज खेली। आज से पहले कभी मतलब ऐसा ग्लोबल लॉबी में मतलब एक्सपीरियंस नहीं की कि भाई लैंड खेली हो बहुत बार या क्या सीन है। फर्स्ट टाइम खेली एंड फर्स्ट टाइम ही सीधा फाइनल भाई, नेक्स्ट लेवल यार भाई। मतलब दिख रहा है भाई लोग कितनी तैयारी की है भाई वो इस मूवमेंट के लिए ना, वो नेक्स्ट लेवल है भाई।
This is very, very promising. Very, very promising.
The arena have been an absolute nightmare to the solos on the north side. They've gone and sent a duo down to one recall tower. They took a solo out. They've sent to another recall tower, another solo gone. That has changed the dynamic in Yulin so dramatically. It looks like they might have been trying to catch out a player from Alpha 7 again on that egress, but Grisel does manage to slip on through that net. And E Arena now sending a duo in towards Yulin itself.
नहीं OG का एक्सपीरियंस है बट गॉडलाइक का नहीं, बट क्या खेला है। नहीं OG का एक्सपीरियंस है, OG एक बार खेल के आ चुकी है, बट वो ना वो मतलब यार वो एक एक्सपीरियंस में उस टाइम पे थोड़ा सा डाउन था कि भाई थोड़ा सा पता नहीं था कि क्या सीन है क्या नहीं है। तो वो बस एक फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा था कि हाँ भाई कुछ था और कुछ आया और कुछ गया, वो ऐसा था एक्सपीरियंस। अच्छे से एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किए वो लोग। मैं वो कह रहा हूँ एक्सपीरियंस इन द सेंस कि जैसे कि यार ये हो गई RRQ A7, इनको नॉलेज है भाई। इनके यहाँ पे ग्लोबली बैन नहीं है ना गेम, हमारे यहाँ पे इंडिया में ग्लोबल बैन है। हम सिर्फ इंडिया की लॉबी खेलते हैं, तो इंटरनेशनल का मौका उनके पास फर्स्ट टाइम ही था, ये कह रहा हूँ मैं। OG में भी था आई थिंक आतंकी ही दूसरी बार खेल रहा है ना, सिर्फ आतंकी ही तो दूसरी बार ही खेल रहा है। अरे अच्छा लगता नाइस। क्यों बताओ, मैं कहीं गलत हूँ तो मेरे को करेक्ट करो जी भाई। क्या आरू की पूरी टीम खेली थी फर्स्ट टाइम OG जब खेली थी तो? बट यार इस बार बहुत अच्छा खेले, दोनों टीम बहुत अच्छा करी है यार, नो डाउट। सब खेले हैं। अच्छा OG की पूरी टीम खेली है। ओके 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 ओके। अबे और क्या AGL ये अरीना का जोकर स्टेडियम में ही है फिलहाल। A7 है इधर, बाकी ULA जोन आ रही है, NSD है, ULF गॉड 721 मेरे पास तो पैसे ही नहीं है, मेरे साइड के आप ही कर दो प्लीज। मेंबरशिप ले लो, सुपर चैट में कर देता। सिर्फ 59 रुपीज की है, कृति ले लो मेंबरशिप।
Looked like they had to go very far to get the reset, which means they'll be likely playing edge later on. Revel and instantaneously getting the flush. Igniting them so far. The team is bruised and bleeding, but they are still going. And they've got all three of their players who were recalled up on that northwestern side, starting to make their way away from it. With a little bit more loot, hopefully moving forwards with some sort of strength, but getting into the next zone may be tricky. Over towards Danching, kind of only Arena sits on their side of the circle. Everybody else is just clumping straight towards that southwest side, and it's not looking super easy to try and navigate. RRQ wanting to navigate this compound, but it's not going so well. 721 GS.
Membership लेकर सुपर चैट में करता है, जो 60 रुपीस है, आप बाहर जाओगे तो एक प्लेट मोमोज का प्राइस है, बस ले लो। ये वही ना, ये हमारे यहाँ के मोमोज महंगे हो रखे हैं जे भाई, 210 का एक प्लेट मोमोज दे रहे हैं भाई, और उसमें भी 8 मोमोज आते हैं। वो अलग बात है, वो हेल्दी वे में बना रहे हैं, मतलब नो मैदा यूज ऐसा करके बताते हैं, बट वही ना,
without any kind of clap back. RRQ does move over towards the northern side, gets that reset, will start to move down towards that south side, but you're right, we're over towards Danching, Chuling, moved out from Tenlong Gardens, have a little bit of a dip down towards the bottom here.
The south edge. And on the south side with one Elim, it's Tianba at the top of the table still. They've been a lot more reserved over the course of this match, not wanting to get stuck in. Well, actually, they were forced to be a little bit more reserved because they did go down in the hot drop earlier on. Yeah. So they are now playing, not necessarily on the back foot, but certainly not from a big win on this engagement, like Alpha 7, who've managed to transition away from their game. They're all the way up on that north side there. You can see the backstop for the arena.
BMPS.
A long time getting
हाँ, BMPS भी तो चल रहा है ना?
Circle sends to the north side of Danching, and all of those teams that committed south flank.
हमारे यहाँ तो 60 का है एक प्लेट। अरे अजय भाई मैं बता तो रहा हूँ, 210 रुपीस का एक प्लेट, और वो भी 8, 10 भी नहीं देते, 8। देख रहे हो तुम कितना महंगा कर रखा है। मैं कभी जाऊंगा ना, मतलब बहुत टाइम हो गया, मैं कभी जाऊंगा तो फोटो भेजूंगा तुम्हें कैसे दिखते हैं। पैसे नहीं है बोली तो आप ही गिफ्ट कर दो।
Towards that northern edge, but oh my god, it is clustered right now.
कैश है, ऑनलाइन यूज नहीं करती, इधर गिफ्टिंग करे तो नहीं मिलता है। हाँ वही ना कृति, अगर इन्होंने गिफ्ट किया तो मतलब ये इनके पास वो नहीं है कि सिलेक्ट करके किसी को भी गिफ्ट कर सकते हैं, वो रैंडमली यूट्यूब की तरफ से 14,000 जितने सब्सक्राइबर है ना, इनमें से किसी को भी मिल सकती है, समझे?
To be able to get to that recall tower before Yangon Galacticos. Unfortunately, it is pretty closely fought though, and they might want to just set up for it. RRQ could third party, but the brunt of it will fall on Yangon Galacticos right now. And Yangon maybe
A7 के पास 9 finishes हैं, जो कि एक अच्छा स्टार्ट है A7 का। वुल्फ के पास 8 हैं और बस A7 एशेक 3 पर आ गई। और तियानबा के पास सिर्फ एक एलिमिनेशन है। क्या तियानबा फर्स्ट मैच में ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी? ये 11 लोग देख रहे हो, कितने लाइक हुआ? लेट्स गो फॉर 20 लाइक, अभी 16 लाइक ही हुए हैं। ओह अच्छा, ऐसा क्या? ओके यस ऐसा ही है, मतलब उनके पास वो नहीं है कि वो गिफ्ट कर मतलब वो गिफ्ट करेंगे तो वो सिलेक्ट नहीं कर सकते कि वो गिफ्ट किन किन को कर रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ यूट्यूब के पास है। बीएमपीएस के टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है अभी बस। हाँ बीएमपीएस के टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है। मैंने देखा कुछ इशू आ रहा है, मतलब जब हर्ष गोली चला रहा था, नेट को कर रहा था तो नेट छूटा ही नहीं, एंड देन जब जोनाथन फायर कर रहा था स्प्रेज का तो मतलब थोड़ा लैग वैग इशू चल रहा है उधर ना, काफी अच्छे वाला। ऐसा मैंने रील में देखा कि मतलब वो जोनाथन ने मार दिया, वो गाड़ी आगे चलेगी, फिर एकदम पीछे वो नॉक दिखा रहा है बंदा। ऐसा कुछ मैंने रील देखी
Sink
थी
their
वो।
teeth into it, see what they can get done here versus the Wolves, because you know, all things considered, honestly, Wolves having a decent game.
इस मैच में चिकन मेरे को A7 का क्यों लग रहा है?
In the near future, though, they send a little bit further towards that north side, maybe try and isolate the western portion of the circle by LOSing off the back of this small mound. Teams are happy though. Teams are very happy, in fact, that we are heading back down towards Danching. Goodness me, all that work to try and find a position there for it to only go north. You would be fairly upset. Egos though will crash in towards a building. Not a care in the world for the vehicle either. He just wants to get inside, get a position to play, and work off the back of this. They've got AGAL though in the vicinity.
Yeah, the inside negotiations from Danching.
देखो KRX का तो मेरे को नहीं लगता भाई KRX यहाँ से कमबैक कर सकती है, मेरे को पॉसिबल ही नहीं लग रहा भाई। ये टीम थोड़ा अभी तो नहीं लग रहा, मतलब जिस हिसाब से खेल रही है। हाँ आकृति क्या करते हो आप शेडिंग और जॉब, अब बताओ भाई किस टीम का डिनर होगा? A7 का लग रहा है मेरे को।
Away from themselves, they drag their form in towards Danching, and they lose Ragnarok. That's the price they pay, but with 3 players it's still doable from the inside.
Easy Van Boy looking for that cheeky angle around the aircon unit.
721 GS कल थोड़ा ठीक खेल रही थी, बट अभी भी वो मेरे को 15 पे दिख रही है। देन फिर डॉपनेस, गॉड ने यूएलएफ को नॉक दिया, बल्कि यहाँ पे गी का डॉपनेस और यूएलए अलूला किल चोरी हो गया।
I feel like outside of some of the good games they've had, which have a little bit lucky at times, they just don't have that firepower, the defensive capabilities.
Not quite there, not quite there, can't hold off the onslaught. Alola went for a wild crash, by the way, from the area near Goat Team on the south edge. They just went straight
पीछे देखो ELF भी है, ठीक है, एंड इधर गॉड ने ULF को फिनिश कर दिया। I think ULF पूरी बाहर है, लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है, एंड गोट के भी 2 बंदे हो गए, 2 रहता है। क्या यहाँ पर गॉड अपने 2 प्लेयर छोड़ेगी?
Down, and with Ulf just on Solus, Goat Team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay
हो गया
after a crash onto Ulf.
ये सारी टीम अच्छा कर रही है। हाँ नॉक त्यानबा ने नॉक दिया मिटिका को।
Goat Team didn't lose a single player. Very, very interesting stuff. I'd love to see
KRX free kills है ये लॉबी में, मेरे को भी यही लग रहा है KRX free kills है। अब बताओ भाई किस टीम का स्टडी पॉकेट मनी बचा के रखना आकृति और बाद में मेरे को दे देना।
Massive boon to them on that south edge. The north side starting to get a little bit more tense as well, with Nongshim Red Force, Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, RRQ all starting to try to figure out how they can step forwards. 721 GS trying to move around on that north side as well. The
721 GS भी आ गई है। ये अरीना थोड़ा कंपाउंड होल्ड करके बैठी है। हे पुश मारा रे, 701 नॉक हुआ। ये ब्लाइंड पुश था भाई, ये रश नहीं करना था। थोड़ा समझते सिचुएशन को भाई, कितनी सारी टीम है यहाँ पे। 721 GS भी है, डॉपनेस भी है, गी अलूला
on this north side where the circle now shifts towards.
Molly,
a very prevalent area of the
finish आ जाएगा क्या?
And I mean, I can understand it when you're about 20 seconds out from the next circle. You don't really want to get into a big engagement just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to this location on that northern side while still pressuring out Nongshim Red Force. However,
बसड़ होगा भी, हाँ वही ना बसड़ होगा रे, बहुत लगता।
Sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing out this northern edge so you can just start peppering the entirety of the team in Danching if it does move away from it, which right now it absolutely is. There is so little movement happening on this northern side at the moment. No team wants to get involved with one another.
I mean, Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite a while, so they're feeling fairly entrenched. This is 721, who were able to crash in, but GK are starting to turn the tides of this game around. They have been through hell and back so far.
and they are looking to bring back some mementos for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are holding on to the western point desperately. Milu.
A7 बहुत सेफ खेल रहे हैं क्योंकि इसके किल आ गए हैं. किल वुल्फ के भी आ चुके हैं, बट यहाँ पर जो फाइट चल रही है वो गेट नॉक हो चुकी है. अलूला ने फिनिश ले लिया. ए अरीना एनएस को ले लिया. एनएस ने ए अरीना मतलब एक गया. ये अरीना के 2 गए और एनएस किधर है रे? एनएस का एक गया. 721 GS सैंडविच हो गई है. वही ना, वो बहुत गलत घुसी. मतलब खुद ही देखो, उसको थोड़ा सा इंटेल लेना था कि बंदे कहाँ पे क्या नहीं है. वो सीधा डायरेक्ट है. A7 का बंदा एनएस पे पुश किया और वो चला गया. भाई वो सिर्फ इंटेल लेने आया था. नेट पे है. अरे कैंसिल किया, चला गया. अवॉइड किया ये वाली फाइट. बहुत अच्छा था.
Yeah, it was RRQ who managed to find a knock over towards Carrillo, and he will.
बहुत अच्छा ट्राई है रे. बहुत अच्छा सेव कर सकता है. सेव हो सकता है. वो रिवाइव उठ जाएगा. डॉपनेस का बंदा अभी तक सरवाइव करा हुआ है. देख रहे हो तो मतलब वो दोनों तरफ से गिरा हुआ है. बग्गी क्या चल रहा है? What is this? बड़ी अच्छा बड़ी. मंजीत भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. ये वॉच पार्टी चला हुआ है EWC की, मतलब पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप की PMWC की वॉच पार्टी चली हुई है. वही चल रहा है बस. स्कूल 10th में हूँ. 721 GS. हाँ जरूर आना पड़ेगा. हाँ जरूर आना पड़ेगा तुमको दिल्ली. पॉकेट मनी के लिए नहीं, मैं नहीं जा सकती ना. अच्छा नाइस अकृति. पॉकेट मनी बचा के रखना है, ठीक है? पॉकेट मनी ज्यादा होने के बाद बता देना मेरे को, आ जाऊंगा. ये अच्छा मारा. 1 मिनट रुकना, 1 मिनट रुकना. एक मिनट रुकना, देखना मेरे को. नॉक है. अलूला गुस्सा. एक और नॉक हुआ नेट से. एक फिनिश हुआ. अरे 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 एम ट्रांसफर. एम ट्रांसफर.
Goodness me. But was 7 eliminations with 4 alive, they would have had a great time. But now it's Quick against 3 from Furia. He's already managed to find Eagles, and now Ayala and Chief are bearing down upon him. There goes the flush. And he's still got a little bit more to say. The end of the story, not quite yet. Quick dashes out, and the pin pulled on the nade keeps brings him further away from it, and Quick goes down. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force on the
फाइट मिस करते हो भाई. मैंने बैक करके देख लिया. 721 GS का मलिक ने क्या मारा भाई. भाई क्या एम ट्रांसफर किया वो. तियानबा वर्सेस फ्यूरिया. मिलू गया. ईगल मेपल. ये कैनवा पहला मैच थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं खेल पाई. नॉक पॉप्समैन ने दोनों का नॉक फिनिश. फ्यूरिया का ही.
Alpha 7 now. Look to try and pinch over towards the southeast side of them. Send some Canberra nades through. They lost Grisao in the middle of all of that. I feel like at the moment the story of this game is GOAT team going God mode on this western flank, rotating in, crashing into Ulf, disengaging from Danching, taking the initiative to move around that western side. You highlighted it, you said it's what you wanted to see. Eagle wants to see red as he's spraying the shotgun shells up the staircase, but it's not going to work.
AGAL currently still as a 4-man. Said yesterday they were able to get themselves a nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We expect so much more from this squad. Coming off their performance throughout the year, PEL, PMWC was not meant to be
RRQ, AGL.
A rocky start for them.
Wolves.
Easy. Now look at the pinpoint.
Oh,
those
अच्छा
shots,
knocked.
but right out into the open. No smokes
एक और
available.
knock.
It is free picking.
RRQ.
Hey,
RRQ versus God versus ये AGL.
Alpha 7 is taking heavy casualties on this northern edge, but it's Yangon Galacticos got themselves in towards these buildings quickly. They were fast on their approach.
A7 के दो बंदे, तीनों बंदे उठ गए. Wolf के दो बंदे, God के 4, AGL के 2, YG के 4, RRQ के 4. Ten अभी पैसिव खेलना चालू कर दिया.
On that eastern side.
और यही गलत कर रही है. ज्यादा नहीं बचा पाती, ज्यादा होता है खर्च कर देती हूँ. अरे बाप रे.
With only 3 elims at the moment though, with 6 teams alive, going down here would just not be a good enough performance for them, frankly.
क्या लगता है चिकन बताओ, अजय भाई चिकन बताओ, 6 टीमें कौन सी एक टीम लेकर जाएगी बताओ. A7 Wolves, God, RRQ, AGL, YG.
EWC.
ये कुछ तो मिसल हो रहा है.
Resetting, lining up their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is, where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this one? Try and pick up some of the drags, because they've already done a lot in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker, in my opinion, in this match.
ये रेवन का आइडियल है रे.
ज्यादा
नहीं बचा पाती, ज्यादा होता है खर्च कर देती हूँ. अजय इस बार रेड वाली करो, बड़े वाला ओपी करूँगी.
They have to move. RQ's not done much this game, but they're happy to punish as they have to head over towards the dip. AGAL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time as well, not really done much off the back of it. They could easily attempted to get in on the action. As Go
finish Wolf करी. AGL ने Wolf को finish कर दिया, पूरा eliminate हो गया Wolf.
Take out the remainder of Wolves.
8 finishes लेके गई है Wolf, and I think दो point लेके वैसे गई है.
South side of Danching so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open and knock over towards the Yangon Galacticos.
खर्चा थोड़ा बहुत करो, बाकी का बचा के रखो.
Alpha 7 going to get pushed over the hill, and with an
Hello Tanishka, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है stream पे.
Head to head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers, and they will be borne out in the result.
ये RRQ क्या खेली भाई?
Maybe. That's a real word. Pick up a ball potentially. Down towards that south side. Put him in a vehicle, moving forward. Loot crate in play here, but as I told you before, it's very open. Emergency cover players.
भाई RRQ अच्छा कर रही है वो.
Alpha 7 has to figure out something and figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos on this 2-2 split, they should have been able to realize this by now. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They need to smoke train over towards one of these buildings. A 3v2, very doable here, and will close off the sight lines from the rest of the Yangon Galacticos squad.
A nade, a little opening, and Alpha 7 will descend. Maybe even GOAT team could crash on towards it. But they're content for now. As RRQ start to march forward, Alpha 7 with the cover flares, they can get a little bit closer to this now. Is spotted though.
Almost finish. ये knock finish. RRQ. भी क्या हो गया? क्या खेल रहे हो रे?
Shots now being levied over towards GOAT team on the western side.
रेड वाली करेंगे अभी नहीं, बट जरूर जल्दी ही करेंगे. कर दो.
Holding out GOAT team.
अभी शोकर.
Holding out RRQ, you're right.
तबीयत ठीक नहीं है. इतनी तबीयत को क्या हुआ रे?
Trying to get some shots over towards Yangon Galacticos, but RRQ just have these broadsides, and not for a single second have they just let Alpha 7 move freely here. It has massively slowed them
मेरे को लग
down.
रहा था A7 का चिकन आ जाएगा, बट जिस सिचुएशन में A7 अभी फंस चुकी है, अब थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है A7 के लिए.
Now just hits, and we will be closing to center. Carrillo, last nade has to be a big one, but I think at this point in time, it is the final hurrah from Alpha 7. Yangon Galacticos though up to 6 eliminations. How do they want to just looking monstrous.
RRQ का सैंडविच हो गया.
They genuinely have looked better than everyone else.
लास्ट YG के पास ये वाले भी किल जा रहे हैं, मेरे को लग रहा है.
As they try and mount up, get across the open
उठ गए दोनों.
Two of themselves alive, but in a 2v2 against Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done and dusted. A hop out from Smile.
एक नॉक. फिनिश. अबे क्या कर रही है?
That's the opener that RRQ were looking for. The blue zone pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them.
Yangon Galacticos.
ये यहाँ पे YG थोड़ा सा अलग गलत कर दी.
Will squeeze the pressure on. RQ moves out. JS9 in play, but it's go once again.
गॉड का चिकन आ रहा है. गॉड का चिकन आ रहा है. गॉड का चिकन आ रहा है.
60 bullets in a dream.
A nade over towards Romeo. The blue zone's going to force him over the edge. He drops down, and down he goes. It is GOAT team going God mode.
They have to be happy with that game. I mean, the way that they're screaming the end of it, they did.
ये लिटरली मतलब जो ये अभी टीम किए हैं, मैं तुम्हें दिखा हूं. अगर देखो प्लेसमेंट देखना अभी, ठीक है. RRQ इधर है, गॉट इधर है, ठीक है. गॉट के 3 बंदे हैं, YG के 2 इधर है, 2 इधर है, एंड RRQ इधर है. पूरी 4 बंदे लेके, ठीक है. अब देखना
RRQ start to march forward. Although from across the way.
ये यहाँ पे रेवो को नॉक किया, फिनिश कर दिया, ठीक है. अब देखना.
Alpha 7.
यहाँ पे ये नॉक होगा और डेंटी रिवाइव हो जाएगा यहाँ पे, तो ठीक है. अब ये देखना, यहाँ पे नॉक निकालते हैं, वहाँ पे दोबारा से नॉक, ठीक है. वो नेड पे होता है और ये एक नेड, और यहाँ पे फिनिश हो जाती है A7. A7 फिनिश हुई. YG का कोई बंदा नहीं मरा है अभी तक, कोई भी बंदा मरा नहीं है. जहाँ पे RRQ थोड़ा पैसिव आती है एंड वो पुश करती है. इसकी नीड नहीं है कि इनको इस कंपाउंड पे पुश करना चाहिए, इनकी नीड है नहीं वैसे, बट ये करती है. गॉट यहाँ से एडवांटेज उठाती है. YG दूसरा भी नॉक निकालती है. एक नॉक पड़ा है, एक और नॉक निकालती है. हो गया. अब इनको पता है RRQ क्या यहाँ पे लास्ट बंदा है, जो कि ये रिवाइव दे रहा है. ये सोलो एक बंदा आएगा यहाँ पे, जब भी रिवाइव हो जाएगा तब पुश करने के लिए, ठीक है. यहाँ पे इनके जब यहाँ पे 2 बंदे हैं, इनको डायरेक्ट दोनों को जाना चाहिए यहाँ पे. वो गाड़ी में बैठा और फिर अलग चला जाएगा, ठीक है. ये कितने लो हैं, शॉटगन लेने की जरूरत थी यार. नॉक फिनिश. वो बंदा भागा जाएगा. RRQ जोन से चली जाएगी जहाँ तक मेरे को लगता है. नहीं,
starting to have to leave here. Go team will squeeze the pressure on. RQ moves out. JS9 in play, but it's go once again. Killer Joe at distance. Yangon Galacticos down to 1.
ये कैमरा गिर गया था. गलत घुस गया है YG का बंदा. ओ बारिश में भीगे हुआ. हाँ, कल बारिश में भीग ली थी, बस वही कॉल्ड कफ फीवर. भैया कल नेटवर्क था नहीं तो मैं बोर हो रही थी. नेटवर्क नहीं तो बारिश में भीगे हो, वाह, अभी टेबलेट लिए हो, क्या गिरा रहे हो? अरे मतलब इधर मैंने ना ये मेरी लाइट है, इधर ही एक स्टैंड है जिसमें मैं चैट पढ़ने के लिए फोन लगा रखा हूँ। एक फोन इधर रखा हूँ, एक फोन इधर रखा हूँ, ताकि मतलब गेम पे भी फोकस रहे, इधर भी चैट पढ़ सकूं, इधर भी चैट पढ़ सकूं। तो मैं जस्ट स्क्रॉल अप कर रहा था क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सा वो देख रहा था कि गलती कहाँ क्या की है ये लोग, और बस इस चक्कर में भाई ये कैमरा जो ऐसे गिरा है ऐसे करके। हे भगवान, तौबा तौबा तौबा। यार बारिश वारिश में थोड़ा सा हो जाता है रे कफ, कोल्ड फीवर। दवाई ववाई लो, सोया वोया करो, और बस आ लिया है दवा, बस ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। थोड़ा और सो जा, और खाना वाना अच्छे से खाइयो, और दवाई ववाई लो, और बस ठीक हो जाएगी जल्दी। आई प्री, ठीक है। कब तक मेरे को ओपी करना है अजय? हाँ लिया है दवा, बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा।
There was just any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed, looking back at it, to maybe just go directly into the final for the top 5?
那我们现在在胜存赛当中有 AGL 的 Flower
यार
带来这次的采访，
डॉट बहुत अच्छी तरीके से जीती है, नो डाउट।
差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。
अगर त्यानबा ऐसे ही खेलती आज थोड़ा सा बहुत ज्यादा,
能做出什么样的调整？
तो मेरे को नहीं लगता त्यानबा टॉप 6 कर पाएगी, क्योंकि अभी 5 मैचेस बचे हैं, 5 अलग अलग टीम अच्छी चिकन निकाल सकती है, तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट तो होगा त्यानबा के लिए। क्योंकि अगर एक किल निकाल के आप 1 पॉइंट लेके जा रहे हो, वो जो लीड आपकी 26 पॉइंट की, आप उस लीड को अगर खो रहे हो ना, वो दिक्कत कर जाएगा।
Just 9 points, and honestly, like the circles were pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple of mistakes too many. And looking back, you know, if we only just ironed out some of those mistakes.
बोलूंगा जब करूंगा तब कर देना, नहीं तो करते ही रहना ओके जब मन करे।
So let's talk about actually the last game from yesterday on Miramar, and it was kind of like Lost Leonis finish.
बोलूंगा जब करूंगा तब कर देना, नहीं तो करते रहना ओके। वही ना, नहीं तो करते रहो ओके, वो ज्यादा अच्छा है यार। रेस्ट ले लो अच्छे से, तनिष्का एंड हेल्थ पे थोड़ा केयर ले लो। वही ना, थोड़ा रेस्ट वेस्ट करो, मजे करो, खाना वाना अच्छे से खाओ, थोड़ा दही वही खट्टी चीजें मत खाना, और ठंडी चीजें भी मत खाना, थोड़ा सा गर्म चीज खाओ, और दवाई ववाई लो, मस्त से पढ़ के दोबारा से सो जाओ। ये क्या खेलते हो सुगोई यार। वही ना, एक दिन मैं यहाँ पे खड़ा होकर ऐसे इंटरव्यू दे रहा हूँ, फिर ऐसी किसी की चैट पे, मतलब ऐसी स्ट्रीम पे कोई कहेगा ये क्या खेलते हो सुगोई यार।
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in Los it was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle, because we were getting kind of like flanked by 2 different teams, but we managed to, you know, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one singular unit, and I think that was what clinched us the victory.
All right, thank you very much, Farage, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game. But a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team, and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit bit later on. So check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team, generally the first time in this tournament, I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between 3rd place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to
उन
show
साइड
that
में रखो एंड खाना खा लो, अच्छे से रेस्ट ले लो, वही ना हमने हटना हट किस लिए आज लूना तो अच्छा है भाई लूना कौन है इसमें से मेरे को ये तो बताओ
really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully.
अरे भैया सुबह से इतना सोती है अब तो सर घूम रहा सर घूम रहा है
was given to them a little bit, but they
सर घूम रहा है 2 बार घूम रहा है क्या
we could see them take some
सर
shots
घूम
towards
रहा
other
है
teams in the zone. So actually I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer
मैच
shots,
एनालाइज
man.
कर दो भाई मैच अगर मैं एनालाइज
The
करूं
win is finally going over to GOAT, but Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard.
Fully lose on this hot drop. It's looking like we might get another one with 721 GS going low, going down an 8.
कौन सी फाइट एनालाइज करनी है बताओ बताओ कौन सी फाइट एनालाइज करनी है हेलो एवरीवन वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बताओ 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 जी भाई कौन सी फाइट एनालाइज करूं अच्छा था इंटरव्यू वाला नहीं शूट बता रहे थे ना अल्फा 7 13 पॉइंट्स लेके गई है बल्कि गॉट 25 लेके गई है अगर राउंड फिगर में यहाँ पे बताऊं तो जो टीम सबसे बेकार करी है वो तो यार वही है ना क्यारेक्स एंड अपनेस सर घूम रहा है रे रे ये तुम बताए नहीं यार किसका कौन लूना है इनमें से लूना ये है कि लूना ये है और सूट तो किसी ने पहना ही नहीं चलो एनालाइज करते हैं अपन ना
Go straight to Yulin because it's going to be absolutely hectic in that location going forward. We can always take a look at the circle.
Fight 721 GS का
We'll see what happens there. Who's
721 GS का फाइट करते हैं
a long time getting away from stadium, but the circle sends to the north side.
चलो भाई
यहाँ पर fair few compounds that play out towards fine Q2 kind of an
यूएलए यहाँ पर अलग फाइट ले रहा है ध्यान रखे किस को नॉक किया है अलुला ने ध्यान में सेव जाती है टॉपनेस वर्सेस अलुला चलेगा उधर फ्यूरी आ गई यही वाली फाइट गीक वर्सेस डीएनए चल रहा है नॉक निकाला एंड फिनिश निकाला एक बंदा मिटका ने नॉक दिया देन फिनिश दिया देन फिर ये चुपचाप बैठ जाता है देन इसके सारे टीममेट मरेंगे अपना गीक या फिर उसके द्वारा नेट पे है मिटका कुछ तो करना चाह रहे हैं वो दोनों साइड से बंदे आ रहे हैं मिटका के अलुला भी आ चुकी है फॉर्स ने एक नॉक दिया स्कारफेस को अलुला के ये नेट कब किया अच्छा नेट था उधर से गीक ने फिनिश चुरा लिया ठीक है यहाँ पर तो बहुत गंदा फाइट होगा ये वाला जो है ना ये वाला जो अभी एम ट्रांसफर करेगा ये बहुत मिस करने वाला है देखना तुम अभी अब पुश होगा एक नेड नॉक
the onslaught. Alula went for a wild crash, by the way, from the area near GOAT team on the south edge. They just went straight in and they've managed to land.
Moxie ने knock finish डाला. ये गोल्ड फाइट ली।
Team similarly have pushed it towards Ulf, and it's not going well kind of for either team, but Ulf right now on their last player alive on the fight on the south side, and they are bleeding out. Something awful. Those recall towers are shut down now, Blank, as well, which means that you are not getting players back to their feet if you go down. And with Ulf just on Solus, Goat team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 after a crash onto Ulf. For Solus, I just don't see him as the guy anymore.
Finish हो जाएगा ये.
What is it now? Yeah, the Goat team didn't lose a single player. Very, very interesting stuff. I'd love to see a replay of how all that went down, just because Goat team versus Ulf.
आने वाली है 721 GS. नाइस, बढ़िया रहो, मैं भी ठीक हूँ. हाँ, उन सबको पर्सनली पूछो. बढ़िया ही रहते हैं हम, सो सेट रहते हैं, क्या फायदा.
Massive boon to them. Red Force Alpha step forwards. Than the rest, but GS trying to move.
ये निकले 721 GS आई. ये रीना से थोड़ा डैमेज खाई. डायरेक्ट कंपाउंड पे रुकी.
Closer to Danching than the rest, but no safer. 721 instead decide to crash into.
एक नॉक निकाला गीक ने.
And will be flushed out, I imagine.
नेट स्मोक किया. केविन होल्ड करके बैठा है. एक और नेट. गीक मॉली मारेगा अभी. रिहान पहुंच जाएगा, ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच जाएगा. अब कुछ होने वाला है.
However, this required a hard shift over towards the north, start clearing out the little. So they're feeling fairly entrenched. This is 721.
एक नॉक.
Starting to turn the tides of this game around.
यहाँ पे अगर अलुला इस टाइम पे पुश करती तो बहुत अच्छा रहता अलुला के लिए. फिनिश निकाला.
Does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are holding on to the western point desperately. Milu finds Alula claws. Helico.
क्विक क्लोज आ रहा है. क्विक ने नेट किया. नॉक फिनिश. क्लो नॉक है इनका.
Goats are moving in. Get a good amount of damage done, but Irina's already sent out over towards that. Go honestly is doing it and push this one. Goats ouched out by shoes. But Korea smoke managed to pushing forwards, and I think that might have been the end of Nongshim Red Force. As we hop back in towards Danshing. You got Alola now at loggerheads with 721, who were able to crash in successfully. Alola as well.
3 बचे हैं 721 GS के.
But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle.
अब अलुला पुश मारेगी क्योंकि यहाँ पे उन्होंने गीक को तो पूरा एलिमिनेट कर ही दिया था. एक नॉक हुआ. एलिको दोबारा नेट किया. बस यहाँ वाली जो फाइट है ये अच्छी होती है. फ्यूरिया को भी थोड़ा लो किया. नेट को किया कर रखा है अभी. एक और नेट किया. नॉक फिनिश. यार यहाँ पे ये जो बंदा है ये क्या गेट के पीछे है? नहीं रखो, मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है भाई. अरे हाँ हाँ, बट ये देखो ये बंदा यहाँ पे ये क्या कर रहा है? और ये आता भी नहीं फाइट लेने के लिए. एंड भाई ये जो एम ट्रांसफर था भाई का ना. एक नॉक फिनिश. एक नॉक. एक और नॉक. ये मलिक ने जो खेला था ये लिटरली मस्त था. दोनों का फिनिश निकाल दिया. यहाँ पे मर गए. गेम स्टार्ट हो गया वैसे. अजय भाई ये एक ही चीज में घुस जाता है. अरे नहीं मैं बता रहा भाई को अच्छा था यार लिटरली भाई. डीएनई का बंदा होल्डिंग पोजीशन है कि बंदे का होल्डिंग. अरे होल्डिंग पोजीशन है बट उसके पास चांस था वो किल निकालने का. एक फिनिशर लेके बैठा था. उसको पता था यहाँ से सरवाइव तो वैसे भी नहीं कर पाएगा वो. तो उसको फिनिशेस ही निकाल के पॉइंट बतौर लेते थोड़े बहुत. हाँ बाहर का कम खाओ. बाहर का कम खाओ.
right? You know, you get that nine-tails fox. He's got loads
मम्मी
of
सब
those.
खाना
It's
मांगी
fun.
हूँ
It's good
देखो
stuff. It is.
ओके कोई ना सही हो जाएगा तबीयत ठीक नहीं है ब्रो
Very envious of. Have to try and pursue that one. Get your spins in, get on to the game. See if you can pick those up. RRQ on the south side near that quarry area. No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore.
ये सब लोग ने मम्मी सूट निकाल रखा है भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम्हें सारे अमीर है भाई सारे लोग अमीर हैं
Drawn to a close. And that's what they're all playing for right there.
Guys 20 लाइक कंप्लीट करवाओ यार
Trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. Also get a nice little flyby over.
क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग
stage.
भाई 20 लाइक कंप्लीट नहीं करवाए तुमने वेरी बैड यार
Fans from around the world, which is great to see. Honestly, it's really cool to have everyone here.
मम्मी सूट तो आपके पास भी है ना भाई नहीं है अजय भाई एक भी सूट नहीं एक लिटरली एक भी सूट नहीं है मेरे पास एक नहीं निकला मेरा
Oh yeah, but I am happy. You know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
मोटा दुख है जी भाई मोटा दुख है
Beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not. Actually, they have ear protection on, so they should be fine.
इस मैच में चिकन बताओ किसका आ रहा है
Their support efficaciously. Goat team.
जोन देखने दो एक बारी मेरे को
Yeah, it's true. It's very effective. Who likes searching the dictionary for that one? Efficaciously. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I think I came.
guys make sure make 20 like
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
4 more like to go yes guys 4 more like to go let's go अबे जितने लोग वो थोड़ा शेयर वेयर करो ना थोड़ा स्ट्रीम को थोड़ा शेयर वेयर करोगे तो क्या मजा आएगा
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition. I would hope you did. You're like the picture book of dictionaries. You just look at
हाँ हाँ चढ़ा दे तोड़ दे भाई इसकी गाड़ी मार दे उसको जीने मत दे उसको जीने का वो नहीं है उसकी गाड़ी फंस गई भाई उस पे निकल नहीं रही उसने कहा हट थारी बांध का रुक गाड़ी में बिठा के ले जा भाई ए गई बच गई पक्का 4 भाई आज
teams look at a lead Pachinko.
निकल गई आसमान से
in this spot.
सूर्य का ड्राइवर इंडिया में ट्रेनिंग लिया है मैं बता रहा हूँ पक्का लिया है भाई जी ने लूट लिया भाई डकैती डाल दी भाई मैं बता रहा था भाई ये पैसों का ट्रक जा रहा था बैंक में भाई नया अभी आया था भाई डकैती डाल दी इन्होंने दबोच लिया आधे रास्ते में ट्रक को दबोच लिया भाई इसने मैं बता रहा हूँ मनी हीस्ट से इंस्पायर है ये बंदे ना देख लेना तू लूट पाट करने में बहुत तगड़े हो रखे हैं लोग
Depending on where they go, Alpha 7's arch nemesis. Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way.
अपार्टमेंट कौन होल्ड करेगा बताओ भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ कर लो भाई अपार्टमेंट की फाइट में मजा आता है कर लो कोई तो करना अपार्टमेंट होल्ड करो भाई और वही का जोन बने मजा आ जाएगा फाइट देखने में डब्ल्यू मैक्स बन जाएंगे सब आधे रास्ते में लूट लिया भाई उसको अपनी मंजिल तक पहुंचने भी नहीं दिया भाई लुटेरे हो रखे हैं भाई ये लोग वन पीस और मनी हिस्ट देख के इंस्पायर हुए भाई ये लोग पहले ही डकैती डाल दी
potentially was a team roaming on the northern edge, but he's going to back down towards the south side of Everest. Everyone's quite well situated though. School currently taken by Tiamba. They shifted.
अरुणा होता तो अपार्टमेंट होल्ड करते मस्त फाइट होता है अरे यार वही ना कोई एक टीम अपार्टमेंट होल्ड करो रे मजा आएगा भाई ओरोरा ये ओरोरा कोई एक वो है ना मतलब जो आसमान में निकलता है हाँ थोड़ा कलरफुल हो जाता है स्काई उसी को ही तो कहते हैं ना ओरोरा
last time around, but they did fall over at some
ये मैंने कोई तो सीरीज में देखा था भाई, कलरफुल स्काई स्टार गैलेक्सी थोड़ा अच्छा फील आता भाई, कहीं तो देखा था मैंने.
And that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage.
हाँ भाई वही है.
Or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby. This is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages.
Nice try.
They have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through to change the story here. That's for almost all of our team.
सब टीम जोन के अंदर है, सेंटर में ऑलमोस्ट. अब बताओ कौन सी टीम चिकन ले रही है अजय भाई? बताओ अजय भाई बताओ.
Crunches in again, fairly chilled out circle, keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just going to have to look to move forward.
अपार्टमेंट से 11 जोन
split themselves.
ऑलमोस्ट सारी टीम जोन के अंदर है भाई, बहुत अच्छे जोन में. हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं, बट नॉर्वे रशिया की साइड में ज्यादा दिखता है. ये अजय भाई चलेंगे रे, दर्जन होने के बाद तंगा हो गया रे. अब बताओ ये चलेंगे अजय भाई, कहीं चलेंगे यार, ठीक है. इंटरनेशनल ट्रिप लगाने का मन कर रहा है मेरा, थोड़ा सा पैसा सा होगा तो चलेंगे कहीं इंटरनेशनल, ठीक है. हेलो लेट्स चेक इट ब्रदर, कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे. हाउ आर यू ब्रो? रुइंस में फाइट हो चुकी है, AGL वर्सेस डॉपनेस एंड 721 GS. ये इनका थोड़ा पुराना रिश्ता है क्या, डॉपनेस जो 721 GS का? AGL भी आ गई.
Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in.
भाई पीछे कीर्तन चल रहा है, ऐसे वाले लोग कीर्तन कर रहे हैं, मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Maybe even up to medium successful on this push.
Medium success. Maybe you're right.
तो भाई थोड़ा पूछ लो, एनर्जेटिक होके कमेंट्री करो. मेरा वीजा का इशू होता है इधर, हमारे पास जल्दी वीजा अप्रूवल नहीं करते हैं. कोई बात नहीं. टूरिस्ट वीजा तो आई थिंक ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होगा. टूरिस्ट वीजा में ना लग जाएगा, अभी टाइम है थोड़ा सा, बट कोई ना, दोनों भाई साथ में अप्रूवल के लिए फाइल लगाएंगे, ठीक है. कल के सारी ऑडियंस किधर है? कल की सारी ऑडियंस पता नहीं किधर है रे. ये मेरी स्ट्रीम पे आधे लोग नहीं आते.
And then down towards the south by the roads, so they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
मैं ये यूज कर रहा हूँ फिलहाल चैट के लिए ना.
Coming on through it, to me that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle, because you know what the other teams around you are going to be going for, right? He's on foot.
मैंने तो
maybe he's in a buggy.
The Wonderfuls में देखा था.
Yeah, just on his belly. Trying to survive, trying to not make any sound.
उसमें था.
As soon as Alula
उसमें था.
He's gone.
बताइए मेरे को नहीं याद.
They didn't hear him.
DNA के प्लेयर फर्स्ट गए हैं उधर तो. हाँ, उधर के प्लेयर फर्स्ट चुके हैं. अलुला भी ऊपर आ चुकी है. अभी तक कोई प्लेयर अभी तक मरा नहीं है, सारे प्लेयर पूरा चले. जो रिंस में टीम है उनके पास बहुत अच्छा एडवांटेज, अलुला के पास एडवांटेज है बहुत बढ़िया, रिज का और वैसा भी. RRQ, A7, अलुला, 721 GS, ईरेना पहाड़ी पे चढ़ चुकी है. हाँ, वंडरफुल्स देखे होते निष्का को. ये देखा तो मैं भी हूँ था वंडरफुल्स, पर मेरे को याद नहीं उसमें है या नहीं है. हेलो काइटेक्स, वेलकम बैक टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसे हो? मैं भी देखा, मतलब अच्छी है. मेरे को किसी ने कनिष्का नहीं सजेस्ट की थी देखने के लिए. वुल्फ का बंदा नॉक हुआ. फिनिश तो नहीं हो पाएगा, हो ही जाएगा मतलब। एक और नॉक है, टायर पंचर हो गया, फिनिश। और एनएस पीछे से एनएस दे दिया है, लुटेरे का मिल गया। ओह सॉरी, हाँ देखे हैं भैया। और क्या क्या देखे हैं आप लोग?
Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone.
मैं Bloodhounds देखा हूँ,
Currently only on 2 players.
Wonder वो देखा हूँ, जो भी है ये Wonderful.
The guys on Ulf. This is a hard
Avatar,
achievement to make happen.
The Last Airbenders बहुत मस्त सीरीज है.
Points off the back of this game.
The Last Samurai बहुत मस्त सीरीज है.
Rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had.
एक मिनट रुको भी बताता। मेरे को याद नहीं आती है, नाम याद नहीं रहते मेरे को ना।
They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running. Yeah, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to
teleport हो जाती है.
Strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well.
Merciful मैंने देखा भाई, हाँ देखा, मस्त सीरीज है. देखा है SUGOI शायद भैया ये. हाँ Merciful मैंने भी देखा मैं.
Yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Weak Hero देखा हूँ, ठीक है. Bloodhounds देखा हूँ. Teach you a lesson भी देख लिया हूँ.
They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka
Trigger भी देखा हूँ, Trigger.
Which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that
Fishes could kill भी देख लिया मैंने.
Thrown a bone here, but I would argue
Mantis भी देख लिया.
nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha
और अभी मैंने वो देखा था Stranger Things, इसने तनिष्का ने सजेस्ट किया था तो वो. और अभी जो मैं रिसेंट देख रहा हूँ, वो मैं देख रहा हूँ ड्रैगन बॉल. मैं क्योंकि मैं वो नहीं देखा था. एंड विंसेंजो भी देखे हो. ट्रिगर देखो. ट्रिगर देख लिया हूँ. ईस्ट प्लेस भी देखो. ईस्ट प्लेस में देख रहा था, बस वो बीच में रोक रखा हूँ मैं ना. विंसेंजो मैंने कुछ एपिसोड देखे थे, वो बहुत बड़ी थी तो मैंने छोड़ दिया. फिर मन नहीं करा. शॉप फॉर किलर्स ये नहीं देखा. 1 and 2 देखो मस्त है. तो इसको मैं लिस्ट में ऐड कर देता हूँ. विंसेंजो और ईस्ट प्लेस देखी है. मैं ये दोनों आधी आधी देखा हूँ. भेंडी वॉच पार्टी में वेब सीरीज का प्रमोशन कर रहे हैं. अरे यार.
For Furia, coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forward. They were put through the ringer in that last match, but it looks like they got some
निकाल दिए. सब खत्म कर दिया.
Go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on.
अरे यार कितने खतरनाक है ना हम लोग.
There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things
down. यार गीक ने एनएस के बंदे का नाम दिया एक और. ये मैं ठीक हूँ ना.
Why not?
बढ़िया है ना तनिष का.
From Maple, honestly, very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over aggressive here, forgetting the castle.
ध्यान बापी AGL का पुश है और सिर्फ मिलू बचा हुआ है. I think kills और सब मर गए almost.
Really good hold here from AGL.
गीक ने फिनिश निकाल लिया एनएस के बंदे का. AGL ने ईगल को भी नॉक दे दिया. सिर्फ मिलू बचा हुआ है तियांबा का.
Tiamba, another fairly low scoring game, potentially on the cards
here,
with only the single
सिर्फ 1 किल के साथ फिनिश आया तियांबा पे.
It's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need
एक सारी टीम बहुत क्लोज आ गई रे बहुत.
It is unfortunate in this spot.
शो फॉर किलर्स देखो, ओ मस्त है एकदम। मैं बोर तो नहीं होगा ना, मैं ऐड कर लेता हूँ उसको ना अपने उसमें, लिख देता हूँ उनको।
As they left Kenji in the shadow of Al-Ula, we saw him dropping down earlier on.
Kike.
कौन सी है? Shop.
Next circle. He's closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena is trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away. Filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier, able to do a little bit there.
By my side,
does get flushed. Aaron's not soon to, not too long to follow. A victim of the MP3 on the northern side, and all will go down. So not what they
वो उस पार्टी को साइड में करके आधी वो देखो 36
very quickly.
अबे यार एक ही अच्छा खेल रही है भाई, 5 फिनिशेस बहुत बढ़िया। ध्यानबाद और ध्यानबाद ने 2 किल कर दिए।
They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well. Looking to come off the back of a strong
Guys, 20 लाइक कंप्लीट कर दो। भाई क्या कर रहे हो? 20 लाइक नहीं हो रही तो कब से?
He is on the team. We're good to go.
ऐसा कैसे चलेगा?
They're gonna have to move towards that north.
God भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, 6 फिनिशेस।
Slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow.
God 6 हाँ, God के पास 6 है। ए मैं बार-बार इसको कहीं और यूज करने लग जाता हूँ। ये इसी पे चलता है।
Down towards the south here. Understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields. We're in the compound down towards the southwest, which
यार कुछ भी कहो बट भाई परसों बहुत गंदा मजा आने वाला है, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई तुम लोग को।
towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geek doing something.
टीम इंडिया की 2-3 खेलेंगी कल तो परसों तो। One more like to go, 20 likes. Let's go.
Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat team, that is good news for the time being.
A7 versus God.
The rooftops become so dangerous against Goat
A7
team.
versus God. A7 versus God. A7 versus God. God versus A7.
And I feel like
NS damage देगी।
Yes, that look over towards Aluna again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here, and will slow the guys from Go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Noxian Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Goat. And Goat turns their eye towards them. You can see them just about start to shimmy back towards that southeast side, realizing
GG Volti public. Let's go, babe. Now target 30 like, 30 like. मतलब आज का टारगेट तो वही है 55 लाइक का, कल भी एक रह गया था। 10 more likes to 30 likes, guys. Make it fast. Yes, guys. Make it fast.
Fuchsman starts to get closer with that buggy, gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is bending off against Geeke, who won a third
ये बीच में फंस गई है NS बीच में फंसी है। A7 ने Moxie को नॉक दिया।
In comes the shots from the sidelines here, and it is Revo finding Moxie. This is good. Very well done.
ध्यानबाद ने एक और 2 बंदे, और बीलू ने 2 नॉक दिए रे। तीसरा नॉक दिया।
Looking better and
अबे मीलू ने 3 बंदे नॉक दिए अभी ठीक के।
Kiwoom DRX technically have sent a circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster.
Last बंदा बचा हुआ है मीलू का। वो गीक का।
They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. E-Arena did now finally put
एक रिवाइव हो गया।
off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Milu 1v4 time? Question mark.
Is he going to do it again? There's 2 players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The 2 players from Geeke
है।
back on up.
Easy 1v2 है।
Got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck. He's just got 8 rounds left though. The DBS and there is no more left in the
literally
it ruins the day of
मीलू ऑन फायर भाई बहुत अच्छा खेलेगा ओ किल आ गए तीनों किल आ गए गॉड जीत गई बट लिटरल
Go team to 8 eliminations on this game despite everything.
Heads off है भाई.
7 wrap underneath. Tried to catch him off guard there. Foosman did
send
out towards
अरे यार यहाँ बहुत अच्छा खेला. Even people watching guys, everyone make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button and share the stream. वही ना kills आ गया वही ना kills आ गया. got भी गई
Gets across and now
God finish 8 finishes देके गई रे गॉड बहुत बढ़िया. त्यानबा भी 5 फिनिशेस ये फिर भी अच्छे फिनिशेस निकाल के 1 किल से अच्छा 5 किल करना त्यानबा के लिए ना. 4 किल मीलू निकाल के लेके गया है अभी
take the fight. AGAL with a maximum successful rotate.
NS का लास्ट प्लेयर है.
We're going to try and convert now into transition.
A7 का नॉक हुआ. रेवा नॉक फिनिश. इयरिना ने नॉक फिनिश निकाला रेवा को.
Out too close to Arena and does get clipped.
I mean, it has to be the scout though. I think that's fair. The fact they were trying to gather information, now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying.
ये पिन कर दो ना ये वाला मैसेज. स्टीवन प्लेयर वॉचिंग ये वाला पिन.
So no one's literally.
इसके बाद पिन करता है. इस मैच के बाद पिन करता है ना.
He backstabs over towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
कबीर भैया स्ट्रीम कैसे हो क्या हाल है. स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे.
The Arena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay.
ये इसमें लेट आ रहा है मैसेज.
On the descent there, leaving one.
अल्फा तो पैसिव खेल रही है ना. तनिष्का जाएगी. हाँ चली जाएगी अल्फा. उसको लग रहा है चांस. ओह बहुत बढ़िया.
A really solid performance from that angle. But Dopeness 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than.
NSB eliminate हो चुके हैं पूरी की पूरी.
Late entry for AJL though today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up.
ये 5 टीम बची है अब. टॉप 5 टीम आ गई है.
AJL looking to bolster this position.
AJL versus KRX.
Looking over towards KRX, XEZ
and
AGL. But it's Yasa over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth.
अलुला versus वो चल रहा था. AGL ऊपर आ गई. अलुला बाहर. अलुला पूरी वाइप कर दिया AGL ने. Oh भाई nice रे.
From the western side, they've got the license to elim right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest. Telescopes and binoculars put away, and they're looking to get the big elims on.
KRX ने AGL पे पुश मारा. 2 बंदे लोग. लास्ट बंदा है.
Chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off of the back foot here, but they are now on
गरम है मां का भरोसा.
The DBS is going to try and shut him down from up on high. Tags one. The second done. Where did he go down from? Was that Arena?
अबे Arena
moves on out as to the rest.
AGL को सारे किल मिल गए, but एक किल
Arena. Good flex coming through from them, like you say.
Goodness me. बुर्का पहनकर स्ट्रीम कर रहा है. अच्छा ऊपर से कैमरा इतना.
Great clutch up for AJL, but still a strong game for them at 15 points total. 2 final teams. Arena, who came blasting out in their group with a huge game, versus Alpha 7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
Losing Revo.
अच्छा कबीर भैया, और तुम क्या पहन के बैठे हो?
For Alpha 7, they need all the sightlines they can get, and Arena have been able to change the pace. Play slow and immediately.
क्या फायदा फेस कैम का? ये फेस कैम करते हैं यार पहले तो तुम खुद बोलते हो कि भाई फेस कैम कर, भले छुपा के कर ले, मुंह पे मास्क पहन लियो, ये कर लियो, खुद ही एडवाइस देते हो, और फिर करता हूँ तो आगे फिर दोबारा से वो बोलते हो मेरे को.
MG3 to rattle Obscure straight on down on the hillside. Schweppes steps in. And Joker is the trade. Now 2 players have the broadside on Tourniquet, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive.
क्या Arena का चिकन आ रहा है कि A7 का चिकन आ रहा है?
Comes back around the angle moment over the top side. He's flying through the air. Might get out of the vehicle, but his eye on fire. Guido goes.
नॉक किया गार्ड को. लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइवल है A7 का. Arena के 5 फिनिशेस है. इस फिनिशेस के बाद उनके
5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary.
नहीं 5 फिनिशेस उसके भी हैं A7 के.
Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings
एक नॉट नेट
grab him though. Constantly
Morbin गया.
Another Molotov on the vehicle forces him away from it.
कहाँ से आ गया?
Into the firing line. And E-Arena from atop the Everest position, able to descend.
भाई का ठीक से बैठना E-Arena. ये चिकन मिस करवा दिया यार मेरा. देखने ही नहीं दिया.
None of from away from it. So constantly repositioning. Another Molotov on the vehicle forces him away from it. Has to step into the firing line. And E-Arena.
E-Arena के पास एक चिकन आ गया in the end. भाई तो ठीक से बैठना, तो ठीक से दिखाई तो देना चाहिए. अरे दिख तो रहा हूँ, जैसा दिखता हूँ वैसे तो बोला हुआ है. मेरा कैमरा तुम लोग ने सेट करवाया भाई. स्ट्रीम पर ही मैंने पूछा था कि हाँ ठीक है, तब तुमने बोला था कि मतलब चैट वालों ने बोला था कि हाँ ठीक है. सही बता रहा हूँ, अगर तू बोले ना तो लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे ये लोंडा है या लोंडा. नहीं होंगे यार कबीर भैया. हेलो सुखी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसी हो, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे. चेयर पर भी. अबे मैं बैठा हुआ हूँ. नोबडी.
To agree, I feel like that was a lot better. They addressed some of the issues from that first round. They were a little bit more dynamic when they needed to be. Losing Revo maybe
is
improvement consistently, which is exactly what you need for a survival stage.
सुबह कैसे हो? मैं बढ़िया हूँ सुखी, आप बताओ यार आप कैसी हो? हेलो विशा.
Push themselves back into that conversation as well. Yeah, there have been questions about the consistency of this roster. Of course, Schwepp's the only player here to have that opportunity at the triple title of PMWC. He has been able to win it twice before, so to see him go home in the survival stage would be pretty galling, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good stuff so far though. AGAL looking fantastic. Today seems to be the day of getting back on form. But we'll be back on form very shortly.
Eid आ गया. Eid. ये इसका साउंड नहीं रखना मेरे को ना. बस ठीक ठाक. क्यों, क्या हुआ? मैं ठीक ठाक. नहीं नीचे कर. मैं और कितना नीचे करूं? मेहंदी इतना ही रखना पड़ेगा रे कैमरा मेरे को ना, क्योंकि फिर पीछे वॉल पे काफी कुछ करना है. अभी के लिए ठीक है इतना. पता चलता रहना चाहिए. क्या पता चलता रहना चाहिए कुत्ते? कोई बात नहीं, जिनको पता चलाना है उनको पता है कि कौन क्या है ना.
A lot of individual mistakes now, and we're not far up to the end of the game. That's our main problem. We're and I think if you will be far up every game, much easier and to get chicken dinners win.
गाइस जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हैं लाइक करो भाई. क्या कर रहे हो? बिना लाइक के मजा नहीं आ रहा. 25 लाइक नहीं कंप्लीट हो रहे तुम्हारे से.
And committed to it quite early as well.
बाय सुगोई टेक केयर. अरे अभी तो तुम आए और अभी जा रहे हो, क्या हुआ इतना जल्दी?
That you look back on and
मैं तो randoms के लिए बोल रहा
or
हूँ.
even differently enough to be able to beat AGAL in the final moments.
I think it would be different if me and Nesri stay alive, because we lost like me and Nesri.
अरुण हर कोई तेरी तरह
we could just hold them.
टट्टी तो होता नहीं कि इसको पता चलना चाहिए या उसको पता चलवाना पड़ेगा.
I think it was
तो
our game.
नीड नहीं है भाई.
So I guess I'll say
randoms के लिए बोलने की ना.
What was the expectation for Wolves coming into this tournament? As I mentioned before, obviously, and you know as well, a very hard tournament overall. The best teams in the world. What's the goal for Wolves here in this tournament?
Hi, hello, Tata boy. क्या हुआ इससे?
Final, but in the final, just to improve our game and show our best.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Baton, for joining us here. This is day number 2 of the survival stage, and we're signing out right now.
मुझे पढ़ना है थोड़ा सा. ऐसा है. Okay,
we
okay.
finally see them showing up here, even though they were just for the longest time in Everest. But great movement out of that squad to come out with the
Okay,
win.
thank you so much for joining. क्योंकि आते रहना स्ट्रीम पर. कट्टी अभी कोई मजाक करेगा तो बोलेगा लड़कियों की तरह लिमिट में रहो. कुछ नहीं भाई. कोई ना इससे कोई मजाक करेगा तो फिर ये एकदम चिढ़ जाएगा और फिर ये सोचता नहीं कि ये किससे कर रहा है मजाक. ये 30 लाइक करवाओ रे. क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? हेलो.
Or maybe not straight up eliminate them, but force them away from their position. Maybe they can actually end up getting the wins. I think
limit में रहो. ये वो blah blah blah
more consistently.
And Lace, one thing that we saw too is them gatekeeping Alpha 7 in a way, because Alpha 7 ended up being just in the house. Usually that's a team that likes to spread their wings a little bit more in that kind of position, but E-Arena wasn't allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really even disappointed with what they were trying to do in that certain scenario. You know, they were, down a player compared to that. So them being able to sort of scout that position. Obviously, I think when our wonderful IGL got out of the vehicle, probably just a bit too early. I think that's where the miscommunication led them. And obviously, he was not in a good position whilst, E-Arena was still scouting in the vehicles. But look, it's a better effort. Like, we have to say, from yesterday to today, they're getting in those top
Alpha
fives.
7 11 पॉइंट लेके गई. AGAL 11 किल के साथ 15 पॉइंट लेके गई. बहुत बढ़िया था ये. And 17 E-Arena लेके गई है.
So far, so I'm happy to see some great stuff from you guys.
Yeah, it is nice to see a
ऐसी चिकन का फायदा भी नहीं है. अरुण तो टट्टी क्यों है ये बता. आपको क्यों बुरा लग रहा? इसको क्या बुरा लग रहा है?
Very, very impressed with how they played this, waiting for A7 to make a move first, to come to them, to let them know where their position is, and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be, especially in the hands of a professional team like this. But A7 had a lot of options, and E-Arena just made sure that those options dwindled very, very quickly. So very happy with EA for this last game.
Quick positive for all the teams at the end there, in particular looking at Alpha 7 and E-Arena. Not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of your momentum. Like, they actually stop the car, get out of the car, start shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm sure Blank is going to heavily
फिर तो ये आके चैट में लिखता है कोई बोल क्यों नहीं रहा. कोई बोलता है तो तू कहता है भाई लिमिट में रहो. तेरे को किसी को बुलवाना भी नहीं कुछ.
But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today, because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is total stats, and so far Go Team, we know those eliminations are going to be coming in, but Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already double in some the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this through. Even if we, come out of that match and their rotation from military base, and like, I do want to kind of add in RRQ just into this mix, because they had every opportunity to be able to gatekeep the military bridge. They didn't. Decided to rotate, but their power.
अब वो कहेगा मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा ना, तो तुम मजाक क्यों कर रहे हो मेरे से? लिमिट में बोला करो.
They moved through that sort of western side. They were able to position themselves well. Nice foothold, which we see from them.
हाँ, कभी तुमसे मतलब इन्हें कह दिया हाँ जी. अब तुम इससे पूछ के बोलोगे.
Collectively get these good positions and these eliminations. So I mean, it's incredible work from them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's
Kabir bhaiya.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're
the
playing.
greatest of all time.
It is.
Kabir party.
But I really enjoy the zone control that they're trying to keep going for.
Welcome back, AKG.
It's a nice bit of consistency that we're seeing. EA as well, not to go back to them, but they had a really nice push down off the mountain. They were able to sweep behind.
AGL का भी comeback हो गया, and A7 का भी हो गया, और इस मैच में भी उनका.
No, but for me, Alula was a really, really nice. The way that they split around to surround Ulf when they pushed out the spread across that zone. They did actually
A7, AGL,
which I did notice, but I think just that terrain was just not really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash when it just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds. Apart from that, really good game. I like it. I like it.
Nice, Alula. One team that I know you were keeping an eye on as well, Max, is none other than Tiamba, because Tiamba, What was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethrens of all gamers. And actually, I believe we do have a replay that might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players get knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got raked upon entry in this area. It's just a
guys. Let's go for
gamers may put in particular, we got a massive advantage here. We're just going to wrap it up, end up getting all of those flushes, and only Milu is left alive, which, no, Milu can do 1v4s, we've seen it before, but Tiamba, sure, they're in first position.
और AKG कैसा है, क्या हाल है, क्या कर रहा है?
This is a massive fumble, maybe that could cost them the tournament.
Party तो चल रही है, party.
You can't play too passive, you need to commit if you want to come out on top.
Especially when you have a team like AGAL wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push.
Party तो चल रही है भाई, watch party, मौज लो भाई.
Let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking. Tiamba still in first place, but Alpha 7 making that push now to second place. Go team, due to those amazing eliminations that they were able to get in that last game, they've maintained themselves there within the top 3. And we're going to start seeing a bit of a gap here between some of the points too, Max.
अभी भी Tiamba के पास बहुत अच्छी लीड है. मतलब बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, मतलब बस लीड है. अगर एक मैच और खराब जाता है तो दिक्कत हो जाएगा Tiamba के लिए. टॉप 1 पोजीशन को होल्ड करना, ठीक है. बाकी 4 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं. लेट्स सी क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा. पहले से तो कोई नहीं बोल सकता, बट देखते हैं, क्योंकि अभी देखा जाए तो अल्फा 7 वही आ चुकी है. गॉड, ई अरीना, फ्यूरिया, AGAL एंड GK. टीम RRQ ये भी आ सकती है टॉप से, अभी कंफर्म नहीं हुआ है, देखते हैं बाकी कौन सी सेटिंग जा रही है.
Catches the IGL and they're making such a massive comeback, and then all of a sudden they get here and it's just they just fizzle out, and I'm so confused because this is a team that has incredible firepower, right? They are so good at that aggressive play, and we're just not seeing anything. Well, exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then
जितने भी लोग इन पर आ रहे हो थोड़ा शेयर वे करोगे.
This is taking way too long to build up that momentum. It's very, very slow.
That's right, Alpha 7 fans, get
भाई 15 के सब करा दो यार जल्दी से SUGOI. ओए मैं खामागा कुछ भी, मतलब वाह, इतनी मेहनत से वाल बढ़ा रहा हूँ, क्या होगा. अच्छा कबीर भैया होंगे गाइस, बढ़ाओ. कबीर भैया का फेस रिवील कर दूंगा मैं.
And we got a few teams, such as E Arena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest, from good information from there. Not only a great staging point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right?
Streamers यानी उस तरह से करेंगे गाइस इनको गंजा.
But still couldn't make it.
15,000 सब्सक्राइबर कंप्लीट करो.
But they're here now. They get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
What's particularly impressive is holding Alpha 7 in that compound to then swing around the north side, hit the east, be able to clean that up, eliminating threats. They're a very opportunistic team, and I think that was really exemplified in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had all the sight lines on everything, holding that edge at Everest, and then they saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who of course is in the running for a club championship point, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XZZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot.
अगला मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है जंगल का.
11 eliminations. So they end up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance.
स्ट्रीमर के फेस को तो टाइम है यार देखने के लिए.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future. And you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling. So let's get another game going here for PMWC.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your small man with a big voice. Yeah, I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please. Leave me
SUGOI
alone.
beardless है इसलिए.
Oh dear. That was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Natchik.
Please, leave me alone. I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just.
इसलिए मुझे छुपाता है. नहीं मैं धाड़ी है देखो.
Go team were like.
धाड़ी है मेरे ना. बहुत अच्छी है.
Don't look too happy.
किसी को मेरा फेस नहीं देखना, सबको SUGOI का फेस देखना है.
Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing
दोनों में से कुछ नहीं कबीर भैया.
because I've been putting him a good fight. Again, for someone unknown from last year to very well known.
कैसे हो जाएगी भैया? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे.
PMWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the finals at least. They got to get
Let's go for the second Irangal match और दिन का तीसरा. जेरी मेरा भाई तू जिंदा है. जेरी भैया टीम को लाइक करो रे, जल्दी से 35 लाइक कंप्लीट करो. क्या कर रहे हैं जेरी भैया तुम? लाइक वाइक करो रे, थोड़ा शेयर वेयर करो स्ट्रीम को.
From that Sosnovka military base over towards the Popka, it is pretty nasty, isolating positions up on the northwest, and I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're.
ये 1 मिनट रुकना रे मैं आया अभी ना.
North George, where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have a secondary here. We'll see exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that though. But yeah, Furia definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. I see a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here. Go dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. GK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta over towards the mansion shelter prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles, Blank. It's going to be tight.
Oh, so we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7. Okay, they did this quite frequently, so they are going east side. Nice to see. AGAL down towards Milta Power and Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone. Honestly, this is probably one of the kind of circles they could have gone for here. It's not fully down towards Sosnovka, but it is around the area where you want to be playing, where the playing path has been dropped to you off. So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For Ulf, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Keywoom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close. But Ulf could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find something here. As you said, it's what they would need.
And for top 6, it's actually very kind. It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again, where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again. So we finally settle on the Chosen. Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury Orc skin from in-game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set.
नहीं अभी तक कैसे जिंदा हूँ? जेरी एक लड़की बार-बार से मुझे पूछ रही थी. Oh my God, चैट में वो भी कौन? मुझे क्या पता कौन थी? यार तुम बोल के रहे हो? एक लड़की पूछ रही थी. जेरी भैया लाइक करो सभी आईडी से. क्या कर रही हो?
Well, you win some, you lose some. You do. But you can certainly win.
Like karo.
From the current Naruto event, because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get...
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's correct.
Generally, the things you say tend to have meaning, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, it's a huge event.
Nonsense.
It's a huge event. It's a huge thing in game. Just like Tsunade, it's fantastic. Yeah. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't
तो
see it.
किसे पता होगा, तुम्हें नहीं पता तो किसको पता होगा? क्या कर रहे हो, क्या बोल रहे हो?
We've had everything so far. I can only imagine it'll continue. So big up to the PUBG Mobile team.
Oh yeah,
please continue.
Big fan of that one. E-Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Severny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily, you'd imagine. The question is direction. Do they regroup?
यार अपार्टमेंट में इतनी अच्छी लूट नहीं मिलती है अगर स्क्रीम्स के लिए खेल रहे हो तो सभी आईडी से लाइक करने वाला.
They need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for all.
Shit, यार कभी जेरी भैया.
But they are fairly central already.
जेरी भैया, आपकी मेंबरशिप कहाँ पर है?
At the moment, Nongshim Red Force down towards that south side.
एक मिनट रुकना
on that
गाइस.
grouping, 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AGAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, you have one more strong game here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tiamba, I think it's looking more and more unlikely that they will drop out. I think they'd like
क्या करें यार कबीर भैया, देख रहे हो?
90-point area, and
देख
then
रहे
they'll be
हो.
in much better stead. And it, again, I am talking sort of.
अच्छा कबीर भैया, आप बताओ कॉन्स्टेबल को देख के. जेरी भैया आप बताओ कौन सी टीम लग रही है आपको टॉप 6? 4 मैचेस बच रहे हैं अभी. 4 मैचेस में कौन सी टीम ऊपर आ सकती है, टॉप 6 में रह सकती है, बताओ. कबीर भैया, जेरी भैया, एंड कोई और चैट में है जिसको जवाब देना है वो दे सकता है यार. Anyone.
Shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those
FIC, अरे वो नहीं है इधर. FIC.
Those top teams to push themselves over that final hurdle.
FIC नहीं है भाई, वैसे बताओ.
A little bit more up to their old tricks, I think, today, over the course of it. A little bit timid. There has been some sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday. They've forgotten it already. Like when you try and replicate one of those card tricks you learned when you were like 14 and it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. I forgot my cards. And you're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start
Pick
to
a
any
card
kind
in
of
the
card
trick.
Oh, wait. Just imagine it. Pretend we're doing it.
Pick a card in your mind.
Now, pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card? Yeah, we're heading over towards dip right now. Mini dip. Fury.
मेटावर्स अल्फा चाहिए. क्यों? अल्फा में ऐसा क्या क्यों? और Geek and NS.
Just with the fact that we've had
अच्छा भाई, Geek and NS.
where the circles have not been egregious.
और इन टॉप 6 में से बाहर कौन सी जा रही है बताओ?
Pretty bad for getting everyone across
BGMI.
the map, but the circle was very kind on the direction that it went. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center.
पर इन 6 में से बाहर कौन सी जा रही है ये भी तो बताओ. 2 तो अंदर जाएंगी.
Very wide.
बाहर कौन सी जा रही है ये बताओ.
And actually can play off the back of Rozok on this one. They can even move further over towards the eastern side if they'd like. Play off the
थोड़ा
side.
BJP यार literally.
But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north. So there's going to be a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns.
अपनी ओर का नाम BJP रख लेता हूँ भाई. वीजा बहुत जल्दी मिल जाए.
Up towards that north side of the map.
मैं और को ओपन करता हूँ भाई BJP नाम से ना.
Ulf as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near
सारी टीम बाहर हो जाए।
should be able to take control maybe of some of the hills to the
अच्छा, और
south,
फिर क्या होगा?
a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. Furia may be content to just
नहीं भाई, मैं वो रखता हूँ ना बीजेपी।
kind of fine in this zone.
बीजेपी सुगोई, बीजेपी कबीर, बीजेपी जेरी, बीजेपी क्राइटेक्स हैं।
AJL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. You there, the only player able to come back, and it's looking very bad right now for AJL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back to back, and I think for Liu it might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower H and playing on as 2 going forward.
What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721 GS.
बस अल्फा अच्छी लगी मेरे को। कैसे लगी, क्यों लगी, क्या रीजन?
Bubble right now, playing as 2 is far from favorable. He may be able to control.
मेरे को बीजेपी नाम रख के गालियां निकाली।
Goodness me.
कौन देगा गाली? कोई नहीं देता गाली।
Furia are close by Tianba.
तो सीजे भी रख के खानी है क्या तुम्हें गालियां?
And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down.
अरे
No, AGAL are starting to flag. Great news for teams like GK, for Nongshim Red Force and RRQ to look to push past them as well.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force looking a little bit better here, moving over towards that northern side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one.
मैं खुद बीजेपी को गालियां देता हूँ। Shit man.
Actually, they have 1 player inside on the south side. That's Aaron, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily, Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and try to just live out through that.
Jerry
times where AGAL has made this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again.
कबीर भैया कटारिया है और जेरी भैया एल्विश है।
You can salvage from the match.
Those single-digit point games often are
जेरी भैया आप खुद को अपने उस पे कैसे बिठा सकते हो? अभी मैंने तुम्हें वो बोला जो तुम कह रहे हो।
Across all 12 of these matches to get 1 point more per match.
ये तो गलत हो गया जेरी भैया। ये लाइन यहाँ पे सूट नहीं करती।
Difference to be able to play those small ball situations and get some
यार भाई पूरा फाइट।
Because 12 points could be a difference maker in a massive way.
Okay, so it looks like actually PEL is coming
to play here. Last
towards the eastern side.
Teams
in Tianba as well as
School पे है तुम्हारी E-Arena.
For apartments, I think it's the correct send too. A lot of teams likely haven't decided
AGAL बहुत बढ़िया मजा आएगा। RRQ भी आ गई। ओह हाँ ये फाइट देखने में अजय भाई आज
to send here and find a location.
बोला था ना कि अपार्टमेंट का जोन
because there are so many of the squads in this area and likely will be towards the end game taking shots at one another.
जेरी भैया के साथ गलत हो गया भाई, कुछ बोलने लायक नहीं रहे हो।
A high placement off the back of maybe not a high eliminations, and maybe elims here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL because even Ulf had
भाई RRQ के 2 बंदे गए, AGAL के 2 बंदे गए
just yet.
और एक बंदा S21 GS का KRX का गया हुआ है।
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out on the top there, try and keep control over the surrounding fields, the open areas. North side, you've got Alola and Alpha 7, who are
opposing it. ठोक दी गाड़ी, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई साहब इनसे चलान लाइसेंस को छीनना है। हाँ देख रहा हूँ भाई, देखा मजा आएगा। अरे फाइट हो तो ये फाइट नहीं कर रहे यार, आउट ऑफ जोन में दिखाओ ठीक है, वो एंटर कर रहे हैं भाई, समझ गए। अब फाइट दिखाओ, हमें फाइट देखनी है। भाईजान और एसयूएल के भाई कोई लेके बैठे और भाई एफपीपी करके डब्ल्यू मैक्स की तरह कूद के मारेगा भाई, अब देख लेना तुम।
Yangon Galacticos and Alula found themselves very close to one another on the map, but I will say this.
KRX के नॉक दिया ऑक्सी को, KRX ने वुल्फ के बंदे का नॉक दिया। यहाँ पर बहुत गंदी बसड़ मच गई, 2 बंदे वुल्फ के नॉक, 2 बंदे KRX के नॉक। क्या मतलब KRX पूरी गई?
Finish. KRX getting absolutely decimated. in the face of the
Garrex की भी नहीं आ रही जा रही है भाग रही है Dash clear है
RFQ now down to a solo over in the apartments as they try to dart across the fields to the south of school. Not going to work out. As you were highlighting there as well, Q1DRX tried to crash past the walls and there was no quarter given.
Dot versus NS.
In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim Red Force clashing on the north side.
Location भेज अपनी साढ़े भाई से
फालतू कैसे बोला? To keep himself safe, some nice cover there. Moxie with a nade cooking, pin pulled for XZY as well.
तो दिल में तुम कटारी हो भाई, तुम वो नहीं हो भी अर्जित लक्ष्य. तुम लोकेशन कहाँ से मांग रहे हो रे?
Security found and away he goes. Goat team not able to extract anything so far.
कभी रो यार रजत दलाल बन रहे हैं.
It's looking like that game, and they are hella happy that they maintain control down towards that southern side and then fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk. There's definitely a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments. And this southern side to play. Really like this from Ulf. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need one soon. This is their biggest chance though. So far, we want to see a strong match coming out from Ulf. Right now, my worry
Wolf नहीं ले लिया.
Who is topping the charts a lot of times of doing majority of the work is Scarface. When we sort of know
अरे sir.
a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad.
मैं नहीं हूँ भाई वो, मैं हुई नहीं.
Definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those.
तुम क्या हो? कभी भी तुम क्या हो? क्या बन रहे हो? तुम कटारिया.
So again,
ये लक्ष्य.
They can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position.
जेरी भैया तो वो लाइन बोलते भाग गए. वो उन्होंने तो इल्ली चेट ही नहीं करी.
Chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit
अरे
there,
यार,
get a little bit
भाई अपार्टमेंट दिखा दो यार, मेरे को वहाँ की फाइट देखनी थी भेंडी.
You don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forwards, I want to see them flexing something out, maybe getting stuck in.
ये arena ने यूएलए को नॉक दिया.
Arena from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Yangon Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see all
ULF, ULA.
Really quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading.
अपनी बारी में मैं नहीं हूँ ये हमें
556 here. Now PP buys on.
ओ भाई मैंने कुछ नहीं बना, तुम ही बोले थे भाई, तो मैंने उसको थोड़ा सा अच्छे तरीके से डिस्क्राइब कर दिया. तुमने मान लिया वो अलग बात है ना, मैं नहीं मान रहा. तुमने तो मान लिया, तुमने मानने के बाद बोला लोकेशन भेज. मैं तो मान ही नहीं रहा भाई, मैं हुई नहीं क्योंकि
They did move in from that north side, so losing one on this approach, not the worst thing in the world. Could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against Dopeness pushing in. The south side.
मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, मैं ना
to re-engage potentially over towards Nongshim Red Force. The apartment's resolving in the meantime across the circle, but this Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
Yes, it has. I mean,
RRQ का अकेला बंदा बचा हुआ है और AGL का भी अकेला बंदा बचा हुआ है. AGL 2 किल के साथ है, RRQ 0 किल के साथ है. Got versus NS.
Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them.
एक नेड और ये एक ग्रेनेड XZY पे गया नहीं मिलेगा. उधर नहीं है भाई बंदा.
There really isn't anyone around right now. The cause of
मैं कुछ दिया था भाई.
so they can just play this one out slowly. Next circle coming.
मैं हूँ राजा गुज्जर, वह बेटी चोर.
Still very pleased with that position.
चूरन है, तुझे कुछ मालूम
नहीं.
मैं क्या
It's Dopeness who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now, but somehow they're sneaking through the
cold drink, killa hamma.
How on earth did Dopeness manage to do that? And where are they going?
रे बेटी चोर के क्या देख रहा? नजर लगागा.
Team, how on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force quite unawares and rightly so. This is absolute.
और यहाँ पर डॉपनेस भी खत्म. Almost.
Trying to hold face, but
NS भी आ भी गई.
I understand
AGL पूरी गई एंड गॉट में NS और इस पे पुश मार दिया गॉट का भी एक प्लेयर नॉक फिनिश
Wolves able to third party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across
Dopeness पूरी खत्म
position on that western side. They have a peek in. They realize that
NS के लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है और वुल्फ भी आ चुके हैं उधर से
the map right now. But for Dopeness, it's
तेरा
not
तो रिप्लाई रे मक्कीच
insane play in the world. I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate across. They have no information. Okay, I'll be honest, they have no information.
ऐसा नहीं तेरा मक्की मच्छरो
the other side of the back of some kind of rotate. It's a massive gamble from them, which obviously doesn't pay off. I just haven't seen it be done as outrageously as that before.
आलू वाली पेटी आलू वाली पेटी
all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. For Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for them.
भाई पूरा जोन अपार्टमेंट का है रे
Right? Yeah. I know why they did it. It doesn't make it any less outrageous.
The Wolves are now on 8 elims though for it. Geek trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are
यहाँ पे गीक निकाल देगी फाइट
in the face of the damage.
मुझे लग रहा है
Geek have been tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well if they can get rid of SayCloud.
और ये एक ग्रेनेड
Flex back out to the north. There's the name to put it to bed. Alpha 7 back out to the
रेल
north.
जन बोला था गीक निकाल लेगी रे कल साढ़े अब रिप्लाई कर
Tiamba able to clear out.
देखा ही अब है
Over towards AGL earlier.
ULA versus ULF देख रहे हो भाई अलूला versus ULF ULA ULF
Tiamba only had the 2 players. Tiamba figured out AGL only had the 2 players there, and we're just quick.
ये Tiamba के 4 प्लेयर हैं कौन कह रहा है 2 प्लेयर हैं
afterwards. Difficult game there for Alpha 7 as well because it was an insane
A7 के 3 प्लेयर हैं
but it came through from Flower H and
Furia
was rotating. I actually genuinely feel bad for Rebel. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one.
एक लाइक रहता है अरे भाई
the eastern side. They know at this point.
Hello Crytex, welcome back Crytex.
Keep the point scoring up. They know they're
अपार्टमेंट की सिर्फ ये स्कूल साइड बिल्डिंग पे जोन है ट्यानवा पुश कर देगी ट्यानवा निकल जाएगी इधर आरआरक्यू का अकेला बंदा बचा हुआ है ना हाँ तो ये लोग इधर हाँ आ गए एंटर कर गए आरआरक्यू को थोड़ा दिक्कत रहेगा उसको जोन इन करना पड़ेगा एरिना से भी जोन चला गया बट वो थोड़ा सा ब्रोकन वॉल पे रहेगा जोन यूएलए यूएलएफ पे जोन पूरा है A7 और फ्यूरिया को जोन इन करना पड़ेगा तो उनको फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी यूएलएफ से वुल्फ का नॉक हुआ गीक ने नॉक किया वुल्फ के बंदे को लेकिन उनको पता है ऊपर पूरी वुल्फ की टीम है क्या करते कुछ मारेंगे
Started out strong yesterday.
Maintained
decent point scoring.
ये जीएसटी लगा दिया क्राइटेक्स में मैं बता रहा हूँ कभी रोहित ने और ये एक ग्रेनेड और ये स्मोक करे नेड मार भाई नेड स्लोनिक स्लोनिक नेड
Go on 66, probably okay to stay in the top 6 after this one. Blank.
साले चमक कर दिया भैया एरिना वर्सेस गीक नॉक
They're trying to descend on Geek, but it's not going well.
Knock.
Much more left in the tank. Here is another one of the falls.
पीछे एक बंदा पीछे है
Cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety.
गीक का केविन के पास चांस है कि वो
Prove their mettle.
ये ना पूरी फिनिश गीक ने बहुत अच्छे किल्स के साथ बूस्टअप ले लिया है
Picking up some good shots there. Tiamba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha 7, leaving one
JST के फुल फॉर्म बता
will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha 7, they have been.
ये कोई सा तो टैक्स है रे दिमाग से निकल गया जीएसटी के फुल फॉर्म ना
But it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tiamba still looking to grab the remnants of players coming out from apartments. They control this area beautifully, perfectly. And for Tiamba, this likely will be the game that just secures their top 6.
पता नहीं कोई सा तो है
Again, it's Ulf. They are being quiet. I said I wanted to see a little bit more.
A7 पूरी गई। ओह, पोजी पॉइंट लेके गई है बस, और कुछ नहीं। ये रीना 67, A7 68, डॉट 66। फ्यूरिया के पास चांस है कि वो थोड़े से किल और करे तो वो पोजी पॉइंट लेके ऊपर आ जाएगी। गीक लास्ट 2 बंदे सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, एक बंदा नॉक है गीक का। तियानबा वुल्फ और यूएलएफ एडवांटेज इनके पास प्लेयर का। तियानबा के 2 बंदे नॉक हुए, पर कौन रहा है? RRQ अभी RRQ बाइजन से पुश मार दिया तियानबा पे।
Pulls the pin, the grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Aaron goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for all.
ये नोट अच्छा नहीं है।
Can't be banking a nade like that. That's not going to go in through the window. I feel like there's some panic setting in here.
Kids.
Yeah, I don't see him making it.
वो नेट पे है।
In the meantime, over in the zone, Furia and Tiamba now.
मिलू वर्सेस फ्यूरिया, मिलू नॉक, फ्यूरिया के से आयला।
Nade does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ.
केस और इनका कवर देना चाहिए यार इसको, मिलू को फ्यूरिया से। बहुत बढ़िया।
But Milu potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tiamba move. Ulf starting to step over the ridgeline as Gike take that tumble on the western side, down to 1.
Gike attempting to make that move. We got pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolves, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves who've had such a rough time of it this tournament, starting to step up tall here. And again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment.
Yeah, यहाँ पे ULF का चिकन आ रहा है।
At least they're getting the aggression again, and when they go for these third parties, they go for
वुल्फ के पास भी एडवांटेज है चारों प्लेयर का। तियानबे का लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है और RRQ गया।
This is really good stuff. Tiamba finally shut down here, but hit the 90.
फ्यूरिया का भी लास्ट प्लेयर है।
Should be safe going forward.
ULA Alula.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for Furia. Ayala crawling his way forwards with the cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up. And manages to dart to cover, but he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. Nade over the top. Looking to launch it towards Ulf. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good.
कौन जीत रहा है? आज जीत रही है जिम्बाब्वे। ये GST की कौन सी तो सर्विस है, मतलब
And Ulfa starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah. Good split.
गुड सर्विस टैक्स कुछ ऐसे ही करके है। कुछ तो है मतलब अजीब सा।
On the southern edge, the side are free. So they're ensuring both the high
FIC की नहीं पता मेरे को, उसकी तो बहुत खतरनाक है भाई।
Now they just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. Ulf wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. Ayala is a problem right now.
There's a Molotov. And a second one.
गया भाई, फ्यूरिया गई यहाँ पे ना, ULF ले जाएगी किल मेरे को लग रहा है। नेड से, नेड। अच्छे मारा।
Follow the flames back to their source, and Ketch shuts it out. Now, can Ulf convert, because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
Alula, Wolf, भाई वुल्फ बहुत अच्छी स्प्लिट में है। वुल्फ कवर दे सकती है एक दूसरे बंदे को। अलूला यहाँ पे सैंडविच हो जाएगी वुल्फ से और ULF से। FIC खुशी इंसानों का क्लेम। अच्छा, श्रीलंका जीत रही है क्या? नहीं, जीत बांग्लादेश रही है। शिट, अलूला डाउन हो गए। मैं बोला था ULF वर्सेस वुल्फ निकालने की रेस। वुल्फ के पास चिकन आ रहा है, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree, but Ulf step into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4.
Wolf chicken nikal le gayi.
We wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it would be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match. It would be the game that they were looking for,
पहले
but
की भी
they may
पता
have
चल
already
रहा
found it, even with this second
है
place, to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because
नहीं बुल
players
जीत
on the
जाएगी
south side,
बांग्लादेश में
they've
जीत रही
smoked
टेंशन ना लो
themselves entirely off. I'm imagining they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards all for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they've still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are
मुजफ्फरनगर हार गई ये किसने कहा तो गई नहीं देखा सुगोई ने वेलकम नहीं किया अभी तक और इसको नहीं जानता उसका स्वागत बड़े धूमधाम से करता है अरे मोनिटर भैया
Trying to scavenge whatever they can. Picking the meat off the bones.
स्वागत है यार
Cheeky spot actually.
खाना वाना खाए नहीं खाए तो कभी ऑर्डर करता हूँ कबीर भैया ऑर्डर के लिए कुछ लॉक 2v2 रह गया 2v3
knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now. And there they go down.
ULF
claim the chicken dinner. The two
क्या मतलब ना पनौती था मुल्क के लिए ULF का चिकन आ गया है बहुत बढ़िया
But you can see
शाइन बाहर लग रहा है
today this is just the first step of many if they
शाइन बाहर लग
want
रहा
the
है
top 6 right now, but it's a good game, it's a strong game, they play it out well with limited
बढ़िया खेली रे टीम बढ़िया खेली है no doubt
they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the confusing.
एक बार और फाइट देखते हैं
Trying to scavenge whatever they can. Picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Oh, cheeky spot actually. Very cheeky spot.
एक ग्रेनेड
has to be good here. This has to be
बंदा नॉक स्कारफेस ने नॉक दिया था एक और नेड ULF ने फिर उधर नॉक भी दिया SM से
now. Ulf knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now.
And there they go down.
Curious, I'm going to lose a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions.
बहुत अच्छे
Lula goes down. I think
ओखला जीत गई ULF जीती है ओखला नहीं जीती
that was your big chance there.
अब ओखला हेड पर फाइट
They
देगा
knew they had to finish out that fight with Alula
Rani
if they wanted a chance versus Wolf in the future.
I mean, getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start. Absolute banger. But the conversion on a knock downhill was...
Guys, let's go for 40 like रे क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
Tight in. There was no chance for the Wolves to step up.
You take all the guns away from them at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot, and I think that, honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batten back up again, because he had time to walk over towards crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was just a very easy game from both there on forwards.
Yeah, being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here. I feel like teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. 1 more Erangel is up on the cards. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, 3 मैच हो गए हैं 3 रहते हैं क्या लगता है ये सब उदास हो गए, अब आना पड़ेगा। आ जा, कल तो वैसे भी पार्टी है, तू भी मेरे साथ चल। पार्टी कर रहा है, दे लियो या धो लियो या दे लियो। इससे पहले वाला कौन सा ऐड था रे बहनी, मेरे को बताना जरा। कोई ऐड नहीं था ना? ठीक है। ये खामक है ऐड देके मैं दिक्कत पैदा करते हैं ये लोग।
Week 6. Tell me what you got going on. Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title. Okay. From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks. Sure. But hopefully they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates. Okay. Because as much as their rosters are very strong, they need one more top 8 finish to even qualify for the Club Championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those 2 squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
Our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Iya, so. Mana ya? Ini bang. Ini bang. Kita stiker di sini punya. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu mereka.
क्या चल रहा है? आज तो न्यू प्रोडक्ट है। कैसे 20 पॉइंट मिलेंगे? नहीं, मैंने तो सुना भी नहीं क्या कह रहे थे लोग।
Kita orang aja gitu. Iya, serangin aja mereka, ayo.
Pet. बजा लट। लट तोड़ो लट। लट तोड़ो न मैं। मैं बता रहा हूँ ऐसा लट तोड़ो लट।
Oh yang ini. Mana dia? Ini mas. Oh tren dia. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu jangan nangis yang.
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. That's Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown. But Max, Ulf ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we were like, Ulf is just not looking like the Ulf we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the 2nd place at PMGC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect.
3 मैचेस रहते हैं, 3
talking about that game, and
एक रेंगल 2 मिरामार।
clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad.
Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, I watch that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. I was theorizing a 3-1 split, 3 on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which Ulf was able to capitalize on so greatly. I'm not. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh, it's because all finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really happy with Ulf about off the back of that win against Wolves is they waited until the zone was actually pushing in, right? Stage 9 before making their move. They isolated a player of Wolves. They got that knock. They realized that was the weak position and then went up over the top. Because of the zone that was coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So Ulf actually timed that very well, but I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props for Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad, and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with a different team, which was none other than Nonchim Red Force. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with GOAT. Once they finished off the fight with Nonchim, they went back and finished off GOAT in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel because Ulf, I'm happy to see them do well, but Nongshim Red Force.
अपन चला अब कहाँ जा रहे हैं तुम?
I'm a little bit
Weir
between this game, but no, really good stuff from
Weir किधर चले?
when he was shifting around school and
अभी तो 3 मैचेस रह रहे, एक मैच में तो आए तुम.
Actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east. Let's wide wrap to the
इधर.
west, eliminate GK and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying,
3 मैचेस रहते हैं भी 3.
Honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Nongshim Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
पैर सपाटे पर किसकी सैर सपाटा करने जा रही है तुम? घर में पड़ती बड़ी जोर पड़ रहा.
Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well.
College इस टाइम 7 बजे college.
Situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flushing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, I mean, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
It's especially interesting because I actually, when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are making that decision within the game.
मैंने कुछ पूछा भाई इतनी रात को कहाँ?
Match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at. It had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smoke.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Al Ula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And it's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many, many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf actually did throw those nades over. There's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that. It's just
too
many.
चुप करा या तो भगा मैं कैसे भगा दूं?
Maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like
चुप
that.
करा सकता हूँ मैं. ये लो चुप हो गए. अब आगे बीसी लड़की को बोलने दो बस. पर क्यों? लड़कों से क्या हुआ? लड़कों को क्यों नहीं?
The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 3 matches left, one more air and go, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got one more air and go before going to Miramar. That
तीन मैचेस बचे हैं भाई.
super difficult.
ऐसे ही एक राउंड मार के आता हूँ थोड़ा. वाह वैसे पैसे चला नहीं जा रहा. वैसे चैन नहीं है. 91, 68, 68, 67, 66, 64.
I mean, right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80 points at the end of the day, maybe 85 if we do go on the higher echelon. So right now, outside of really Tiamba, every team, if they have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today, could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in first place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well. As we go here towards the second page, I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
I think it has to happen in this game. I think that if they do not gather the traction, but again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark, and they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale, and you should too in game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. But let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things
4 घंटे बाद. वाह ये थोड़ा सा है. इतने में तो स्ट्रीम ही बंद हो जाएगी.
You made it! You survived!
Yeah,
Nicely done, bro!
Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please? Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's mine now. It's my friend.
It's disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
No.
I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Cast us back to you, Chicky! Chicky!
Save him! Save him! I'll tell you what, there's a lot
क्या करना चाह रहे हैं
to be saved here, Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Gonna be on the mic, casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there, Luti. Obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course, it's Yangon Galacticus' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Jukes, and that's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha 7, they got some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident going in here to the rest of the day. I know they have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final air gale of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us.
कौन कौन दिख रहा है
Those
स्ट्रीम?
drums are going to get ringing in the ears of competition. But will it
I can still hear him now.
Success, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're going to still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba,
इस बार मेरे को जो जोन लग रहा वैसा कि लग रहा है कि ये वाला बनेगा
the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even Arena in second place, they are not safe.
गटका है कोचिंग की सेंटर रहने वाला है ऐसे ही बनेगा
I'll put it even at 14th, right? We could still see Yangon Galacticos in the finals, but in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only so many times we can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up, maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before. You came out hot, played the blinder. Like last year was ridiculous in how they were able to just show up and give it their all. Very different landscape this year, Jigs. Feels like competition across the board has got way better. Oh, mate, you know what? Everything we were going to fear, right? Just get rid of it. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just focus on this.
मेरी prediction गलत होगी रे.
It's going to be a military base finish. This is the last Airgale. This is it. There's no more Airgales today, and we're going to the south side, baby. You can see there's quite a few teams already in this area. Yangon Galacticos, they are here, and this is their chance, in all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to, and this is when we get into these last two matches, those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of PUBG Mobile Esports here, right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals, you got to get it done right here, right now, and this is Yangon Galacticos' time, a perfect zone for them.
It is, it's ideal, right? And obviously this is the go-to drop spot for them, and Goat, they're here every single time. It's been consistent throughout their runs on Erangel. Usually with a lot of the zones we've got, you're forced off massively to long north, rotate, so having to push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be for a finish. This is going to cut a lot of that downtime out of rotations. They can think a little bit further ahead a bit easier. Bro, it could work out. Could be the perfect time for it, just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, the problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. It's top 6 or nothing, literally. Yep. No, not 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is Nox. A nice little revenge shot though, but Boots, man, is putting in the work. This is devastation for the enemy team, but Elementrix driving on up with the drive-by just might have saved a squad.
Yeah,
then already. The battle of the Wolves versus the Goat. Powerhouses of the Animal Kingdom, bro. As well. Goat lose 1 player hard, 4 still knocked. Geek as well, smelling out blood in the water between these two sides. This is 3 points sitting right here, Jukes.
Geek bhi aayi.
Down, but GK just wants to be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone. Maybe Ragnarok wants a piece of this. Maybe he can smell an elimination. There's one right there. He's going to get the secure onto Baton, hop off the vehicle. It's a 1v1 and catches Elementrix. Ragnarok saying, nah, my own teammates, they can take off, but I'm staying.
This guy loves fighting. We've seen it so consistently, and once again,
God का force अभी knock पड़ा हुआ है रे.
Oh mate, Wolves and Goat out instantly.
उसने give up कर दिया.
He's down to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why GK did that, because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players knocked, they knew who it was. It was Wolves. It was Goat. These are 2 teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok says, I'll solo take the risk, because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad, and it worked out perfectly for GK.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier. 3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you, so a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off 721 GS and Killer Joe just on the periphery inside of the compound. going to get themselves into a better situation to get a bit of looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
What a crazy start to this game. GK really coming out on top there. 3 eliminations, destroying both the Wolves and GOAT. For a second, I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge, huge play for GK. Cannot state it enough.
ये चेट वाले किधर हो भी क्या कर रहे थे तुम लोग?
You love to see it.
किधर गए?
They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one.
बट गॉड का लास्ट बंदा बचा है, वुल्फ का लास्ट बंदा बचा है और दोनों टीम अब दोनों टीम बाई सेव खेलेंगी पोजीशन के लिए, या तो कोई किल विल निकाल चुराएंगी.
You just got to kind of rat this one out now. Have to play really timid. Just think about a long con, see if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it, so it's not just a dud game.
There's Wolf right there, heading towards Ferry Pier. Going to be looking for a boat here. They found the hovercraft. All right, so that's going to be huge for them to head across the water and into military nice and safely. See if they can avoid some of these other teams that may have some similar ideas. Dopeness is right there on the bridge, right next to them. But it looks like they're not even looking in this direction. So very fortunate for Ulf to get here safely. Another team that's going to make that boat take is going to be E-Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Yeah, you got to get that push down from the northern side for Alula. Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now, to be top of the totem. And then a later wrap in towards the southern side as well for Alpha 7, with potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them and E-Arena. You see that POV on screen now.
Here they come, man. 68 points on the board. Again, this is still a tight race here. Beauty driving that serpentine left and right, trying to get away from Young Galactico. Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Igor right next to him. Ayala may try to put some suppressive fire here. Silence playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings and get out of here. But instead, he's going all the way on down. All right, so he does end up getting there nice and safe. Good rotation for Furia. And they make it safely into military base. And you can see just how fast these teams are rotating.
And next, the banda open में.
How important it is.
अबे सोलो बंदे मारना.
Any indecision here could be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline.
Abhi Bendy is
the island as well, very center. Cutting out the bridge, cutting out the mainland, and forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jukes.
That's about as military base as it get here, folks. I don't think you could get more of a military circle than this final Erangel match of the survival stage. We are now at the second half of today. About to go into Miramar in these next two matches, but we're starting to see some engagements happening right in the center of the map. You can see Alpha 7 still needs to find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is gone by now. So they're trying to figure out what to do here. And playing it patient is going to have to be the play. They cannot afford to go out this early.
We saw the map feed there as well. One of the squad mates of E-Arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
Ooh. Wolf end up finding the last player of the Wolves, and that is the 6th place cutoff team eliminated. But now AGAL getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams right next to each other on leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid this fight, so they make a sacrificial play, rotating on into this circle. And AGAL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
Yeah, not the entry they wanted. Losing one player.
गॉट भी पूरी फिनिश हो चुकी है, वुल्फ बीच आ चुकी है और इसके बाद गीक के पास चांस है कि वो टॉप 3 में आ सकती है क्योंकि वुल्फ बाहर है. और गीक के साथ साथ ULF AG AL के पास भी चांस है। अलूला NS सब टीम के पास चांस है, सब टीम ज्यादा पीछे नहीं है। एक चिकन कोई भी टीम ऊपर आ जाएगी भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ। टॉप 6 में एंटर कर जाएगी वो टीम। अच्छा था रे।
Oh, they try to get to the circle just a little early. They end up getting into it with Goat, and that rotation costs both these teams a whole lot. They're going to have to make a play in Miramar to survive because GK are looking strong. AGAL have a beautiful position in the zone. And the one team in the top 6 that's not looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side trying to find their best way into the zone. They're eating a whole lot of blue damage here. They're going to waste quite a bit of utility. But you know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge and get taken out early.
Yeah, didn't really have that many options with the way this went. That wrap down from the southern side just kind of left themselves isolated. So they'll just have to cross their fingers. They can eventually find a way in. Shift on the zone comes in as well.
This could be huge because
I mean, we can see it के पास भी बहुत अच्छा पोजी है।
right now with that circle shifting in that direction.
And अलूला और EARENA को भाई बहुत अच्छे से जोन इन डालना पड़ेगा।
Not too sure.
Seemed like they were debating it, but maybe doubling back now towards the southern side where Alula is stationed just on the exit to the bridge. Fury are in the midst of this. Do take a few shots into AGL. Seems like they've gone able to actually open this one up quite nicely at least.
Tough for AGAL. They got a little bit antsy and they wanted a better position into zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XZZ in the process. A huge player for the team. Furia ends up picking up that point, which is devastating considering that is the 4th place team. Right now, though, the team that I'm really excited for in a zone like this is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground. And we've seen plenty of times in PUBG Mobile history, if that zone shifts in that direction, they could possibly walk away with a 20 elimination chicken dinner here. So this is huge on the side of Yangon.
Speculative right now, but if they put that into facts and forge a path for themselves, it'd be a huge game. That's what we're saying, right? They're the perfect drop location. The zone instantly goes their way towards.
ये EARENA भी कुछ तो कर रही है। जोकर ट्राई कर रही है कि थोड़े से फ्री किल्स निकाल पाए, बल्कि KRX के टीममेट हैं। देखा उसने?
Slightly above them, rather. There is room to climb. EARENA going down to 3 players quite early with Mormon falling inside of the blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the
इनको नहीं पता भी कौन सी टीम है बस।
Rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula would still be the guards that are defending that entryway if they commit to this.
Pozi hold करेंगे हम लोग, फिर उसके बाद I think थोड़ा प्लेन साइड जाके बैठेंगे। Foxy के पास जोन है, वेट कर रहे हैं KRX वाले। A7 आउट ऑफ जोन से अब निकली है, अब ब्रिज क्रॉस करेंगे।
This is a perfect circle for them. We'll see where the next zone does go, though. If it ends up going a hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. But we'll see for
Just like Arul आया था ना जोन में, वैसे Alpha 7 का अभी लेवल आया है।
Trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited.
अलूला जोन मतलब अगर इधर से घुसे तो अलूला इनको थोड़ा सा वो करेगी। क्या करना क्या है? ड्राइवर बोला मेरे पीछे आओ, कुछ तो सोचा है भाई वो, कुछ तो रोटेशन निकाल रहा है भाई वो, कुछ तो कर लिया है भाई।
Burning a whole bunch of utility. This is stage 4. The blue zone definitely starts to chunk you down here. So Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly. The north side is pretty open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see Yangon get put in some work. ends up catching Alula though. Here we go, the fight is starting to ring out. Obscure trying to save his teammate Guizao, looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Got to get him back up. Shots are coming down though, and Obscure's getting peppered, mate. He can't commit to it easily. They've got limited cover here. Throws out a smoke to see if he can actually save his mate. Quick has the nade primed and dashes that one down. If it's on target, could be lethal.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any more of this fight for now. Rebel does get picked up. He still has his vehicle in play, and they do end up getting the recovery. So a perfect play on the side of Alpha 7. Now they're going to start realizing that, hey, maybe one of these players is a little bit too isolated. Just to kind of scare him away. But this is the perfect play for Alpha 7. All they wanted to do was get into the zone safely. They have the gun skill to make anything happen regardless of where the circle is. But to get here with all was the challenge, and just so fortunate they're able to do so.
Yeah, that sense of safety could have been taken away very quickly. So they're going to be quite chuffed that they've been able to stay alive as a full squad at this point. Tiamba are still nearby though. In the meantime, so easy taking pot shots over towards GK, and their numbers have been dwindling rapidly. What looked like a good start coming into this one off the opener we saw from Ragnarok has unraveled to only a solo player remaining alive. You've got Dopeness taking shots over to E Arena as well. They were weak from the start, Dukes. Now they're down to just the duo.
Pretty crazy here that the 7th and 8th place team are so dang hurt. Could be a huge opportunity though, right? For even a squad like Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Yangon, right? The fact that so many of those cutoff teams went out early opens the door for the rest of the lobby to kick them out of one of those precious golden tickets to the finals, that top 6 slot. Here goes Alpha 7, getting a little bit closer to Tianba. That's gonna be a tough fight, especially considering that Tianba are sitting pretty on the leaderboards. They are dead confident, not a single worry. Alpha 7 have everything to lose in this battle though.
Oh, it's a big ego fight. You've got to pull it off if you're going to go for it. Aggressive scouting from Revo as he charges straight up towards them to get a read onto the setup. Like you say, man, you mess with a beast that is Tiamba right now, you better be ready to back it up.
Good nade. Milu getting hurt, Obscure getting peppered as well. Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right? You know they have some of the best coaches, some of the best support on the planet. If they win this fight with Tianba, this could be enough to push them ahead and secure that final slot. But it's not enough right now. They need to win this fight. It's either that or they're gonna leave the mercy of Miramar up ahead.
You got Yangon getting a look in as well towards the back
यहाँ
side.
गलती नहीं करनी चाहिए भाई, अगर यहाँ गलती हो तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी.
Big sandwich now. Alpha 7 are trapped between Alula and Yangon that are backdooring their way up towards Tiamba. This is going to get messy so quickly.
It's already
मैंने भाई जी नॉक दिया. लियो ने एक और नॉक दी. मतलब ये थर्ड पार्टी पे थर्ड पार्टी हो गया भाई. अब 2 टीम बीच में फंस गए भाई.
This fight ringing out, they said, well, let's take out these squads here and now. They are lurking though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. But we haven't heard those shots in a second. We'll wait for that third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
You've made them feel uncomfortable though. Put the fear into them a little bit with the warning shots they fired out. So it's not as easy to clean up and get aggro. Ooh, attention turned.
Raven knock है, ULA का yes sir knock.
1-for-1 trades as the plays come through. Carrillo up close with the shot.
Low,
switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the big Dopeness, even trying to find a steal from distance with damage done onto Alpha 7. Yasser hard flush down.
Never finish.
Back, scrapes his way through them. Claws comes out, swinging. The shotgun gets it done. Introduces him to Big Papa Pump, but how much more punishment could he do, Jukes?
Yanba ने finish निकाल लिया.
And the save! Alpha 7 save for now, but Tianba looking to finish him. It's Guizao all by himself. Gonna have to make a play, and it's not good enough. Tianba crushing the dreams of some of the
4 finishes के साथ Tianba अभी टॉप पर ग्राइंड कर रही है. मतलब टॉप पर बैठी है चुपचाप बहुत अच्छी तरीके से.
Furia looking to seal the deal here now.
नाइस A7 बाहर, ई अरीना बाहर, गोट बाहर, वुल्फ बाहर, गीक के पास, CLF के पास और फ्यूरिया के पास चांस है टॉप पर सेकंड प्लेस पर आने का.
Yes, you do, and you can see right now you got RRQ on the other side there in 12th place with just 2 players up, trying to make something happen for
टॉप ने इसका डूफा नॉक हुआ है. RRQ से ध्यान नहीं किया है, फिनिश भी कर दिया.
Full squad sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active though? They only got 1 elimination to their name with 54 points. That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style. Right now you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far down the ladder, realistically, it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress than remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage. Going to be a lofty challenge. Fury, though, still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage. Nonshin Red Force with a backline there. The Org of Hyunbin hitting heavy. It will punish Ayala so far away as well. They're going to have to grab him as the zone comes in.
That next zone does pop on up there, and you can see Nongshim, the only squad that's sitting pretty there. They have a lot of coverage. They're just sitting back, waiting for these teams to slowly creep in and then start putting some damage downrange. Meanwhile, this fight's been going on for a minute. You got Tianba, you got Yangon Galacticos. Yangon not getting that hill, that mountainside that they so desperately want. And it's none other than QZZ popping some shots. Actually, it was Milu that actually getting up that knock. And now Smile up close.
Oh, अच्छा था. अरे नहीं ब्रो, और भी तो है. देख के अंधा क्यों घुस रहा है? फिनिश के चक्कर में मरा है.
Cloud trying to make himself famous with a famous, but he's so low on HP that it's short.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Quick switch though, hits the headshot. Still alive, low on charge back in.
But finish के लिए मरा भाई, ये भी finish के लिए मरा.
Will buckle. Yangon out of that one.
Super unfortunate for Yangon Galacticos. Nongshim Red Force holding this little hospital right here. And now they're having to do a defense against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so strong. They have the outside advantage. They're going to start throwing all the util they have, and they have some good Molotovs here. Milu actually going to go ahead and back up with that hovercraft. And this fight is still ringing on out. But if you're a team like KRX, who's right over there, you got to get active here. You need to start eliminating this entire lobby. We're going to make a move. That's Tizzy with the shotgun knocks down Milu.
कैसे अक्षय भाई क्या हाल है? मेंबरशिप कहाँ है?
Could be a nice upwards draft there for Nonshin, but they've got to maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way. The second back-to-back team to try and crash onto this compound and remove them from the battleground. So easy, armed with a heavy weaponry as well, looking for the peak, spams over onto Eagle, barely gets back into the building.
Oh!
Hyunbin said hello.
बड़े निर्धारे.
Hyunbin, only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad, trying to keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place, but we've seen crazier things from Nongshim Red Force. Goes back to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. They won it, and they won it on the last game of the tournament. So that is one squad you could never count out.
हाल बेहाल है, मेंबरशिप खत्म है. हाँ तो कब ले रहे हो? बोले थे 12 तारीख को 7,500 यूसी डालोगे, वो भी नहीं डाले. मेंबरशिप भी नहीं लिए. वेरी बैड, वेरी बैड.
From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation of a couple elims.
7,500 की सुपर चैट कर दो. अक्षय भाई यूसी मत डालो.
Oh, knocks him down. And Eagle swoops back in for another elimination here.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red
Well
Force.
done.
They take out Tianba, and they are making this happen. So many teams in the top 6 already out. Beautya,
No,
the only squad still left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to catch up, and that is GK eliminated.
Saw the one chance, man, where he's thinking, fingers crossed, if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this, would have been walking away with something nice rather than leaving with nothing on that one. They got those 3 elims at the start when they took on GOAT. That was Ragnarok that made the play, but that's all they get here.
Brutal.
Just 1
point shy of that 6th place position. That's where they're going to end up for now. But
जिस दिन घर से निकलूंगा मतलब
so hungry. They are looking so
ऐसा है ही
good.
नहीं अकाउंट में
This is the game to put them in the show here at the last second.
कोई बात नहीं अक्षय भाई
KRX surprised this team as being so passive. I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but if you even want the chance, you need to take out this whole lobby. You got to get crazy aggressive. You have some high ground. What is it going to take for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
कोई बात नहीं यार स्ट्रीम पर आ जाके तो लाइक कर दिया करो वो होता है
Nade back over as well.
तबीयत कैसा है हाल का है बेहाल है क्या हो गया तुमको
So Furia do lose 1 player, but they instantly get revenge. Quick shots back onto Malik.
हॉस्पिटल का
खर्चा this lobby right now, Jukes.
This is a important game for Fury. They're in 2nd place right here. They got 8 eliminations, but they understand that we need a strong game, so strong that we don't even got to worry about Miramar. And they are doing that here. So they are playing. Life is on the line, and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid here.
Definitely releasing the beast, man. They want to go all the way to the finals. Huge plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage. Like you say, dude, it's 5 margins between the squads beneath them. It's a game like this, 8 elims, seeing yourself rise up, getting into a better spot, leaving the squads down. They've just got to stick to this business, not let it slip. Painful scenes for Ulf as well. Could have been a different story.
खाने पाने का पीने का अच्छी तरीके से
cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he
फोकस
can
करके
steal a
रखो
couple
यार
of points somehow, some way.
Well, he's definitely going to get some placement points, and we're at that. We're so close on the leaderboards that I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a team going home by just 1 singular point. So Solus staying up for his squad here could be the difference maker. Let's just see how long he can hang on. Furia are outside of the zone. They have a vehicle there. Now they're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push. They have no room to move here. They're going to be going wide out in the open. And you can see Nongshim Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this. And the shots are ringing out. They try to sneak through the gate. It's just silence. Look like he's going to be able to get away from it. Furia just couldn't make the rotate.
Last one there.
Trying to get through that small gap in the fence. KRX stealing points where possible as Nongshim also have their eyes lit up on the pipeline of Furia here. Very similar narrative for those 2 teams. It's just the Furia at least have the safety net of knowing they're above the top 6. For Nongshim, you want to get this one out. Guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top 6 teams all out. Huge opportunity out of all these squads here. Obviously for Nongshim Red Force, they need to win this game. 2nd place is the need that chicken dinner. Solus hopping in the vehicle, denies it. Oh, actually I thought he was going to deny it, but Hoxie ends up getting that last shot onto him. So now it is really just up to KRX versus Nongshim Red Force. And it is none other than Nongshim that got everything to gain here.
It's a big final head-to-head to this team. You've looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point, but how strong is the finish for them? Peek over QZZ with the engage, and they can follow up with this. They go in swift, Duke. Spinny firing off the buckshot quick, hoping that he can dome another one. As the pump action looking good to try and whittle down the numbers for Nongshim. It's a 2 versus 4, and Tizzy's getting hit on the top.
Tizzy gonna have to make a play. He peeks up, he goes into the open, gets the knock, but some great support play. It's up to So Easy with the S12K. Gonna have to make
KRX का चिकन है, KRX का चिकन है, KRX का चिकन. After a long time, KRX का चिकन आला है guys.
A little bit of timing. If he can actually get the heal off, he's going to be in a great position to at least attempt to the best of his abilities to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us so easy? Can you live up to your name and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the bandages out. He's got to pull back into cover. Wants to go for the jump shot round the corner, baiting the crosshairs, spotted through the window, losing HP.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game, all the way down in last place. End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end. But Nongshim Red Force, are you kidding me? This is an exciting match for them. Sure, they don't end up getting those extra 4 placement points with that chicken dinner, but you can tell they were fighting for everything they could possibly get.
It was a great approach on it. So all you've got to do, man, it's the one chance, right, where we're looking at the teams above them, falling to the wayside early. They're getting Elim after Elim. They're playing aggressive. That's the solution, Jukes. That's the answer.
Man, you take a look at these players' faces. You could just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air is at an all-time high right here. So many squads going home. I said it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaches, staff, everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Furia, right? Furia currently sitting in 2nd place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now. He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's listen in to this victory from KRX.
이거 우선 기어갔다. 동현아 왼쪽으로 벌려도 돼. 왼쪽. 온다 동현 쪽. 왼쪽 1평 좋다. 집안에 집안. 한 대 더. 과감하게 해. 나이스. 나이스.
Tempered celebration there. They know there's still a lot to be done, but that's a good start. Obviously, this is where you really need to keep this going with huge game after game if they want to be within that conversation. Towards the upper echelons, it's only fine margins of the points, but they're so far down, Jukes. It's going to be really hard to carry this on.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them just kind of go a little crazier, a little bit more wild, right? Because that's what we need to see, right? We need to see a wild chicken dinner, crazy eliminations. But maybe that was the one, right? Maybe that was the one to kind of really give them a little bit of confidence. They literally need to win the next 2 with double-digit eliminations if they want any chance. Now, anything less than that ain't going to cut it. So you still got to give it up for them, right? I mean, the South Korean team, we know what they can do. Is just they've waited till the last second. That's why we're so doubtful.
Yeah, might have come a little bit too late. But hey, a win's a win. They're still going to be proud of themselves on that one. They were taking some decent fights as well.
Yeah, you know, this is what gets so tough when you're at the survival stage towards the end. If this was in the first day, right, or something like that, we'd be like, oh, let's go, right? Like, that's how you do it, right? That's perfect gameplay, literally, for KRX. It's just they're at a stage now where it's got to get a little bit more wild. But you know what? I want to hear from Geek and Cal Aris. Let's go ahead and take it on down to the stage and hear what they got to say.
Yeah, you do, because I've got Ragnarok once again here. You know what? He gave such an amazing interview last time. We had to pull him again to talk about some of these games. So let's take a look at what we've had today, right? It does feel to us, some of the pundits, the experts, that it's been a very massive lobby from a lot of the teams here throughout the day. Does it feel like when you guys are playing it in the
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is being very passive, like you can reach the zone 3, zone 4 with 62, 60 players. That's so fucking...
So much, Kalaris. I've got Catch here from Ulf Esports. We've got to talk a little bit about map number 3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6. What were the comms like after you managed to secure that chicken dinner? Did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
3. maçtaki wininiz hakkında konuşmak istiyorum birazcık. Şu anda böyle işte puanları yakın olan birkaç tane takım var, onlar arasındasınız. Top 6'ya girmek için arada çok küçük farklar oluyor. O win aldıktan sonra takımınızdaki atmosfer nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti. Olduk çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk. Bu maçta biraz şanssızlık oldu ama gene hani puan alabildik. Yani finale çıkmak istiyoruz,
Wow.
kendimizi göstermek istiyoruz orada.
Yeah, of course, this gave us a push as a team because we many times we just fall short of like
Pass ceiling हो
winning
रहा
a map, so
होगा
it was definitely a
वही
big
ना दर्द
motivation for
तभी
our team.
होता
And
है
now also we collected some points by becoming top 3, and we hope that we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals 6 are decided. Now, these last 2 maps are going to be on Miramar. You've got a good track record on Miramar so far, especially in the group stage and yesterday as well. Are we thinking that this is going to be, you know, a more promising run? How do you guys feel going into this last Miramar? Because it feels like what you guys are lacking at the moment are eliminations, because you're typically, you know, quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top altının belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığımızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz elim puanla eksik kalıyor.
जिनके पास नहीं होता उनसे पूछो
gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir
वो सिर्फ चाहते हैं कि उनके पास हो
Yani biraz dengemiz bozuldu. Bunu düzeltmeye çalışıyoruz. Bu 3. maçta kendimizce düzelttiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance somehow, but we fixed this with match 3, and we just want to focus on these last 2 games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over onto this main stage. Ketch, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury, okay? We're going to go back over to the studio to break down everything we've seen so far before we go into our final 2 maps of the survival stage.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
ये कटा नहीं
it becomes
इससे
our
अपना
superpower.
खुशनसीबी समझो and thank you
Now
भगवान
imagine
जी
an
वही
entire
तो
city being built to
वही
supercharge it.
तो you so
Could be a city
strong bro
powered
take
by
a
play.
chill pill अच्छा सिर्फ दर्द झेल रहे हो पैर चला जाता तो दिक्कत हो जाती अभी पैर है ऐसा भी लाइक के चलते डिप्रेशन में जा रहा हूँ और हर जगह से कॉन्फिडेंस खत्म हो रहा है मेरा कोई बात नहीं वो वापिस आ जाएगा सब कुछ कॉन्फिडेंस पहले ठीक तो हो जाओ अच्छे से
Exciting happening over at the Allianz Vault. So I've grabbed Trev to break down everything that's going on in chess today.
Well, at the moment, we've got Magnus Carlsen taken to the stage for Team Liquid.
डिप्रेशन की अब सीढ़ी
Very in need of points to say the least
अच्छा
at the moment in the
खाओ
Group Championship.
दूसरों
So a
को
lot is
परेशान
relying on
करो
Magnus Carlsen right now for them.
जान
It would get them their
दूसरों
first
को
place. It would get them their 2 top 8s. So a
ठीक
lot
होके
riding on
फिर
him.
वही चीज हो गया तो क्या ही होगा अब तो ठीक हो जाएगा ना फिर से एक बार ठीक हुआ तो दूसरी बार भी ठीक हो जाएगा
For AJAL.
For that club championship update, as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max,
they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way, it's
हाँ
South
वही ना
Korea.
देखो
Oh,
झीलो
yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red Force securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win. But I was like, oh, it's KRX. They're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC. Big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes of being consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, as we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points.
चले जाओ एक बार कुछ चॉकलेट लेके सेलिब्रेशन में
One team that was able to get that second place finish though, Nongshim Red Force Lays, that squad we usually
वही ना
they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX.
ये इतना नेगेटिव में सोचने का कभी भी लाइफ में ना
Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit
जो
difficult
गया उसके बारे में ना सोच के जो बचा है उसके बारे में सोचोगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा Be positive, ठीक है Guys, let's go for 40 like रे क्या कर रहे भाई तुम लोग करवा ही नहीं रहे very bad पिछली बार देखे थे ना अमन भैया
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha 7. They're also doing a bit right now with none other than Zanskrit for the Indonesian crowd. But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Niptura.
There was indeed, yeah. I just really wanted to see a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because he played the anchor role to a T. Really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh, no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind a tree.
Hoxie's not over. Oh, yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense.
यार 10 कदम चलना मुश्किल हो रहा है
and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play.
अरे तो 10 में चलो यार 11 चल लो कोई बात नहीं अरे यार अच्छा भाई थोड़ा वेट करो इंतजार करो सब सही हो जाएगा यार बीच में ठीक हो गया था ना वो लापरवाही की वजह से दोबारा दिक्कत बनी है तो अब की बारी लापरवाही मत करना जो चीज एक बार ठीक हो सकती है दोबारा भी ठीक हो जाएगी यार
To say, Max, that Hyunbin finally did something that just pissed you off.
That's a bit of a stretch, but I was a bit like, very bad, Hyunbin. No, I didn't like that.
All right, come down there, One Island. But let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day. A lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tiamba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. Furia with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place. Lays only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on GK Esports. I mean, they were turning up the heat in that previous game, especially against GOAT, stopping their rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation. And Alpha 7 and all these teams above them dropping like flies. It was going to be their game. And obviously, you know, we heard
देखो तियांबा कंफर्म है ठीक है फ्यूरिया एंड एनएसडी कंफर्म लग रही है अब यहाँ से मेरे को अल्फा भी कंफर्म लग रही है E Arena और GOT में थोड़ा सा डाउट रहेगा.
Outlier for me because of the amount of eliminations. The thing that we've been talking about this team, outside of the win that they have had, they've only gotten 4 placement points.
Look, Hyunbin didn't piss me off, but GOAT is. Okay, that's for sure, because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day, right, on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. I loved it. It was so nice outside of Danqing. And after that, nothing. And I am so sad because right now they just keep slipping. They might find themselves actually on this second page. 16 teams headed in for the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, casters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. But let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than Juan Allen.
All right, drag him on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on, because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before, it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here.
This
is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX is, they get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX could make it in terms of a rags to riches story.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack. And from there, we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating, but I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force here.
E7 game. देख रहे हो तुम?
Finish, and it is going to be very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough probably to see themselves safe, but there's only one way we're going to find out who's going to join them. Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James, and thank you, Paris. You've been amazing so far today. Keeping the energy here for the survival stage, building and building. We've had Alpha 7 find their way into a fairly comfortable position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the audience. Furia as well, a similar storyline. Everyone's screaming, pouring their hearts out for them. But there are 2 former champions fighting to stay alive in the competition. The other is a current reigning champion in Yangon Galacticos that had so much more to do. For the Yangon fans in the house, let's give them some energy!
Let's get it going. The crowd is excited. They are hyped. They know what's at stake as we get into the sandy desert of Miramar. 10 teams going home after these next 2 matches. And I've said this before, Jackie, and it's kind of wild after talking to some of these players and, you know, just getting a little bit of their viewpoints of just how insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France, experiencing the culture, the love that these players get shown. I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a PUBG Mobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the Esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food, every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They said we win, we move on to the top 6, they'll extend it, right? If not, boom, pack your bags, we're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Jukes. You got to bring it and get those chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted, and when the battle rages on here with the survival stage, we get into our final 2 games. Our opener on Miramar begins here. We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops, so far, so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geeky stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station. Gonna be needed to fuel up for the road here, as these guys still have a long one to cross. I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th, only a 2-point gap for the side of Geeky. But that is the difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force, right? They were so down on the leaderboards. I think they were like, what, like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Young Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. Why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in history. Go in the game.
And I think और कोई नहीं उतरा, कोई drop clash नहीं हुआ इधर.
This thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed. You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC. Remember the name? Get your friends online right now, Jigs. If they haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog, get them sat down, get them watching, because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got the Killer Joe player cam down there. Just straight locked in. Alpha 7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And one thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now. What's Tianba gonna do? Okay, they're safe.
Yeah,
they're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jigs.
You get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A-game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering. If they go into finals, they want to do it on their terms, so you're damn right. Who are they going to take the heat to? Will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. It's going to be wild to see here. Yeah, Tianba finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many of these insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tianba starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone, and potentially devastating for so many of these squads. Wolves, a team representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling now? Dopeness taking an eye on 7-2-1 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like a three-peat situation to give yourself so much gas to push up with some of these other squads still accumulating points in the midst of these games even. We need to see him going out cutthroat as well, Jukes. Got to be big Elim action for that side if this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it. Sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGA. This is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. Needs them to make it to the finals, and I need them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization really rooting on these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt to see some of these squads gone because there's so many big names, so many big players. Those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams, I think, are going to really sting.
So crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try and bring your A game. Before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins. To fight for that lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Jukes. It's just having the pride of going home to your home country, being celebrated for the victory, for the achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha 7 did it back in 2024, when Yangon took that win last year. The narrative of the young guns that came out and surprised everyone. And now that's a pipeline for some of these teams within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line right in between the GOAT and the Wolves, the 2 animals of the lobby. Those goats looking mighty dangerous though. Next zone, where's it gonna go? Oh, we gonna see a crazy shift. Okay,
God
going up to the north side, and Goat likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle, and they are big chilling right now. Nongshim Red Force, wow, well, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos, all the way to the west side. This is gonna be a really rough rotation for them. They're gonna have to fight their way in.
निकल जाएगा बहुत इजी रोटेशन है इसी रास्ते पे चलते रहेंगे तो बहुत इजी रोटेशन है इनके पास भी अच्छा रोटेशन है यहाँ पे इस एरिया को पुश मारने का क्या बनाया ही नहीं तो बनाओ
So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and confidence that a single solo can do so much versus a team, that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last 2 games, and finally the shots ring out. And
A7 अच्छा zone, हाँ बहुत अच्छा कर दिया.
And that's on Ragnarok of all players, the superstar here of GK getting taken out. That has gotta hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an Elim to find. A GK squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
आप बना चाहे कुछ भी प्यार बहन को ही पिलाओ.
To get thirsted too, that's gotta hurt. But one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. And that I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, have seen so many teams you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, boom, split. Having to swap players, do all that. They don't give themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like GK or
यार चैट अच्छे से चल नहीं रही है भाई, मेरे को बोरियत आ रही है भाई चैट पे। सिर्फ अब जाके 2 बंदे आए हो, मुझे चैट पे 3 बंदे ही नहीं है, चैट करते ही नहीं है यार लोग। इतनी बेकार बात है यार।
The numbers are, they've got to come together like the 5 fingers on one hand, bro. Form a fist and punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available. It does get way harder for them.
अकेला बोलता रहूंगा क्या मैं?
Only a few points as well. Literally 2 points away.
TRX भाई एक चिकन किया है।
Push past Wolves, push past Goat.
अभी भी लास्ट पर है भाई ये वाली टीम।
The stepping stones are there.
they're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that
भाई
one.
10 टीम एलिमिनेट होने वाली हैं बहुत जल्दी।
They're gonna need a baseball bat though. And the zone, oh, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle.
Alula
See what they're
got
able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here.
NS को इधर ही होल्ड करना चाहिए अभी। इधर ऊपर जाने के बजाय यहाँ होल्ड करना चाहिए। देन यहाँ से इधर जाना चाहिए। इस जगह होल्ड कर सकते हैं। एशियन वर्सेस RRQ।
Trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here.
बना सकता हूँ तो बनाऊँ।
He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
This could be more worse for Alpha 7 than it would be for RRQ, so they're willing to scrap. It's
भाई बेचारा रेवो भाई, इसको हमेशा नॉक फिनिश डालते हैं भाई, जो भी होता। इसको जो भी नॉक करता हूँ सीधा नॉक फिनिश डालता भाई।
Carrillo could hear that nade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated. RRQ looking to apply that pressure, the crank to Alpha 7. Revo just forced to sit and watch as his teammate is gone. They are not in a comfortable position here, folks. 4th place, yeah, but they only have 70 points on the board. It's going to be up to Guizao and Obscure to make it happen for their team.
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this, you thought you could bully us on this one. No, we're further down the standings. Not today.
गैस सिलेंडर और बर्तन ला दूँ, बना देता हूँ।
Smoke through 2 players.
अक्षय भाई दूध चाय पत्ती चिमनी भी रहेगी, वो भी लिख दो।
To see this from RRQ. Yeah, you know what? They need to turn up.
They're
good 20, or what is it? I'm sorry, 12 points away from 6th place. They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If you can get some easy eliminations, I mean, none of these eliminations are easy, but you can get some points early on. It's going to help you out big time. No, Shim Red Force, though. Right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility. And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
No doubt, by the way, man, this is a new non-Shin Red Force we're seeing right here off the back of that previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, like you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the biceps have engaged, mate. And they're getting themselves up nice and high. If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it, show they mean business early as well, start to climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jukes.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do. Let's see where this next circle goes. All right, you know, a pretty typical zone here, nothing too special. KRX are in this zone. Yangnam Galacticos are right there on that top left side of the circle next to your Cruz del Valle. Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay, though. Jan Fox with a beautiful nade. Oh, my goodness. He didn't even move a muscle. He's like, I'm gone.
Ooh, saying I'm gone as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AGAL as they're getting hit from 2 sides. This is looking messy, mate. Nade line up as well with Milu holding the front door. If they
Yanba versus AGL versus ELF.
AGAL eliminated. This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tianba can do whatever the heck they want.
भैया इमली वाली स्टिक दिला दो उसको पीटना है इसकी
They are tearing up the
बढ़ते
lobby
जा
and
रही
crushing
है
dreams. Meanwhile, it's RRQ. Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off so easy, up close and personal. Gonna throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much. Now so easy's going in with the shots, and he's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshim Red Force looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
Going to try and get a quick heal off. So easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top. Oh, the air burst shuts down one. It's a good engage. RRQ got to rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Genfost in a back line, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. A bit of overwatch to bail them out, but Nongshim back on the move.
They're out of here.
कुछ बजाओ दोनों भाई बहन
We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's gold. Looks like he is gonna get eliminated. Nongshim Red Force are on a tear right now.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from GOAT, leaving them on 3 players. Mirroring the battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim Red Force.
M4 और OG ही ज़्यादा चल रही है इनका जो है अभी तक बाकी SUGOI UMP PUBG और DBS ये अलग चल रही हैं
Oh man, AGAL will absolutely disrupt their org's chances in the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have 1 game left to do it.
Hello Pam भैया कैसे हो welcome to the stream स्वागत है stream पे how are you
But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually though.
Yeah, that's GOAT taking out some of the GK players in the midst of all this as well. So that's brought them down to only 1. Their direct competition beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nongshim applying the pressure. GOAT don't like it. Wobbly knees on this one.
कैसे हो पम्मू भैया क्या हाल How are you मुझे मत पूछो भाई मेरा हाल मुझे ठीक से पता नहीं चल रहा पम्मू भैया बी पॉजिटिव ध्यान रखो अपना खुश रहो यार ज्यादा स्ट्रेस मत लो जो लोग तुम्हारे साथ हैं उन लोग के साथ तुम रहो जो लोग जा चुके हैं उनको याद करके कोई फायदा नहीं है जाने वाला चला जाता है
And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solar's tucked in behind the car with the AUG. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. Just trying to stay alive for 721 GS. The sole survivor of the squad.
ध्यान रखो रे बहुत बढ़िया रे बहुत बढ़िया
doesn't work as necessary hits the shots and punishes
and some necessary shots indeed
ये अरीना नीचे कर दी ये अरीना नीचे कर दी वुल्फ ने ये अरीना को नीचे कर दिया
as far as individual player stats on day 1 and Ulf
ध्यान बाजू
as they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving. He's turning. His back wheel is gone. He's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
सामने एनएस भी है
brief moment of respite to get the meds in bandaging himself back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover but the flames dupes come in
अभी ये रीना ने 721 GS को थोड़ा सा किया भाई। ये रीना ऊपर आ गई, बुल फिर से नीचे चली गई, फिर से बुल ऊपर आ गई। ओ भाई
Done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none now. And that is going to be pretty much for all these teams around that side of the leaderboards. They need to either make it happen.
79, 74, 70, 70, 69, 69, 67, 65. Geek भी गई रे almost.
How are you going to capitalize it? We're about to find out.
बहुत बढ़िया नॉक है KRX.
Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
और बताओ रे पम्मो भैया एंड अक्षय भैया यार, डिनर विनर कर लिए क्या तुम लोग?
Desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet all day today. And right now, here comes Alpha 7. Maybe they're going to start making some noises because Guizhou gets taken out. And that is Alpha 7 eliminated.
It's a quiet game from them. And with the squads close by, starting to have some big performances, opportunities to lap them could become a reality the longer this one goes on. E-Arena clearing out the ground floor of the compound on the move, but they don't clear it quickly enough. Oh, it's good from Dopeness to damage them on the stairs. Doubles up for two. Goodbye, E-Arena.
Are you kidding me? Dopeness, 5 eliminations, trying to pull off the hero play. With E-Arena out, and who knows what's going to happen. And now KRX are making some noise. Is it possible? Back-to-back chicken dinners? No way.
That's onto the champs too. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and right now that head's being backhanded by KRX as they come through cutthroat. Protect your neck, Romeo. He's in a horrible position with the nades bouncing over to him. Alula smelling that there's opportunities to try third party from the side as well.
Oh, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? He needs to get up and get moving here. They're outside of that circle. Yangon Galacticos so far away from the top 6. It's literally going to be a 2-man hero play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what they can do. They're going to have to go crazy.
इसका नाम दिया finish निकाला.
On the other side, up on the north, gonna start pressing down little by little, getting those vehicles moving. And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next circle.
Ooh, in the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting.
Ow.
They get the line of sight for free onto Nonshin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that pot shot off, and it leaves them with 2 players.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Yangon Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away. It's not mathematically impossible, but they're gonna have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France. Looking out over though, there's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there, 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're gonna see a North American team at the Esports World Cup Finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best. You got KRX on the other side though. Red hot after that last chicken dinner. If KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks, this will be PUBG Mobile history. The biggest comeback we have ever seen.
It would have to be from the bottom to the top of the standings.
नॉक हो गया इतनी पनौती लगा दी बंदा ही नॉक फिनिश करवा दिए.
Andalula stealing elims there to rise themselves, so Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. Nades over, looking for the engage as Slonic pushes up, peeking over behind the shrubbery and will strike with the SMG. Quick flick, Binny. He's trying to play inside the smoke, but he gets popped and left, bro. Goodbye.
The Wolves shutting them down. Zero hesitation. They get that elimination. They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads, though. GOAT, Wolves looking to press up even further beyond, secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Al-Ula can make their dreams still happen, though. RRQ can make it happen. Heck, even Dopeness in 14th place, if they win this game, can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe, but you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants. Go team did good work to get some decent damage off to steal elims and weaken some of our better squads within the lobby. But they fall down to two players. The two that love off angles, that love getting aggressive, that can rep themselves in situations where they're outnumbered. So we'll see what Moxie and Force could do. For Wolves, they're taking a few shots back from RRQ as Genfoss tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here, GOAT. Trying to throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tiamba. It's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire, though. He's going to be able to get a first aid off. And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. GOAT need every elimination they could possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough, though. Milu is not making it easy. He's not just saying, oh, no, I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight to the very end here. And that's the end.
Goodbye. These shut down, finished off in the
Milu NT भाई बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई बहुत अच्छा खेला.
Representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of GOAT as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting Wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on the Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Al-Ula said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's GOAT done for.
God bar Al-Ula.
To the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
Alula bringing the aggression to the lobby. They suffered a casualty,
2v,
but it didn't
2v.
bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion.
3v,
Wolves,
2v,
they've had to cower.
4-3-2. Wolves के 2, Alula के 3, Dopeness के 4.
Once looked in this game, 2 players there, free alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're gonna get it. They have the numbers, they have the plays, just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right into the mix here, almost gets the run over, but Claus pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They go all in, and so far, it seems to be doing quite effective. That's the Wolves out of there. And now it's up to Quick and Yasser for Al-Ula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of 2 duos after the risky engagement from Dopeness. But the nade's on point, and it all falls to one man. The solo of Kenji sprinting to stay alive as Quick lives up to his name with a rapid flick and punishes him. Shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji, he gets the heal back in, Jukes. But they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek up for one. Decent damage. Re-peek onto Quick.
Kenji looking for the headshots here, and that's not going to be enough. It's Al-Ula.
NT.
In the second to last match, they're playing it cool. But I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Tasting the victory on the stage. Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in. proud of themselves for withstanding that. Some crazy aggression display.
कब हो रहा है खत्म? इसके बाद लास्ट, मतलब अब लास्ट मैच होगा. 5 हो गए, लास्ट मैच बचा हुआ है. एक मैच बचा हुआ है बस.
You know, I love to see aggression. I love to see crazy, risky plays. But even I'm like, that was too much. Are you kidding me? Driving up like that. I think they just had to play it, you know, trying to true. They had the numbers. But hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that here at the end. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice.
I felt like that plot armor as well, man. That headshot in the last second. The lunacy of that.
9 से खेलोगे फिर?
What a crazy turn of events here.
खेलेंगे खेलेंगे. कभी पहले ही ना खत्म हो जाए, आज थोड़ा सा देखते हैं. बट 9 से पक्का खेलेंगे. ज्यादा लंबा होना नहीं चाहिए. आज जल्दी मैच स्टार्ट कर दें. लास्ट मैच है.
They're playing that very smart though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that numbers advantage. But a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment could be the difference of continuing your stay headed to the finals or going home.
I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams, but that's why it really is underlined.
घर नहीं अबे इतना लेट क्या काम कर रहा है तू? मेंढी 8 बज गया. क्या कर रहा?
These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat.
ओवर काम मत कर, तबीयत खराब हो जाएगी भाई. ऑफिस वालों का कुछ नहीं जाएगा. समझा? ओवर मत कर.
I mean, you are leaving it to the last game. You're going to have every...
This one is bold red, chill bro tea, and the graphic with this desi twist just hits different. Heavy
craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They coaches here. They have their squads. They're going to tell them, hey, you got to understand. In order to make it to the finals, you're going to need 20 points and hope these top teams go out.
कंपनी वाले ना समझ रहे ना.
Hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
फिर भी यार तू अपने हिसाब से कर भाई. इतना लेट काम मत कर कंपनी वाले के बाड़ में.
Almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams where they've just gone, all right, we
get it.
It's either we absolutely...
ये मेरे को भूख लग रही है. रुकियो कि मैं देखता कुछ.
It's a great point injection.
Oh man, this is going to get wild here, folks. This is going to get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, you know, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're going to see. And guess what, folks? We're going to see it, though, here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
off the back of a Miramar game. So the last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for with a couple of points behind the top 6. You know, you do have GOAT that had an awesome game, awesome few games, but then have kind of dwindled a little bit there. A7's right on their heels.
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha 7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much, okay, I'll be honest, they're the only team that still looks happy of everyone down there.
When do they not? Especially with all the noise that the fans have been making that have been really giving Max a headache.
Yeah, looking at the rankings, I want us to all try and agree. Like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say Fury and above for me. No way they jump out of top 6. But Wolves, GOAT team, Nongshim, Red Force, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
Wolves. I actually have Wolves even in as well, just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair. Yeah.
How about you? Analysis.
I think I kind of have to agree with Max. Part of me wants to go, well, it's only 1 point difference. It's very fair, yeah. I think so. I want to say it's like, oh, it's only 1 point difference, so actually it should be second place and above are safe. But you also have to think about which 4 teams that are currently outside of the top 6 are going to come in to replace Furia and below. That is going to be the hard part, right? So even though there's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2, it's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So Ulf isn't going to do it. Geeke probably not. And the points now, there's a much bigger gap. So yeah, I am going to say that it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like, even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like, they could still make that push, right? Especially with the way that Nongshim has been playing, that some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It is a great point that you make. I almost threw the mic at you there. It's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make, though, because honestly, from what we see in survival stage right now, we haven't seen massive matches so far. As the crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations, 13 eliminations, and I think that's what is skewing our idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That can rocket you just into the top 6 if you are quite low down.
Yep.
The thing is, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask you a question, because we have seen it in the past too for PUBG Mobile Esports as well, especially when we go into a match like this, where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening, especially with teams that are towards the top? They end up playing passive, and we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams in the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate, your Tiambas, etc., maybe going to slow it down a bit, because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams in the middle, like RRQ, that we just talked about, I think is a team that could actually try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend it.
मैं थोड़ी देर में खाना
I want to see actually Napeko do well. I feel like Napeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here. We can see some players getting together. Well, Alula, you know, you guys are already in.
They're celebrating.
That's a celebration. It looked a bit sad and somber, but they are happy.
They should be celebrating. They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see, especially the first match, just to see how close everything is right now between some of these squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough, Blank, for them to be able to secure it, especially when you got E-Arena with 69 points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure that Wolves and those teams above or below also stop performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about Fury, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about Fury is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations. They still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them. However, the Wolves, 7,
मेनली भाई 40 लाइक भी नहीं करवाए तुम लोग यार कितने गंदे हो भाई.
Yes, they've made mistakes, but there's constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially Necessary, right? He was one of the top players at the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. Who's going to be joining those teams that are already in the finals? We're about to find out with who the top 6 are and who are the rest that are going to be getting those keys crushed. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Thank you so much to the desk for breaking that down beautifully here. We have 5 matches in the books. All right, guys, this is it. We've played all the games, we've done all the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide. One final game. If you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make something happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match of the survival stage, live here in Paris, France, at the Esports World Cup. This is the PMWC.
Right here, right now, hopes and dreams will be crushed for some of these squads. Two former champions that could potentially not make it to the finals. Paris, France, let's hear it!
Let's go! It's time. As you can see, all the players anxious in their seats. I only saw one smile on the board, and that was one of the Tianba players, because they know they got nothing to worry about right here. But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they can also be the executioners. They could say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiambas with a butcher blade ready to swing and chop down the other teams. For everyone else, Dukes, this really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, one misplay, a single elim for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. Thing we were talking about earlier too is, yeah, with Tianba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's gonna happen though. Teams popping out of these planes. A beautiful plane path here for this circle. Alpha 7 are gonna be able to get El Pozo. That is a huge drop. What kind of circle are we gonna deal with though here, Jackie? That is the question. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Hey, the EWC doesn't disappoint one bit.
Mate, if we did get something normal, after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are you kidding me? They're gonna have to get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha 7 in El Pozo. They need to get in their vehicles and get moving. This circle might as well be a zone 3, 4, because so much water is in play here. You got to be able to get one of those dominant positions, especially those teams lower down the leaderboards, because just a regular, you know, 3-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You will need some serious, serious, serious points.
Got to bring the heat, man, fully. No more chance for mistakes, but chances for you to get yourself some beautiful skins. So, of course, head on in game, give that lucky spin a go, and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
Oh man, so much to talk about, so much to keep your eye on. Just a quick reminder for anybody that's just been
A7 and E Arena.
Second, first off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now. But you came in right on time, because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AGAL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. And if they don't make it into the finals, they ain't getting any.
That's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice, holding that jersey on your chest, and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh, man. Just looking at the points so far, if you are a GAL, honestly, you need to win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We got to look at it. I mean, 75 points is Nongshim Red Force, and this is if they don't even get any points on the board, right? So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them. But the math is still possible, right? Until they are out, there's still a chance.
वो भी ऊपर आ सकती है। A7 के पास भी चांस है, ये अरीना के पास भी चांस है, ULF के पास भी चांस है, गीक के पास भी चांस है। इतना बड़ा पॉइंट्स में गैप नहीं है भाई। 20 पर अगर 20 पॉइंट भी अगर तुम लेकर जाते हो नॉर्मल ना 20-25 पॉइंट, तो आप अंदर रहो, आप मैच में हो, आप फाइनल जा रहे हो। बट मेन बात यही है कि आपको वो पॉइंट लाने पड़ेंगे, निकालने पड़ेंगे। अगर प्रेशर में रह के खेलोगे और अवॉइड करोगे फाइट को, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता भाई पॉसिबल है यहाँ। लास्ट मैच है भाई, अब तक का जितना तुम्हारे दिमाग में या जितना भी तुमने किया है अब तक का, भाई सब कुछ फूंक दो रे भाई।
And everyone else so close to breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside of the bubble right now. The arena just beneath Alpha 7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto Ulf, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
चलो रे मैं खाना खा लूं, उसके बाद वापस से BGMI में वो करेंगे, ठीक है?
There's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha 7 gets more than 10, and Wolves get none, then they're out. So there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But, man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum. And even 20 points might not.
पर देख लो यहाँ से जितने भी टीम, मतलब अगर 6 टीम जाएंगी तो यानबा ULA भी कंफर्म ही लग रही है भाई। 82 पॉइंट ले लिया उसने, हलुदा ने। और
So much pressure on you.
बाकी नीचे की टीम पे डाउट है रे। वुल्फ, गॉड, एनएस जा सकती है, ठीक है, एनएस भी जा सकती है। A7 को जाना चाहिए, A7 को किल निकालने चाहिए एंड पॉइंट्स अच्छे से करने चाहिए भाई, नहीं तो फायदा नहीं है भाई उस टीम का, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छी टीम है। बट अगर ऐसा लग रहा है तो वो दिक्कत हो जाएगी फाइनल में।
See, just look at them driving. They're playing this very tight. They are very close together here, not trying to make a single mistake. They can't afford to lose a single player on rotation. And for those of you guys that haven't been keeping up with what's been going on earlier in the year, we have Alpha 7 here, the dominant squad we've known for so long. They are our PMG.
मेरे को लग रहा है KRX तो बाहर ही है भाई। S21 GS भी गई। यहाँ से 30 पॉइंट निकालना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट रहेगा भाई टीम के ना, तो मेरे को लग रहा है भाई KRX भी गई और S21 GS भी गई। YG, Dominus, AGL, RRQ, Geek, ULF, EA, A7, इन सब के पास चांस है।
Some way, don't put anything on the board. They go deep into this circle. They're just on the right side of El Azahar, and they are very familiar with the zone. I've seen Alpha 7 play this position plenty of times.
Zone shift coming in now as well. Okay. It plays into their court, Jukes.
Huge northern shift. A big break, especially for the side of Al Ula, who's all the way up there. they're going to be able to find a pretty spot in this circle. Everybody's now going to have to head towards Alpha 7. They come in very late into the zone, considering that they were all the way on the other side in El Pozo. With this zone shift, they have got the blessing of a lifetime here.
Opportunity presents itself, but they've got to grab it with both hands and not let go.
Uh-oh.
Wolves on the pull-up. That's Furia in the distance. If Furia shut them down here, it would be deadly stuff for Wolves. Both of them so close in the standings, though, it could go either way. Necessary tries to dive back into cover, but the bullets hit quick, and he's dropped by Silence.
Oh no, Elementrix barely hits that broken wall and leaves them out in the open. Now Solonic is getting hit. This is devastation for the side of the Wolves. They need to put something on the board here. 78 points is not enough to feel comfortable at all. And now they are down 2 players.
Down to a duo. If this is a 0-point game.
Oh, one bad drive again. Oh boy, this is AGAL. The team fighting for those club championship points. Now battling it out with DK. Here they go, Safchi barely avoiding those shotgun shots, but they're ringing out back and forth. It looks like AGAL are holding on for dear life here. It's just XZZ, last player up for the team.
Trying to keep himself alive, head above water, wants to go for the pickup play back onto Maple as he runs around towards the stairs. Tiamba with their eyes coming over as well on the push-up. It's Milu close by, but thankfully Ragnarok is tucked in just below the rock face. Alpha 7 even took pot shots onto this. He gets his mate back up in Flower H. Trying to see what more he can do to put a foot down, stop any re-aggression from the side. Ragnarok on the peak, loses out in the duel versus Milu.
And here comes Milu with the pop shotgun! And that is DK eliminated from this tournament.
टूर्नामेंट से भी एलिमिनेट हो गई और इस गेम से भी हो गई भाई.
Dreams right here off the rip.
You see it on their faces. The reality of the situation seeps in. They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind enough points to save themselves an opportunity into the finals. But it ends like that.
They needed a win here and weren't able to make it happen. Out of all the teams they faced, it's Tiamba. And now it looks like AGAL is going to have to do the same thing. Tiamba, nothing to lose here. They are a lock for the finals. They are so confident. And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see the devastation already. And there's going to be 9 more teams in the same position in just a few minutes.
Cooking nades. One cast deep there from Maple, but not quite on target. A blip from Yangon Galacticus in the Elim feed as they take pot shots off to 721 GS. Kike forced to breathe in the reality of the situation. A brutal feeling to have to go through after fighting so hard, coming so close.
Having some great games too, man. I mean, I really hope we see this team continue on here together. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, Galacticos though, they find an elimination. The crowd getting excited here because they know they need them. If it's Yangon, they need a win and they need double-digit eliminations. They know it. They cannot afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
He's come out with the big plays now. Keep it going, keep it developing, hunt down the teams in the lobby and show us what they were made of in last year's PMWC all over again. Say Cloud on the move as the crowd starts to give the energy out. It's getting hype in here. EWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and Say Cloud looks to close the gap through the smoke, looking for a pickup play.
It's been quiet for far too long. It's time to start making some noise here and cheer these teams on. At 721 GS are getting shot from multiple different angles here. That is Furia Silence actually going and punishing them. but that is a desperate elimination that Yangon Galacticos need, but they get another confirmation. 2 to start off.
2's a decent start, but it's got to be even more. They're looking with their eyes scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally. But they can't waste time.
Make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
Take the loot that's necessary and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Yangon.
And
Let's see them continue to push it here. But now it's up to a big defense. It's AGAL versus Tianba. The team fighting for those championship points, and they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose. 0 pressure on their backs. Let's see if AJAL can clutch this up, throw in some more utility. Maple, up close and personal. QZZ, back it off a little bit. He's got that
अगर यहाँ पर Tianba जीती तो AGL का यहीं पे सफर खत्म है भाई. Tianba को घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा भाई, वो ऑलरेडी जा रही है. जो टीम जीती जो हारी अगर AGL हार बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
6 eliminations for the squad. They needed every single one of them, and they got them.
Tianba तो जा रही है भाई, उसको नहीं रोक सकता रे कोई भी. And I think वो टॉप पे ही है भाई. उसको घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा.
Foopsman with a reply. It's a headshot connection as they flush out Joe.
And now here comes AGAL in the mix as well. Alpha 7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is knocked. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force. He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shock. He's going to get the MK though. He's getting hit from multiple angles.
Ooh.
And Eagle's stab was out with the down. Gets off-angled as well. And here comes AGAL. Devastation for the side of Alpha 7.
They're down to just one man. Flashbacks of 2025 all over again, as this is where it could end. Obscure trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh man, I do not want to be Obscure right now. I'll tell you that. The pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha 7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent. But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over. And Obscure looking for some plays, trying to get some eliminations, and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
Gut-wrenching stuff. It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Goat nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. E-Arena scrapping against YG. That's Yangon. Possibly going the same way as Alpha 7 if this carries on.
Alula losing a player there. Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6. Yangon Galacticos are trying to make a run for it though. But again, they need another 10 plus eliminations and the win if they want it to happen. Gonna be pretty darn tough. Especially now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much, they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes. Unless we see an absolute miracle.
अबे Crytex का bot unsubscribe कर रहा है कुत्ते.
From none other than Obscure. We'll have to see.
It's just such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man. Oh. The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side. We do see the pressure paying off for AGL of how they're playing it, though. 8 elims right now.
Woo, what a start for AGAL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up, the zone hard shifts down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AGAL. Their club championship is on the line here, and they're trying to make it happen for their organization. Ulf, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots out of silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. Furia pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their victory lap, but Ulf, job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
Got to get so aggressive as well for Ulf. That point barrier slipping further and further away. AGAL take a swift headshot from Schweppes as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Eren with the Mini 14. Fury are on the move, but they're going to run into Yangon. The map geometry betrays them. They've got to bail out the vehicle. Romeo down on the deck. Man, it's been lit up.
And that is it. That is our PMWC champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory. We will have a new champion in Paris. And it could be one of the teams that you are seeing here as Wolves is barely alive with 2 players. Furia putting in the work here in the final game. And Ulf trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
A lot to get done. Dopeness clashing versus Furia as well, with back and forth trades of blows, leaving it down to 2 players. Side of Furia just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened E Arena, while Hyunbin goes in on AGAL.
Here they go, Nongshim Red Force starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha 7. The worst case scenario for E Arena as well, as So Easy is on the push, looking to eliminate AGAL, and they get another knock. And now AGAL looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower, H, all getting shot as well. So many points away now from that top 6. It's looking grim for AGAL.
In the midst of all that carnage, the last member of Alpha 7, Obscure, falls. They are out, and with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Duke said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
बहुत ज़्यादा शोर मचा देते हैं ये लोग ना.
Event for Alpha 7 to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here and now. Ulf eliminate
Alpha 7 के साथ गलत हुआ यार बहुत ना.
Don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals. But with that start from Ulf, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running.
Furia.
Wolves are on the chopping
God के पास God अभी तक का जो इनका वो है ना टारगेट 79.14 टच कर दिया है. E Arena, ULF, AGL में से.
Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above water. It's E Arena and Ulf that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of
को नीचे करके ऊपर आ जाएगी.
Elementrix trying to keep the NA hopes alive as here they go. The bull drive out into the open. They're shimming, they're shaking, they're hitting that gas all the way to the floor, and it looks like they are able to make it up the hill for now.
Tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down. Reset from it, pop the meds.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Alula and Nongshim Red Force right now to wipe out this entire lobby, because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from E Arena, even a couple more for Ulf. But a chicken dinner here will get it done. AGAL, you gotta give it to them. Such a strong start with 9, but 9 isn't gonna do it. They need more.
Ula going in. This is onto the walls. They've really got to withstand the true test.
Wolf versus Alula.
On this one. Elementrix goes down to Quick as the SMG hits him swift. That's only one player left.
Baton running for his life right now, trying to survive. All they need is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least 1 placement point for his team, but you still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Dopeness down there, actually getting a knock on a Soulless. That is huge. Ulf have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do it justice on this one. Room to move up.
खतरनाक होने
Nowhere
वाला
near
है.
secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from Nonshin as well as they spot out onto the last member of Wolves.
And he's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer, as long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt, because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave Ulf with 2 players up. E-Arena looking like the big threat here as they get a beautiful circle shift onto them. The Thai squad looking good. Dopeness are still in the mix here as they do end up getting a res on one of their players. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
Just got to rise to the occasion. Down 1 man in the squad, but still playing like a full team with the mentality they've been bringing out here on the last game of the survival stage. Scarface taking pot shots back over to Nonshin Red Force up on the hillside. Dopeness down in the depths. Dizzy back on the move, regroup with the squad now. And Wolves, dire straits. You got that knock, but you couldn't convert it. Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
The pressure is on. It's Baton versus the world, trying to make something happen for his team.
well played, well played.
That's the Wolves out of there. And now they're going to be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing GOAT. That is huge. Let's see if they can hang on, because there's still 2 teams, even 3, that could make this happen.
If Nonshin and Alula just start absorbing some of the points from the squads down below, it could leave us in a more locked-in position. E-Arena and Ulf, the ones that are really trying to drag this one to the bitter end with a big finish. It looks like it could be best for E-Arena if they keep this up.
E-Arena broke a record, a PUBG Mobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Nongshim Red Force, the last player of AGA. Let's Flower Age. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes the Arena onto Nongshim Red Force, looking to turn things up. It's XVY though, making it happen against Mormon Joker up close and personal with the shots, and that's Nongshim Red Force eliminated.
Massive plays.
E-Arena and ULF.
And shuts the squad down. Got to be swift with his decision making though. Pops the smoke, gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough out of this one? Finish off Ulf and leave themselves in a position to climb through and fight for that final spot.
कोई तो fight लो.
Who is gonna get it?
अबे ULF अकेली वो टीम बची हुई है.
Both of these teams to be confident that you're making it into the finals. And it looks like, guys, we have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3. Ulf versus E-Arena for all the marbles.
You know you've got to win this one. Clean up, take that chicken dinner, and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely. They do restock. They get their HP back, had just enough time to reset. It will be a fair fight. 3 versus 3, everyone's topped up.
You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise. Ulf, such a seasoned team. E-Arena as well, red hot in this tournament. And it ends up with the 3v3 for your tournament life. Looks like Tourniquet is able to find an airdrop. That is huge at this point. is able to be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon, but he's still got that AUG. Tons of util on the side of E-Arena. Both have to be kitted out pretty well here. This is stage 8. This is it. This is the last circle. So this zone will go down into nothing. The first knock is so critical at this point.
One pick, one opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it and shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's got to give up that advanced position. Bails a nade back over, and Eren equalized. Both of them on low health.
Beep, beep. Back it up immediately. Get those heals off, reset, try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teammate. So that way he can get ready for the rest of this match. Tourniquet gonna be leaving it up to the, no more HP at all. That's it, no drinks, nothing. So this is exactly where he's gonna stay at. Tourniquet, about 70% HP, gets shot as well. Only bandages to make things even. He makes the peak though, puts some damage on a Scarface. Critical here, but Scarface gets some return shots as well. But Scarface is wide on the open.
They're sweating bullets right now. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want to be that first domino to fall and have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in. Gangster level plays as he opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Eren, but he can't find any more. Crumbling down to only one member of the arena, and Joker trapped in the back with no health. They throw the grenade onto him, and that's the boom that gives them their best chance at going through to the finals.
All esports with the clutch chicken dinner, and woo, wipe that sweat off your forehead, baby. You have done it.
Gave it their all their juice. Dire straits for both teams. The twist in the narrative.
तनिष्का ने बोला ये 7 वो बाहर हो गई.
Trying to clamber above them, cut down. The realization.
Then E-Arena को बोला वो चिकन ले जा रही है. वो बाहर.
The hopes, the dreams, everything they put into the love of the game over the course of this season, culminating in the end of their run.
ये देख रहे हैं कि ये गए हैं नहीं गए. ये फाइनल में है नहीं है. उसके बाद excited होंगे.
Excited, but still biting his nails, thinking, do we do it? Everyone's a math expert at this point, right? Just, was it enough to push them into that top 6? That's the question. But a clutch chicken dinner is always gonna get you excited here. So look at this last fight. That initial knock was so critical, and then Scarface 4-3 gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here in PMWC. But man, some titans, Jackie, have fallen here today. A tough time.
Yeah, some of the biggest, brightest, some legendary players, names that spark excitement just from having them on our screens, removed from the equation. Trying to figure out if they've made it through or not, as all these players are running the numbers. And that's why it was such an intense final game here, Jigs. That's why we said this has been delivering in the survival stage. The fact that we're sat here trying to break down the numbers, waiting for the desk, it's tasty stuff.
We'll see if Ulf did it. We'll see if the Wolves were able to hang on there, as that would be an absolute miracle for the side of North America. But man, what a way to finish things out. A crazy performance. And you can see the look on Baton. He's blinking right now. Just
अरे बता दो यार, point table क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे? इतनी देर हो गई.
Find out here in just a minute, but I'll tell you one thing here, folks. The survival stage didn't disappoint at all.
Lived up to its name through and through. The sheer contrast of how this moment now feels for a lot of these players. You can see it there. A team like EK, they gave it their absolute all, Jukes.
Oh man, it was so close. So many teams could have gotten it done. It just came down to that last and final game. And you know, EK had some beautiful signs of life. They look so rock
भाई
solid.
बता दो यार.
And just weren't able to get it done at the end. That's the tough part here. When you reach such a pinnacle tournament like the Esports World Cup, it really just comes down to who can clutch it up right there towards the end. Is he picking at some smiley faces? I see a lot of hearts. That's a good sign, right? But
Qualified.
who knows where things are going to end up. We'll wait for the desk, of course, to break it down. But we do know the teams for sure that weren't able to make it. You can see the look on the faces of Alpha 7. Extremely disappointed here once again. And who knows what's going to happen. We know at the end of the year, PMGC coming around the corner. A lot of time to do some homework and come back strong then.
Yeah, got to remedy things and try and reset from it. Means so much to them. They always put
Don't cry, bro. Hard luck next time.
There's a
For
reason
sure.
why they've got such a passionate fan base, man. Really exciting team to watch.
Bro वो मत बे सीखो कहाँ गलती थी दोबारा से फिर से आओ भाई और फोड़ के जाओ.
The level of competition has risen so high.
Yeah, so high indeed. It's tough to see such a historic squad that had a historic run, right? They won the World Cup a couple of years ago. They win the Global Championships last year, and they're not able to make a final this year is rough.
हार जीत होता रहता है बे.
But this one is so great, right?
Let's go.
Tournament.
मेरे को जल्दी दिखाओ भेंडी कौन है क्या सीन है.
Someone that's gonna step on the stage looking real good today is gonna be Barney. Let's take it out over to him for some.
ओए पार्टी बाद में करके भेंडी मेरे को दिखाओ.
Today, do I not look at it?
भेंडी पॉइंट टेबल नहीं दिखा रहे.
Okay, I'm joined by Tiamba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tiamba, it was about dominance. An absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次生存赛呢，对所有的战队来说都是为了生存而战，但是对天霸来说，完全就是碾压性的要求。
行行
生存赛打的
कौन
是否对你
हुई अरे वही तो देख रहा दिखाई नहीं रहे लोग भेंडी बात करने लग गए दिखा दो के बगल करो भेंडी अपन मैच खेलेंगे बीजीएमआई
Definitely, we are feeling a lot more confident. We have been performing this well throughout a whole year, and honestly, the group stage was an anomaly. So our form is back, and we are feeling absolutely in peak form right now.
I love that Tiamba are back on top. Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive approach. Did you feel like you were going to get targeted, or did you target any specific teams to make your finals run that bit easier?
那么你们昨天就生存赛第一天，你们发挥非常好，然后直接吃2次鸡，然后但是今天呢就是发挥稍微稳定一些。那你们是否认为可能是因为其他的战队都在针对你们，然后你们需要做出应对的措施呢？还是说你们的战术也是在针对某一些其他的战队来让他们淹死在这个生存赛呢？
没有听太清楚，但我觉得我们这个今天没有发挥的那么好，是确实前2把手感没有打出来，对，然后还是想着奔着第1来的嘛，所以我们后面几局也没有放弃，还是把自己的游戏内容展现了出来，对。
I'll say today, at least for the first 2 matches, we definitely, our hands weren't that hot, and we felt like we definitely didn't play to the best of our abilities, but we're still always gunning for #1, so we are still trying very hard throughout every single match.
All right, well, with that being said, we've got some things to do, gentlemen. It's time for the fun part. Follow me, let's go over to the Crusher. It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. I bet this is the fun bit. They've done all the playing, they've competed here on the Gadir City grid throughout the entire of these last 2 days of the survival stage. But now, it is time to fulfill their destiny and to crush 10 keys until only 16 are left intact for our finals run that kicks off on Friday. You know the score, you guys have seen the Crusher before. It is time to say farewell to 10 of our teams who just didn't
दिखा तो दो कौन सी 10 टीम का को क्रश कर रहे हो तुम भेंडी.
Gentlemen, step up here onto the Crusher. As you can
Guys, 40 लाइक नहीं है यार आपसे यार मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई very bad यार.
Okay, now you guys know what we're doing here. So, QZZ, Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Press it, yeah. Oh, with a bit of vigor, I like it. Okay, we're about to crush 10 keys right now. And so, Eagle, I would like to know, what would you like to say to these teams before you eliminate them?
那我们现在要粉碎10支战队的钥匙。你在按下这按钮之前，有什么话想跟这些战队们说的吗？
希望你们下一次 EWC 的旅程能够更顺利一点。
Better luck next time on your next EWC run.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go. Woo, that's 10 keys eliminated from the esports.
अबे सालो दिखा तो दो.
PMWC has been absolutely
ये तो गई KRX भी गई, A7 भी गई.
Days of competition. There's so many. And we're also going to send it over
Geek
to
गई.
Colaris with a very important interview to close out today. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Barney. Yes, we are with Alula's
All right.
here to talk about their result and their performance, considering that
Alula, Furia, and ये तो है ही है.
So first things first, I've got to get your thoughts. You guys are now in the final. What's the feeling in the team right now? You've made it into.
भाई ये points table नहीं दिखा रही
اول شيء الف مبروك على التاهل اخذتوا المركز الثاني بالسرفايفل ستيج. فاحكي لنا شعورك انت والفريق بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولكم لمرحله النهائيات بالبطوله.
والله
البطولة
لا نوصف ابدا، يعني سوينا ريمونتادا حلوه كلش انه رجعنا للمركز الثاني وتاهلنا. الشعور لا يوصف الصراحه.
Honestly, it's an indescribable feeling. I felt like we had an incredible turnaround to get the result that we ended up with, second place. We're very happy with it and looking forward to the rest.
I think that the turnaround was great, and you guys got yourself a first place on Miramar. And during that game, especially, I think you're great at finding your timings, and being able to know parties and being able to know when to take engagements. Do you consider that one of your team's best strengths, or what do you consider the best strengths, if not that?
هلا من ناحيه قدرات الفريق عم بسألك انه انتم توقيتكم من ناحيه الثيرد بارتي ممتاز، فهل بتعتبروها واحده من الشغلات اللي بتكون يعني قويه جدا من ناحيه فريقكم، ولا ايش بتعتبروا قدراتكم وقوتكم؟
कुछ तो कह रहे हैं भाई ये लोग बहुत अच्छे तरीके से.
اكيد يعني ثيرد بارتي جزء من خطه التيم اذا احنا نلعب على الاطراف، بس يعني قوه التيم ان نكون كتله واحده دائما.
I want to say our strength is yes, it is one of the pillars when it comes to how we work together as a team, trying to third party as much as we can, especially when we play around the edge of the circle as well, and playing together as a unit. That's definitely one of our strengths as well.
All right, and the final question is, what can Alula do in the grand final? What's your expectations? Where do you think is realistic here for Alula in the final?
هلا اخر شيء ايش بتتوقع خلينا نقول اداء العلا اي سبورتس بنهائيات البطوله، او ايش من وجهه نظرك بكون اداء مقبول لك انت والفريق والمنظمه؟
متوقعين ان شاء الله اداء جبار، ندخل بقوه، نركز على التوب 1 توب 3، يعني ما عندنا شيء غير توب 3 اتوقع، يعني اقل احتمال توب 3. داخلين فول فوكس، فول جديه، ما عندنا شيء نخسره، نلعب فور فن.
We have nothing to lose. We're going to play with full focus, full strength. Nothing's going to stop us. We're aiming for top 3, if not hopefully top 1. But the least of our expectations is hopefully top 3 at the end of the competition.
All right, thank you very much, Quick. Thank you, Stanson, for those translations as well. That does it for us down in the stage. Let's move on.
Shukran Sandstorm for that translation, Colaris for the interview, and also Barney for being able to show Tiamba how to crush those keys. And what's going to stop him? I know which teams are going to stop them. Those top dogs from Group A and Group B that are currently waiting for these squads that are going to be in the finals as well. Because Alula, you might have been able to perform here, but Grand Finals is going to be something completely different, as we're getting some class from Alpha 7 and just cheering on the players, which once again, Alpha 7, the reigning champions, the PMGC, not making it to another final.
That makes the third one. The third one they've not gotten in a row. I feel so bad for them, because we did see better performance in the second half of today, right? Better, but it wasn't A7 that we're used to, and so you want to know what's going on.
Oh, sorry, Natera, we gotta break it, because here we have it, the top 6 that are gonna be moving on to the finals. E-Arena makes it through. They kicked off. Wolves Esports GOAT team is not gonna make it. Ulf, with that win, Ulf is gonna be going to the finals.
Oh, that was a chicken dinner that literally kept the dream alive for E-Arena.
Thailand will be making it to your PMWC Grand Finals. And you could see at the moment there was that fight at the end on that Miramar. Al Ula fighting Nongshim Red Force, and you can see the cogs turning in their mind. Wait, we need those eliminations. If we do not get every single one of those points, we can't reach the top 6. E-Arena, they went for the play and it was just enough.
I mean, they were not having the fact that they were pushed out of the top from the group stages into the survival. So this was their chance and their opportunity to make sure that they will cement into the finals. And I mean, after that last game, they definitely strategically played it incredibly well. You could see that they were holding on and almost going to get that winner chicken dinner. But look, this is the chicken dinner for them. They're in the finals. E-Arena.
And for Nongshim Red Force, that might have been the best game that we have seen out of this squad. The way that they were kind of splitting, the way that they were taking full control of that circle, you could tell, Max, that they wanted to be in the finals and they wanted to give you a smile as well.
Oh yeah, I'm really happy. I don't know if I would call it their best game. I still feel like their second Miramar win on the back-to-back, their second win on the Wrangle was their best game. But you know what? That was good though. Second page, dreams are being not just crushed, are being decimated. Alpha 7 getting pushed not only out of the top 6, but also out of the first page. All gamers not able to make the catch-up. So the club championship in particular, man, is going to get really close. Only a few teams can really compete for that $7 million prize pool.
And GK Esports as well, such a difficult time for them. You know, they got early in on the rotate there, but just couldn't calculate Tiamba's kind of intervention on that play. And look, sometimes that's just PUBG Mobile. But look, I think a valiant effort from them from this entire stage. But sometimes when it comes to just these ending moments, you crumble.
You do crumble, and one team that ended up crumbling were the defending champions of PMWC, as we will be crowning a new champion when we go to the finals starting Friday. So make sure you put in 14th. That's when we're going to be coming back on August 14th. And here you have it, the teams that will be advancing to the finals. Honestly, Ulf, I'm happy to see Ulf being able to make it, but I am not impressed by your performance, Ulf.
Bro, they're playing it down to the last game, but here you go. Here are your 16 teams that have officially now qualified for your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals at EWC 2026. Tiamba, Al Ula, Nongshim Red Force, Furia are going to be joining the ranks of those teams alongside E-Arena and Ulf. But man, you got so many big names. You got 2 teams from India too making it.
Tiamba, पहली टीम, Alula and S Furia. Aurora, Team Flash, FL, ठीक है, and Nigma Galaxy, NGX, Team Vitality, VT, VLT, और ULF, Arena, 40R, OG, Team India, वेट कर रहा है, जल्दी आओ, आलिया, IDA, Gorlai, Khora, and SUG. मैं बता रहा जी भाई साहब, बहुत खतरनाक मैचेस जाने वाले हैं. पैंडी मजा आएगा बे भाई. बट मेरे को वुल्फ के लिए थोड़ा नहीं भाई, बहुत ज्यादा सैड फील हो रहा है. वुल्फ के भी 79 और ई अरीना के भी 79, एंड ई अरीना जा रही है, वुल्फ नहीं जा रही. मेरे को थोड़ा सा बुरा लग रहा रे वुल्फ के लिए, तो काफी लग रहा. चलो यार, गॉड्स प्लान है ना. भेंडी कुछ तो हो रहा यार. लाइट चली गई बे. चलो रे, अपन खेलते हैं अपना BGMI। BGMI, let's go baby। ये फेस कैम ऑन रखो क्या, बताओ रे। वैसे मैं थक गया। अब अगर जनता कहती कि रखना है तो रख लेंगे यार, और अगर मना कर देगी तो ज्यादा अच्छा है।
इस इंडस्ट्री का राजा हूं मैं।
同じチームだね。よろしく。えぐいゲームになりそう。
कैसे सर जी, कोई आ रहा है क्या?
क्या सर जी?
हिलू हिलू
हेलो,
कोई आ रहा है क्या? चीट से कोई आ रहा है क्या? चीट से
चीट सी का पता नहीं रे। चीट में होनी भी तो चाहिए, लॉगिच नहीं है ब्रो।
बीताओ
बीताओ
बीताओ भाई बीताओ
बीताओ भाई,
बीताओ।
परसों मजा आने वाला है, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई साहब।
आज एस कर लेंगे, आ जाओ कराते।
किसका इस करा रहा है?
अमन भाई का।
ए पहले वो लगा, वाव लगा, वो वाला
क्या लगाऊं? कौन सा वाला?
जो भी है, ब्रेन रूट।
क्या है?
1 मिनट रुक।
तो 1 सेकंड भी नहीं रुका।
ब्रेन रूट, ब्रेन रूट।
हाँ ब्रेन रूट ही लगाया। रॉयल लगाना था ना, बैटल तो नहीं लगाना था। इसका अचीवमेंट है पता है ना आपको, 200 पॉइंट का।
जो भी है वो करवा मेरा, जोन जोन से भी है करवा दे अभी। अभी करवा, अभी अभी कुछ नहीं अभी।
Kilo exit নহলে নে
মান ধুনীয়াকে সেকেন্ড পজিশন লৈ ৰাখিছিলে কলত গুচি গ'ল।
এইটো গম পাইছা নাই, আমি আমাৰ পৰা যোনটো এক্সিট মাৰিছিলে ইয়াত আহিলে এইটো।
1 मिनट रुकना।
Hey, loud boy, again you.
ৰবা মোক এই দিয়া নাই মোক যাবলৈ।
अरे आपकी लॉबी है भी इसमें, ये तो बताओ।
इसमें ये गोल्ड का अपग्रेड करो क्या गन? ये ग्रोजा भी मैक्स हो गई मेरी। ओ ये निकल गई, इसको मैक्स कर दिया क्या?
इको में क्या क्वागेस तो
अरे बीरो जाम हां बोलो सब चले बस दोस्तों को लबा
इसको रात में छोड़
नहीं निकलेगा।
मैं तंग मार देंगे
कॉल मार रहे।
ओके जाओ
हम फोटो साइज लबा लॉक को मोर खुली बोले बोलो एतु बोले खुली करते
ओ लॉक को आना है बे
हो जाओ।
कैरामेलो फिल्ट्रेलो अभी तो 12 ही लेवल पे हो सुबह भाई।
हाँ वही तो पता कैसे करना है।
या कांटेक्ट होता है मुझे कौन होगा और मुझे तो लगे तेरे के मान।
ओए 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 इसका डैमेज अच्छा है रे हैं।
तो गुड आइडिया।
उदाहरण कर लो लोगों ये तो जो किया से आपको बोल देगा
इसका डैमेज अच्छा है भाई।
एक मिनट को मार लगे
ठीक है। और मैं फास्टर की गेम कर पा फास्टर
हमें 12 बिलियन चाहिए रे अपग्रेड के लिए।
फास्टर की गेम
फर्स्ट तो तुम्ही येता बाबा मटन मारे त्याचा नीचे
क्राइटेक्स
भाई कंपनी बनाए ड्रगन खुली पे ना डायरेक्ट
फ्रीगो कमेलो वही भाई को गेम सिखाता है वही भाई को तो आता है।
अरे क्राइटेक्स सुन रहा है नहीं सुन रहा?
सुन तो रहा हूँ, मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है बट किसी के फैन की आवाजें आ रही है।
ये मेरा पांडु को बोल रहे
तेरा किधर है? तेरा वो किधर है?
आवाज ही नहीं आ रही।
देख नहीं खुला ना तुम्ही खुला
बोलो ने
अरे बाप, ओए इधर देखिए, अरे बाप रे को
किधर किससे कैसे देखना ये तो बताओ। वो कहाँ पे पहले ये तो बताओ।
तेरा किधर है? तेरा बेस किधर है?
Zini Planini। सामने में पहला घर। मेरा ही बेस।
सारे ले जाओ उठा के।
हाँ ले जाओ, बहुत है मेरे पास। 57 का तेज पड़ा है। Walino El Metino। भाई तुम्हारे लिए नहीं है। नहीं 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 गॉडल भाई नहीं 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 गलत बात पूरा धो दूंगा। अरे तुमको तो अच्छी है यार, तुमको क्या जरूरत है यार।
इसको मारो ना
किसको मारना है?
मेरे को, अगर मेरे को किसी और ने मार दिया तो क्या होगा?
तो वापस चला जाएगा।
कुली बात है एक और नेट ले रखा हूं।
मेरे घर में वापस आ जाएगा। हाँ लॉक हो गया। बहुत बढ़िया भाई
को माइलो पर
मैं थोड़े लोग किया हूँ।
अरे नहीं मैंने लॉक कर दिया गलती से। 2.5 मिनट रुकना पड़ेगा। चलो इसी बात में मेरा लेवल अप हो जाएगा। हाँ वही तो वॉल पे साउंड आएगा। किसी का फैन की आवाज आ रही है मुझे बहुत।
मेरे को भी आ रही है।
मैं इसे कम भी नहीं कर सकता।
अभी तो कितना जल्दी मार रहा है इन चीज को।
हाँ एमजी है ना, फाइनल गन है ये।
एमजी फाइनल गन है? अच्छा M13।
भाई क्या कर रहे हो?
अबे आने तो दे।
तब तो मारेंगे।
अबे उसको आने तो दे।
कोई दिले मुझे ये लिखिले।
अबे तू ही तो चला रहा है। तुम दोनों चला रहे हो भेंडी। ओए दूसरा लगा जा। बाहर आ। इसमें वैसे भी आवाज बहुत आ रहा है। इनके बारे में तुझे पता है? जो पता है वो करवा दे और क्या।
उठाओ लेवल अप करते जाओ धड़ है ना। 15 गन मैक्स होना चाहिए और 17 लेवल होना चाहिए। मतलब मैक्स लेवल पे जाना चाहिए और कुछ मिलियन का गोल्ड चाहिए तो वो तो ऐसे भी हो जाता है। आ रहे हो क्या अमन भाई? जल्दी बताओ अमन भाई। जल्दी फटाक से वेट करना वेट। अब तो मुझे भी करना वही तब ना। होता ही नहीं, बस बॉट लॉबी टाइप के बंदे आ जाए ना, मजा आ जाए जो कम लेवल के हो।
तो मेरे को स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा।
भाई इधर देख रहे हो 104 टी। समझ रहे हो भाई? लोग कितने फालतू हो सकते हैं। हाँ या बिलियन करने में लंका लग जा रही लोगों के पास। पता है वो वाला जो है ना, जो कार्ड से कलेक्ट होता है। लोगों ने लो। अरे कम है। एक ही है बस 15 लेवल का बंदा।
सही
हाँ ये वाला सही है।
तू किधर है? अरे वाह
ले जाओ जो भी चाहिए।
बहुत बढ़िया घर है तेरा। मतलब बहुत अच्छी जगह घर है तेरा। बिल्कुल बगल में। इसको हटाता हूँ।
पता भी नहीं। Ding 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 dum ma ding 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 dum
ding 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 dum ma ding 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 dum।
ये पहली बार साउंड में खेल रहा हूँ।
वरना माइक बंद करके खेलता है क्या? ब्रो पता बिन
मास्टर साउंड बंद करके खेल रहा था मैं। मास्टर सॉन्ग बन गया थे
बस ठीक है 6-7
भाई नहीं ले पाओगे भाई कौन था ये
La vacca Saturno Saturnita.
Saturnina.
Udin din 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 dum, ma din 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 dum.
ओए मेरे लिए वो कर वो लीरा ना यही तो चाहिए हाथी मिल गया बस हाँ ये हाथी चाहिए था बस है हाथी सा चाहिए था ड्रॉप के
Din 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 dum, ma din 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 dum. La vacca Saturno Saturnita.
लेवल अप के लिए 740 बिलियन कॉइन चाहिए लेवल अप मारते जाओ
Ballerina cappuccina.
12 मिलियन चाहिए लेवल अप के लिए मेरे को मैं हैंडी देख रहा था इधर 6-7 लगाना मैगी से बता दे
अरे मैं घंटे तक बस बैठ के यहाँ पे मारा मारी करता रहता हूँ देखो
6-7.
जैसे मेरे 12 में ये 6-7 वापस से अपने में लगा लूंगा
लाके पटक दियो उठा के वापस
अच्छा मैं उठा के भी पटक सकता तेरे में
जब अपडेट करोगे तो बताना तो मैं वो कर दूंगा
Rino Tosterino. Rino Tosterino.
12 बिलियन चाहिए 12 बिलियन ब्रो बिलियन लिटरली और ये रखा क्यों नहीं जा रहा अब ऊपर ही रखा जाएगा क्या ऊपर है जगह ऊपर तो है
तो रखो ना नीचे रखेगा ना तो नीचे डालोगे तो ऊपर ऑटोमेटिक आएगा ना नीचे को
अच्छा ऐसा है क्या
ले जा भाई ले जा सागर भाई ले जाओ भाई क्या देख रहे हो
Ballerina cappuccina.
जाओ ऐश करो
जाओ भाई ऐश करो भाई देख रहे हो भाई कितना कितना दानवीर है
भाई ऐश करो भाई
दानवीर है भाई दानवीर
ले भी जा रहा है तो बताओ भाई ये जो गरीब हो गए ना यो साला अपनी आदत से गरीब हो गए
क्या हो गया
भाई इसको ले जाने दे रहा तो 67 छोड़ के हाथी लेके जा रहा है
उसको हाथी चाहिए होगा भाई उसको हाथी चाहिए होगा
अरे उसी है उसके हाथ में मतलब उसे अभी तो कुछ भी चाहिए होगा तो भी हो जाएगा
ला भाई देख रहे हो गरीब का मजाक बना रहा है ये इंसान गरीब का मजाक बना रहा है
भाई मेरे होते हुए 67 उठा ही नहीं सकते तुम काय को मेहनत कर रहे हो जी भाई काय को मेहनत कर रहे हो
Taurino assassino.
97 बिलियन हुआ है अभी
तो आप क्या सामान डाल रहे हो अरे कॉइन कलेक्ट करो ना उससे सामान डालने से थोड़ी सा वो होगा
Patapim. Liri la.
और ये शार्क को बेच के वो 6-7 कर दूं?
हाँ भेज दो नीचे
बेच
सारे 6-7 ही रखो।
पक्का? ये शार्क की शार्क
सब जगह 6-7 ही रखो। आती सब बता दो। इसको हटाओगे कैसे? नीचे बैक लिखा है ना, उस पे एडिट क्लिक करना, बाद स्किप देना।
क्या?
बैकपैक खोलना, उस पे एडिट लिखा रहता है, एडिट करना।
इतने नहीं आता।
Gusini planini.
तेरे में से ले जा रहा हूँ, तेरे में इतना कर सकता हूँ। ये खेलने से फायदा क्या है? अचीवमेंट पॉइंट है यार, अचीवमेंट के लिए खेल रहे हैं ब्रो। और वो कलेक्शन कार्ड और 200 पॉइंट है ब्रो। देख रहे हो तुम? 200 पॉइंट मतलब लिटरली 200 पॉइंट भाई। आई थिंक अब हो जाना चाहिए। 11.25 हो गए ऊपर से। भाई इनको होल्ड किया तो ये तो हट गया। तेरे में कैसे प्लेस होगा? तेरे में कैसे रखे जाएंगे?
बस उठाओ, मेरे वाले दरवाजे पे ला के पटकते जाओ।
Elefanto blindato.
रखा गया? हाँ तो फिर दरवाना 60
आ गया मेरे पास। हाँ रुको, आ रहा, जगह खाली करता हूँ ना पूरा।
Ballerina cappuccina.
अब 45 सेकंड बाद होगा भाई। कैन गिव 40 सेकंड बाद। भाई 36 सेकंड बाद रख सकता हूँ मैं तेरे में दूसरा गिफ्ट। फेस कैम ऑफ। हाँ अभी किया है यार कबीर भैया। ग्यारह सेकंड 10 सेकंड। भाई अबे भैया खाना खा रहा था यार, थोड़ा सा थक गया। थक गया था। चोरी करने में बड़ा मजा आता है ना।
तो अरे इससे अच्छा वो वाला है भाई, बैटल वाला है।
बैटल वाले में क्या होता है?
वो उड़ा दिया लगता।
क्या?
ना चलता रहता उसको, बहुत टाइम टेकिंग है।
पहले अचीवमेंट के लिए वो करवा ब्रो।
Lilla.
34 सेकंड।
भाई वही बैठता है।
वही ना। हेलो क्यूट पांडा, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। ये क्या है? ये है यार कार्ड के लिए खेलना पड़ रहा है भाई। ये अचीवमेंट पॉइंट 200 मिलेंगे इससे।
Pesciolino cascolino.
भाई इसके अलग ही क्रेज है देखा जाए तो। भाई लोग 12 घंटा तक इसी को ही खेले जा रहे हैं बस पागलों जैसे।
वही ना।
अभी नहीं, बाद में खाऊंगा स्ट्रीम के
और पता नहीं खेल ही क्यों रहे हैं भाई। अचीवमेंट करो हो गया ना भाई, पर नहीं भाई क्यों ऐसे?
टॉप रैंकिंग
ऐसे बस कर दूं? अपग्रेड कर दूं?
एक बच्चा, 2 बच्चा है ऊपर।
हाँ तो 2 का क्या करेगा? इतने तो ऐसे ही फोड़ देगा।
Gippone robotico.
1 घंटा बैठोगे तब जाके इतने आते हैं, समझे? 6-7 बहुत कम मिलता है, और अगर अच्छी लॉबी आई
Brr patapim.
लग दो अपग्रेड।
167 बचा है यार, ऐसा मुझे लगा।
अब तो कर दिया। अब मुझे चाहिए स्कूटर्स पे बैठा हुआ मेंढक और ये ड्रॉप चाहिए। चलिए वापिस कर भाई, अब जितने जितने तूने अपने पे लिए।
सेल कर दिया मैंने भाई, 67 उड़ा दिया मैंने। बताओ कितना पैसे वाला हूँ मैं।
देख लो भाई, ये क्यूट पंडा मैनेजिंग मोड है क्या?
Din 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 dum, ma din 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 dum.
अबे कुत्ते, ओए रुक जा, इसे मत मारिए, इसे मत मारिए, इसे मत मार। क्या बोलो?
हाँ क्या है तो?
वो चाहिए, वो ड्रॉप्स है वो।
ये लो डाला है, उठा लो। ये वाला या ये वाला है, दोनों में से देख लो कौन सा वाला है।
परले वाला खुले तो ना, 1 मिनट बाद खुलेगा भाई तेरा भी। उधर 6-7 डाल भाई, उधर 6-7 डाल तू जाके। लॉक लग गया। 6-7 उठा तू, भर भर के डाल। P90 का डैमेज अच्छा है यार, अगर से मैं अपग्रेड करूँ तो। ये शख्स नहीं मान रहा। ये क्या खेल रहे हो जो मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा? ये कबीर भैया, ये भी एक गेम है ब्रेन रूट करके, और है BGMI के अंदर ही, और इसमें तुम्हें कार्ड मिलेंगे 5-6, और इसे खेलने पे तुम्हारे पास कलेक्शन पॉइंट गेन होगा काफी सारा। हाँ, अचीवमेंट पॉइंट इंक्रीज होगा तुम्हारा बहुत सारा। ये तो 0 लेवल।
Ballerina cappuccina.
कोई तो था गेम का पकौड़ा। और क्राइटेक्स ने सब कुछ कर दिया है, तो उसकी हेल्प से चोरी कर रहा हूँ और अमीर बन रहा हूँ। कहने का मतलब ये है।
Molotudino Gambino.
टप सूरज के साथ टप हो गया।
Kiwi. Tartaruga Bigfooto.
भाई एक स्कूटर के ऊपर बैठा हुआ आदमी है भाई, वो भी चाहिए मुझे ना।
आदमी बैठा है जो
नहीं, स्कूटर के ऊपर हरा सा मेंढक है, ग्रीन एंड ब्राउन कलर का।
Din 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 dum, ma din 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 dum.
क्राइटेक्स क्या करवाता रहता है?
Camelo.
क्या क्या बोल रहा है?
कबीर भैया कह रहे हैं क्राइटेक्स क्या क्या करता रहता है।
तो नीचे लगा रहा हूँ पूरा। अरे ये लो, क्या मेरे से
एक क्या तेरे से चोरी लगा नीचे 6-7
वो लगा रखा था ना।
एंडी इतने 6-7 रखे बैठा हुआ है।
Ma sai Saur. Ualino Elmetino. Gippone robotico. Taurino assassino.
Sigma boy. समझ गया, मुझे वो चाहिए मेरे भाई।
मुझे यार क्या मुझे मुक्का मार के क्या मिलेगा?
Brr brr patapim.
ना मर रहा मैं, चल बच जा।
Ualino Elmetino.
करना
एक मिनट का टाइम मांगता है वो।
ले बेटे, कोई तो जा चोरी करने की सोच रहा था भाई। वो क्या कहते हैं
bicicleteira
बोनी का कुछ करके है बोनी का
Capsaro Capsara
अरे वो जिसके ऊपर भी ऐसा रोशनी आएगी आप खुद बता देना कौन सा वाला
अम्बाला बालाबू
Show Tuktukini
41 ये वाला तो है ये आदमी बैठा है जो यही तो है देखो
नहीं ये नहीं है
Ballerina Cappuccina
ये नहीं है नहीं ये नहीं है ऐसा ही दूसरा है मन कर रहा है P90 को अपग्रेड कर लो क्या हुआ जगह नहीं है
अभी भी यही खेल रहे आओ ना आ रहे हो अमन भाई
Walino e il Metino Boneca Ambalabu Tartaruga Pioceira Motocicleteira Copi Binini Ballerina Cappuccina
ये फिर आया पहले अरे भाई घर से चोरी कर ले
अबे वो क्यों नहीं ये पार्टी सी क्यों नहीं आ रही भाई ये भी आए तो थोड़ा सा पैसा सा मिले
भाई वो थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर हो जाता है गोली तो मर जाता है मेरी गलती थोड़ी है लॉबी में अच्छा लॉबी में हो क्या तो फिर एक अभी भी एक
Elefanto blindato
अबे मुझे देखने तो दे
Tea
ये क्यों मार रहा है भैया ये ना मान
Rino Toscherino Frigo Camelo
ये मार दिया था मैंने
Copi Binini
इसका कैसे बस ये अरे लगा तो है सामने ही लगा है
Bambini Crostini La vacca Saturno Saturnita
थोड़ा बाहर चलोगे क्या अमन भाई भी आ रहे हैं हेलो अमन भाई
इसी में ही आ जाएगा तू
क्या हाँ इस वाले में तो नहीं आएंगे तो क्या इस वाले के लिए हमको बाहर जाना पड़ेगा अरे
6-7 Walino e il Metino
आजा बाहर आजा ये सब रहेगा ना जाएगा तो नहीं कुछ
मार ले जा
Busini Planini
वो आ जाएगा ना वापस
रेडी करो अब जगह इधर होगा कि नहीं हो वो नहीं पता बट अब तो जाएगा
गलत
अगल बगल हुआ तो मजा आ जाएगा नहीं तो ठीक हो जाएगा भाई 58T मेरे को वो रेड वाला चाहिए भाई जिसका कंप्लीट हो जाएगा ना सबसे रेड वाला लेके बैठूंगा दो वो रेड वाला जिसके पास होगा ना सब एक आईडी में डाल के कॉइन इकट्ठा करते रहूंगा डेली का अरे भाई मैंने YouTube में वीडियो देखा उन पे तो भाई 6-7 रेड वाला है अरे यार मुझे बहुत खोपचे में दिया अमन भाई का घर बगल में है सुगोई भाई का घर भी बगल में ही है नहीं सामने है सुगोई भाई का घर घर सामने है इसी साइड ही है
क्या पता देखना चाहिए आऊं
शुरारो में तुम्हारे घर सुगोई भाई अपोजिट में है आपका घर
तू किधर है
अरे यार बहुत गलत जगह मिल गया यार मुझे यहाँ से मारने में बड़ा रोना आ जाता है
मेरे को अपग्रेड के लिए कितनी चाहिए 17 मिलियन
कॉइन कलेक्ट करो ना, 2-2 सेकंड में मिल जाएगा, तो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा।
12 मिलियन 12 मिलियन 12 12 12 13 14 15 अभी 13 मिलियन हुआ है, ऑलमोस्ट 14 मिलियन हो जाएगा अब।
हाँ वाओ मोड
ये वही तो
है ना इवेंट के लिए। खेले हो क्या? ये आपका उसके जैसे ही है, कचरा है ना जो
फ्री फायर। चलो भाई ये वापस ले भाई, हो गया हो गया भाई।
कहाँ पे? अगर घर है कहाँ? अपोजिट में ही है ना?
हाँ बस ये बक्से से मत चाहिए, बाकी 6-7 सील हो जाएगा।
ये रहा। नहीं ये तो पागल किसी का है। अरे यार हम लोग गलत तो लॉबी में आ गए पता। बहुत हाई सुगोई भाई आपका घर किस साइड है?
मेरे जस्ट सामने। ये बहन का पकोड़े ने मार दिया, देख लेके जा रहा था।
नहीं एग्जिट करो। मैं
आ गया बाहर।
रेडी मारो भाई।
क्या बहुत हाई लेवल पे बनता है।
अरे इतना लोकेशन दूर था भाई, इस कोने से सीधा उस कोने, और लॉबी में बंदे भी 20-20 उसके थे, स्टार वाले लेवल
ना 20-20 लेवल वाले। अब क्या किया तू? ये क्या है? बस ना मेहंदी 40 लाइक हो रही है, कितने गंदी बात है।
कोई हो बस मत।
ट्राइटेक्स इधर ओए बराबर में ही है तू मेरे।
लाओ पटको
मारना है बे हनी।
रुक जा तू रुक, वहीं का ना मैं आ रहा हूँ तेरे पास।
चल जंपिंग जैक टाइप पूछा कर रहा है।
रुक जा तेरे को अभी समझ में नहीं
चला गया?
मैं पहली बार खेल रहा है, रुक जा।
हाँ वो तो चला गया। अरे अमन भाई थाम जाओ, इधर से उठाओ ना सुगोई भाई के घर से। हाँ उधर से उठा दो।
माइक बेंडिंग भाई, किसी का माइक बज रहा है। हेलो
भाई
किसी का माइक बज रहा है।
लो भाई रिपीट आवाज आ रही है। हेलो
माइक
देख भाई अब बंद हो गया होगा, देख बंद हो गया।
हाँ भाई अब ठीक है, धन्यवाद भाई।
इधर आ, देख तेरे सामने हूँ, इधर आ, इस पर देख।
हाँ क्या करना बता।
देखिए तेरा घर है, ऊपर तेरा नाम लिखा है ना।
कैसे हो?
हाँ मेरा बेस है ये।
हाँ इधर आ इधर देख, अबे देख इधर आ।
तेरा नाम है ये?
हाँ ये मेरा बेस है।
हाँ
ये सबसे
ballerina Calavacca Saturno
सबसे
Saturnita,
highest
elefanto
है।
blindato.
वो बीच से निकलेगा, देख रहे ऊपर वाला है ना, सेंटर से वहां से निकलता है बड़ा वाला, वहां तू मार नहीं पाएगा अभी।
तो भाई मेरे को रेड वाला देना, ठीक है?
इसको मार इन लोगों को मार, ये जो भाग रहा है ना इन लोगों को मार।
जो पकड़ा हुआ है
अबे गोली चलाने वाले बटन पे तू क्या आ गया है?
जो साइड में खड़ा हुआ है वो वाला।
Ding 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 dum, ma ding 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 ding.
देख दो तो कुछ आया होगा
Coin
वहां
बढ़ाते
से,
रहूंगा मैं।
उसी को मारना है तेरे को, यहाँ से निकलेगा वो।
वो मुंह टाइप का दिख रहा है।
ले लियो भाई।
हाँ उसी को मारना है तेरे को।
6-7 ऊपर वाला 6-7 नीचे लगा दोगे तो बड़ी मेहरबानी हो जाएगी यार।
लग
बैक खोलो फिर एडिट पे जाओ।
Taurino assassino. Walino elmetino. Rino
तो
tosterino.
निकल ही नहीं रहा है। ये है।
मार हाँ मार दिया। अब रुक जा, मत कर अपनी माँ मत चूदा। कौन है शुभम? भाग लौड़ा यहाँ से।
शुभम भाई हाँ मैं तो ना चाहता
भाई।
नहीं मत कर भाई, उसको सिखा रहा हूँ खेलना, मेरे दोस्त को, उसको नहीं आता है। मस्ती मत करो भाई, अपना खेलो भाई।
सही बात है भाई, अपना
अबे मैं अंदर में लॉक हो गया भाई। हनी
नॉक थोड़ी होते हैं इसमें।
बेचारा शुभम
देख ऊपर में ना अपग्रेड लिखा है,
La Esoc secolano
क्लिक
tosterino.
कर गोम को।
6-7.
बेचारा शुभम।
गोम को क्लिक करना बे।
अपग्रेड दिख रहा है वो।
गोम लिखा होगा उसको
हाँ
क्लिक कर।
दिखा राइट साइड में दिखा।
हाँ तू अपने घर के पास आ गया।
अब किसको मारूं?
शुभम भाई उसे मत लो। अरे उसे मत लो, अपडेट करने के लिए उनका।
ये अनलॉक होगा ना तो अंदर ये 6-7 के पास जाना और
Job Saul. Tapio Sheira motocicleteira. La vacca
तो
Saturno.
अपने घर में लेके जाना।
किसको मारूं अभी?
वहीं देख उसमें आया होगा फिर से कुछ।
शुभम भाई
सबको मार।
अभी जो गाली खाई थी ना तुमने बिल्कुल सही खाई थी।
हाँ मार इन लोगों को भी मार। अबे सबको मारना तू।
तुम्हारे जैसे के साथ ऐसे ही होना चाहिए।
तो भाई अपडेट मटेरियल उठा के भाग रहा है, बताओ।
Six Seven, ballerina cappuccina.
ये मैं सीमेंट कर रहा है यार, ये तो
Chai Tuntung per kuntung. O akat.
ओए अगर मैं ऑल पे से हटा दूंगा तो आवाज आएगी?
नहीं आ रहा है ना साउंड, वही तो दिक्कत है। नहीं आ रही ना, वही तो दिक्कत है।
La Esoc secolare.
ऐसे आवाज ही नहीं आएगी, यही तो दिक्कत है इसका। अरे ये मुझे समझ में 6-7 जा कहाँ रहा है इतना।
Patapì. La vacca
इधर आ।
आई थिंक 6-7 गायब हो रहे हैं पूरे।
हाँ
चलो भाई वापस से ट्रांसफर करो।
हाँ क्लिक करके रख। हाँ इधर आना, चिपक ना उसमें चिपक।
हाँ 6-7 गायब हो रहे हैं, जगह नहीं है करके।
उठा उसको, क्लिक करके रख
भाई। वो जो मेंढक सा पकड़ा था ना तुमने, वही दोबारा चाहिएगा।
टूट जा रहा है भाई।
और एक ये सफेद सा पता नहीं क्या है ये।
इधर
Walino elmetino.
अपने घर में
राइनो टोस्टर जो भी है।
अपने घर में जा।
टोस्टर
नहीं पता भाई, जो भी
सफेद से
क्लिक करके रख।
ये तो उठा ले रहा है।
ला के हमारे घर में
क्लिक करके रख ना, उठाएगा नहीं, क्लिक करके रख।
इसमें नहीं आ रहा होल्ड टू।
अमन भाई 6-7 ला के
Walino elmetino. Piccione cappellone.
अब मेरे में जा। अब उठाएगा। हाँ नहीं वो होल्ड मत कर। अब अबे लॉक अपने आप कैसे लग गया मादर तो।
होल्ड लॉक कर रहा हूं, अनलॉक कर रहा हूं।
लॉक करी
नहीं होगा बे, वो लॉक है पागल। वहाँ पे नहीं टूटेगा पागल वो। रुक जा, उसको हटने दे। अब क्लिक करके ना वहाँ मतलब तेरे बेस में ना एक स्लॉट खाली रहना चाहिए बे। खाली किया ना अभी? हाँ
अच्छा 6-7 को लाने के लिए।
हाँ
Ballerina cappuccina. Walino elmetino.
ये फोड़ ओए।
Nekambalabu.
छोड़ दिया
Elefante blindato. Om terre tom.
पहले ले वो तो कर लो पॉइंट जितना
Din 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 dum ma din 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 dum.
जिसको मारेगा ना वो वहाँ चला जाता
अरे
है।
नीचे है तो इतने सारे नीचे लगे तो हैं
15 सेकंड बाकी है।
हटा दिया था भाई तू
ना 6-7 तो था
Ualino e il metino.
मेरे को बकलोली होते रहती है थोड़ा सेकंड
आईएस वाले को मारा हूँ ना। जा इधर आ, उठा इसको। हाँ लेके जा अपने घर लेके जा।
पता है मेरे को पहले
नहीं
सेल
तो
करना पड़ेगा
बस अपने घर में लेके जाना तू। छोड़ भी देगा चल जाएगा।
इसमें तो सदिया लग जाएंगी।
अब इधर आ, इसको क्लिक करके रख यहाँ पर। यहाँ पर 6-7 को सेट करना है।
कौन था यो
भाई 90 बिलियन चाहिए 90
6-7 सेलेक्ट कर।
हाँ तो ऐसे ही हो जाएगा
बिलियन
यहाँ पे से चोरी नहीं होता है। घर के अंदर रखेगा ना चोरी हो जाएगा। अब लॉक में जाएगा ना तो लॉक हो जाएगा तेरा घर कुछ टाइम के लिए।
ये जितने भी वो जा रहे हैं ना सबको तोड़ते जाओ बार बार।
अब ये पैसे को ले इधर मत मार।
नहीं तो सेल कर दो सारे उठा उठा
Din din din
ऊपर में
din
अपग्रेड
dum
लिखा
ma
होगा
din
देख
din
होम के
din.
बगल में। हाँ उसको क्लिक कर। अपग्रेड लिखा है वहाँ। अपग्रेड मार दे। दूसरा गन खुला होगा।
La vacca Saturno
वही गन है
Saturnita.
पे
167 को अगर सेल किया तो कितना मिलेगा?
6-7.
वेक्टर दिखा रहा है लेकिन वेक्टर खुल नहीं है।
क्या
वेक्टर ओपन हुआ है? खुल गया वेक्टर।
वहाँ पे दिखा रहा है
4 बिलियन 4 लाख।
देख ऊपर में ना लेफ्ट साइड में ऊपर में फायर आर्म लिखा होगा, बंदूक बना होगा, उसको क्लिक कर।
हाँ
देख वहाँ स्क्रॉल कर ऊपर।
हाँ
ऊजी के बगल में वेक्टर ओपन दिखा रहा है।
नहीं लॉक दिखा, लेवल 2 दिखा रहे हैं। लॉक दिखा रहे हैं।
लॉक दिखा रहा है। फिर एक काम कर ऊजी को ना अपग्रेड कर।
कोई और भी एमजी वाला
कहाँ से अपग्रेड?
4-5 है।
हाँ हो गया अपग्रेड।
और करता जाए उसको अपग्रेड। यहाँ से गोल्ड लेते रहे और अपग्रेड कर।
मैं अमन भाई ये क्या उठा के ला लिए?
हाँ मैक्स हो गया तब भी नहीं खुल रहा है।
Lampino panino.
चल भाई
अब जहाँ गोली चलाते हैं ना वहाँ का स्लॉट होगा। देख उसको क्लिक कर, कुछ तेरे को नीड होगा।
मक्खी आया, मक्खियों को मारना है क्या?
नहीं
आओ
नहीं मैं बता रहा हूँ विशाल भाई देखो वो लेके जा रहे हैं।
यहाँ से आएगा
भाई अमन भाई।
विशाल नाम का बंदा लेके जा रहा है। विशाल
मुझे तो अमन भाई
बस हो गया भाई। ओए हो गया फुल हो गया मेरा।
है आपका पूरा अनलॉक नहीं है क्या?
कैसा हो गया?
भयंकर भाई 6-7 चोरी कर रहा है।
और वहाँ से कॉइन उठा
मार बहन
और अपग्रेड मार।
कोई और भी है एमजी वाला, कोई और भी है बहुत जल्दी
6-7 अपग्रेड मारूं।
गन को अपग्रेड मार, गन को।
Chai, dai Simit Kruk, tak, piccione Merbetti, copi,
वहाँ का फिर से देख गन जहाँ से फायर मारता है ना वहाँ का कुछ और आया होगा।
winner, dan, chicken dinner, nerd, box. Gippone robotico.
कितने
Boneca Ambalabu.
Molotovino Gambino मर गया बे
Ciappalero Ciappala. Boneca Ambalabu.
Point मारता रहे सबको या फिर
Lampino Panino. Municita Principli Giri.
देख कोई नहीं मुझे करने तुझे नहीं करना
Capsaro Capsara. Ma sai Saur. Liri lilla lila. Rickshaw tuktukini.
हाँ भाई चाहिए ना भाई कुछ क्या नाम है
सुबह का बेस है आटो साले पूरा
वो कोई बहन का पकौड़ा 6-7 चोरी करके भाग रहा है
भाई
जब 5 सेकंड है उठा लो जितना चाहिए
ओए इसको फोड़ इसको मार
सुबह
अमन ब्रो अमन बगल वाले घर में हूँ यहाँ पे
उठा लो चोरी कर रहे किसी का घर से शर्म भाई एग्जिट कर गया बंदा
कौन सा वाला है भाई वो यही क्या
सुबह देखो मैं जंप कर रहा हूँ
सुबह से नहीं है क्या कह रहा है
कॉइन कितना हो गया
18 बिलियन
एक ही चाहिए भाई एक ही चाहिए
उठा लो ऊपर नीचे कितना चाहिए पता है उठा लो
90 बिलियन
Molotovino Gandino
अबे गरीब तेरे पास इतना सारा वो 6-7 का कॉइन है उसको लेना
अबे गरीब
क्या बक रहे हो भाई कौन है गरीब नाम बताओ उसका
ये गरीब इसकी
नया
ये यहाँ पे सब
खेल रहा है वो
ले लो आके भाई शर्म तो नहीं आ रही होगी ना शर्म तो नहीं आ रही होगी कॉइन किसी के घर से सामान चोरी करके जा रहे हो शर्म तो नहीं आ रही होगी
क्या करो
बिना पूछे होगी
बेशर्म
क्या बोलते हैं अपग्रेड मार उसको सब गन को ना मैक्स करना है
30 बिलियन हो गए भाई सब गन को नहीं करना है मिक्स भाई मत करो भाई अपग्रेड कर दियो अभी फिलहाल
अपग्रेड करता जा
15 गन को मैक्स करना है 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 4 4 8 12 मेरी तो 12 ही गन अपग्रेड है अभी
करना है पूरे नॉट लूं
वो 12 नहीं
15 गन को करना है तेरे पास कॉइन अधिक हो जाएगा तो तू सभी को कर देना कोई दिक्कत नहीं है 15 गन को कम से कम 15 गन करना ही है
P90 को कर दो अपग्रेड फिर
हाँ कर दो नहीं तो स्कारलेट अपडेट करो
सारी अपग्रेड ऊपर वाली मेरी 2000 तक सारी अपग्रेड है
विशाल भाई मैनर्स कहाँ गया मैनर्स
तेरे को क्या चीज
के देना होता है
उस चीज को मार बस
विशाल भाई
लेना होता है कि नहीं होता है
विशाल भाई गाली दे दो सर
व्हाइट वाली रहती है
ये साला 6-7 लेने नहीं देने का विशाल
भाई हो गया भाई कर लो
उसको मत मार उसको नहीं मार पाएगा अभी इसको ही मार
मारना पड़ेगा क्या ऑटो में
नहीं
क्या हो गया भाई हाँ
तेरे को
बोलो
गन अपग्रेड करना
अभी नहीं विशाल भाई थोड़ा रुक जाओ फिर ले जाना अरे अभी रुक जाओ तो मेरे को कॉइन की नीड है ना बाद में ले जाना रुक जाओ
एम बॉट लग गया ऐसा लग रहा है
उसको ट्रैक करते हैं अपना
विशाल भाई नहीं अभी रुक जाओ भाई अभी रुक जाओ
किसी का माइक बहुत इको कर रहा है
बहुत हाँ वही हो रहा है कोई देखो ना
अभी रुक जा विशाल
माइक को रीस्टार्ट करो ना भाई
रुक जा भाई रुक जा
ऊपर भी सिस्टम पड़ा है आके कर लो ऊपर सिस्टम पड़ा है
अरे नहीं मेरे को कॉइन चाहिए रे 90 बिलियन चाहिए भाई अभी टाइम लगेगा बहुत
अरे इधर से ले लो यार
मेरे का साइड
ले लो यार विशाल भाई ले लो यार नहीं ले लो यार ये वाले बगल वाले घर से ले लो यार रो मत यार बगल वाले घर से ले लो यार जाओ ले लो नहीं मार रहा जाओ नहीं रुला रहा जाओ विशाल भाई जाओ ले लो जाओ नहीं रुला रहा जाओ
यही बोल के बंदा मार रहा है
नहीं भाई मार लो दूसरे चैनल पे नहीं करते क्या लाइव? अरे वो सीन है।
किसको मार? अपग्रेड मारा। क्या मारेगा शायद अब? नहीं, छोटा वाला आएगा गन।
मैं सब फोड़े जा रहा सब। कॉइन फिर भी ज्यादा 181 से ऊपर ही नहीं हो जाए। अबे ये क्या बकवास मैप खेल रहे भाई। 200 अचीवमेंट पॉइंट दे रहा है। बकवास मैप।
अबे पगला, अपग्रेड मार, गन चेंज होगा।
मैक्स अपग्रेड है, मैक्स
200
अरे
200 अचीवमेंट पॉइंट भाई।
वो होम के बगल में अपग्रेड लिखा, उसको क्लिक कर, दूसरा गन अनलॉक होगा। हाँ अब इससे मार।
मेरे तो हो ही गया। मैं सोच रहा हूँ मैक्स लेवल कितना जा सकता है, मेरे को वो देखना है।
अब देख तेरे को क्या चीज का रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसको मारना।
700 बिलियन बहुत होता है यार। 750 बिलियन में एक लेवल अप होगा अब।
तेरा
क्या नाम से आया बताऊं?
कितने लेवल पे है तू?
शेफ आया, शेफ बाबा आया।
Alfa di Pero, Bambino Sceriffo, Blu Berrini Octopusini, Atina Benzina, Pesciolino Cascolino, Lumacone Medicone, Stellina Padellina, Capibarello Cocosini,
अरे कॉइन चाहिए यार।
Ghepardo
ये वाला
Cabrioletto,
तो मारनी है तुमको।
Gara Mara Rambra Raman Mara Raman, Bananino Taurino,
शुरू होते खत्म कर दे रहा है। कोई एमजी वाला है मेरे अलावा।
Trulimero Trudicina,
तुम धोए जा रहा है। अरे सुगोई भाई मेरे तरफ से सामान लेके जाओ और वो कर दो।
सेल कर दूं?
ले जाओ। हाँ 67 को छोड़ के बाकी सारे सेल कर दो जा।
नहीं वही तो भरे पड़ा है मेरे में सारे में।
चलो पार्टी एंड चलो। भाड़ में देखा जाएगा।
चलो भाई।
मैं भी है सेम टू सेम है बस।
ये बहन की पकौड़ी लड़की भाई।
देखो अगर वो चीज बोलोगे तो यार देखो कॉपी तो हर गेम है।
मार।
Ballerina Cappuccina,
कैरेट नहीं था।
Ballerina Cappuccina,
Ballerina
Cappuccina,
मर गया भी नहीं करा बस अब रात।
अरे यार तू
यहाँ का सारा चीज उठा लो सुबह भाई। सारे के सारे उठा के ना बाहर डालो और बेच देना सारे के सारे।
लेवल 12 में अटक गया।
1-2 लेवल का सारे उठा लो।
अपग्रेड मार।
Ballerina Cappuccina,
विशाल
6-7 है 6-7।
मैंने वो करा था, वो विशाल लेके भाग गया भाई। वो डायमंड वाला
ना मान रहे शर्म तो नहीं आ रही।
बस यहीं छोड़ दे मैं ले आऊंगा।
Ballerina Cappuccina,
तुझे चाहिए?
नहीं 6-7 चाहिए पता को। मेरे घर में लगाऊंगा पत्तो। अरे दो
अपग्रेड मार, तेरे को ना एकेएम मिलेगा अब।
कितने लेवल में खत्म होगा भाई?
पता नहीं भाई।
2-3 दिन लगेगा तेरे को। क्या लावड़ा इतना इको हो रहा है रे भाई।
किसका है भाई बंद कर लो यार। माइक ही बंद कर लो भाई। जिसका भी सस्ता वाला ईयरफोन है वो।
कसम से भाई बहुत इको कर रहा है, गांड फाड़ दे रहा है।
और बंद भी नहीं बंद भी नहीं कर सकते
भाई। बंद भी नहीं कर रहा भाई।
किस्मत है। अरे अपन भी बंद नहीं कर सकते।
Ballerina
कर लो भाई, क्या
Cappuccina,
करोगे? फोन लगा लो, कॉन्फ्रेंस कर लो अपने दोस्तों को।
अरे
ये आइडिया अच्छा है रे वेंडी। उसमें आना पड़ेगा दिख के।
आइडिया अच्छा दिया ना भाई। डिस्कॉर्ड बना लो या तो।
ओ ओए सच
विशाल भाई,
डिस्कॉर्ड बना के
विशाल भाई
खेलना
मैं
पड़ेगा
बता
भाई,
रहा
नहीं बोल
हूँ,
सकते।
मैं बता रहा हूँ, हंडी बंडी संडी कर दूंगा मैं।
Ballerina cappuccina.
विशाल भाई ना मान रहे भाई, गाली खा के मारेंगे।
अपग्रेड मार।
Ballerina
विशाल भाई गाली
cappuccina.
खा के मारेंगे।
मारना बंद कर, तू मारना बंद कर, रुक, फायर मत कर, फायर मत कर। तू फायर नहीं करेगा ना तो वो उन लोगों का नाम नहीं पड़ेगा, तो इको नहीं होगा।
अच्छा
आओ अब देख तेरे को कितना पैसे का जरूरत है और मतलब तेरे को क्या क्या चीज की नीड है, उसको अपग्रेड मार वहां से।
7 मिलियन।
हेलो हेलो
Ballerina
जितना
cappuccina.
दूर जाएगा उतना दूर से उठा लेना उसे।
नहीं वो 7.96
Ballerina cappuccina.
सब उठा उठा के डालो और बेच देना।
हो गया।
तेरे में से नहीं चुरा सकता क्या मैं कुछ?
गन को
गया।
चुरा सकते हो।
Ballerina
गन को अपग्रेड नहीं मारना है तेरे को।
मैं खुद बेच देता हूँ, जगह नहीं होती है करके।
वही ना।
एकेएम आने वाला
हेलो
है।
राम कली, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। वैसे भी यार तुम लोग ब्रेकफास्ट 12, लंच 4, डिनर का पता नहीं, ये मेरा कुछ नहीं पता। मैं करता
उधर
हूँ
वाले को मत मार, उधर वाले को मत मार, इधर वाले को मार।
पैसा तो मिलेगा
पर
ना।
मेरा हो गया रे।
अपन को लॉबी चेंज करना पड़ेगा यार, बहुत बज रहा है। अमन भाई हो भाग गए। अमन भाई
वैसे डिस्कॉर्ड वाला आइडिया बहुत मस्त दिया है भाई।
अरे व्हाट्सएप कॉल कर लो यार, डिस्कॉर्ड छोड़ो।
हाँ मैं करता भी
अमन भाई का
वैसे
नंबर
भी।
नहीं है बस मेरे पास।
पर मैं वैसे भी स्ट्रीम बंदी कर रहा हूँ तो आता मैं व्हाट्सएप कॉल करता हूँ।
मेरा आवाज अभी हंडी में चार्ज नहीं लगाया ना मोबाइल।
मैं खेल ही क्यों रहा हूँ मेरे को वो भी नहीं पता, कर क्यों रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम वो भी नहीं पता।
75 बिलियन हो गया भाई।
जैसे तू मेरे घर से उठा के लेके आया ना ये 67 को,
करता मैं भी।
हाँ।
बाहर आ जाओ सुगोई भाई, पहले बाहर आ
और
जाओ।
वैसे ही तू अगर 67 को घर के अंदर रखता ना तो कोई और तेरे घर के अंदर से लेके भाग जाता। तू बाहर रखा है ना तो बाहर से चोरी नहीं होता वो।
अच्छा
सही बात है, बिल्कुल सही, बिल्कुल
इधर आ।
करेक्ट बोला भाई ने भाई।
यहाँ पर भी स्लॉट है।
वाह अभी देख रहा है चैट बिजी इंसान। अरे यार क्या बताऊं, इतना वो जो रहा है। बस मैं इन लोगों को देख रही, लिया है मेडिसिन। हाँ तनिष्का एक वजह तो नींद है जो भी अभी बहुत आ रही है। सुगोई का तो हो गया है, मेरा थोड़ा तबीयत ठीक नहीं है। क्या हो गया सुगोई का? डिनर? हाँ मेरा हो गया डिनर। लास्ट में चल रहा था तब मैं खाना ही खा रहा था भाई। ये मेरा भी हो गया यार। अब कल को परसों मिलेंगे शायद से।
खत्म हो जाएगा कल के।
मे बी बोला था यार मैं ना, मे बी हो जाना चाहिए, बट वो हुआ ही 9 बजे खत्म। भेड़नी में क्या हुआ उसके बाद फिर अपन ये गिनने लग गए। अरे वो लास्ट मैच थोड़ा लेट स्टार्ट हुआ, उसके बाद फिर पॉइंट्स वो थोड़ा लेट दिखाया कि कौन कौन फाइनल में गए 6 टीम। समझा? समझे कि नहीं? ओके प्रेमिला बाबा टेक केयर, परसों मिलेंगे।
अमन भाई क्या कर रहे हैं, बाहर आओ।
ये न्यू वाव मैप मेरी समझ से बाहर है, कोई नया समझा देंगे। अभी हमें थोड़ा सा अप लेवल अप करने दो, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं है, उसके बाद हम करवा सकते हैं आप लोगों का। चलो ठीक है गाइस, दुआ में याद रखना, परसों मिलेंगे ठीक है। कल मेरे को जाना है थोड़ा।
फोन करके आया।
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। मी टू पिस्ता। ठीक है कल मैं आऊंगा नहीं स्ट्रीम पे, मतलब शायद से आऊं रात को, अगर आया तो मैं लेट आऊंगा 8-9 बजे के करीब, मे बी 7-8-9 बजे के करीब अगर आया तो। अगर मैं घर पे जल्दी आ गया तो चलो देखते हैं। बाय बाय, टेक केयर, थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग, थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। मिलते हैं परसों को, राधे राधे, मे बी कल को। गुड नाइट।